Chapter 1001, Hatching Service. Su Ping entered the room where the Chaos Spirit Pool for incubation was located. There was a round egg left inside the pool which looked like a dried well at the moment. The eggshell was quite hideous and dirty at the moment. However, one could see dark lines and white lotus-shaped spots upon closer look. The egg of a Chaos Path beast cannot hatch without absorbing the power of chaos. The Chaos Perception Dragon would have definitely hatched if I would have taken it to the Archean divinity. However, maybe the dragon would have eaten the thing. He looked at the energy he had earned and took a deep breath. The only way he could think of to hatch the beast was for it to absorb the chaos aura the Chaos Spirit Pool leaked when it hatched other beasts. That would entail having to activate the Chaos Spirit Pool again and again. It'll be worth it in any case, even if I have to spend all my energy on hatching the beast. The Chaos Path Beast was practically the best pet possible. Hardly other pets could compare. According to the system's pet encyclopedia, the beast had been formed in chaos and would attain a heavenly path state combat ability once it reached adulthood. Su Ping had yet to learn what the system meant by heavenly path state, but he could estimate that it was beyond the celestial state. He originally had thought that the celestial state was the top level. However, he learned on his trip to the Archean divinity that there were at least 2 major levels above the celestial state, which probably included the heavenly path state the system had mentioned. I wonder if the heavenly path state is what equates to ancestral gods. If so, then the beast would be truly awesome. Su Ping was really eager to find out. In any case, for a pet to reach the celestial state would still be a horrifying result. After all, that was the top level in the Federation. One could dominate the universe and counter the greatest experts with such a pet. System, I'd like to develop a pet. An egg has been detected in the pool. The host hasn't enabled the hatching service yet. Would you like to accept the quest to enable the hatching service? The system's notification echoed. Su Ping was surprised by the response. Our store offers a hatching service. Hatching and developing pets for customers is the most fundamental service for the best pet store in the universe throughout history. It is a true blunder of the host to not have found the service when the store has already been upgraded to LV5, said the system straight off. Lost for words, Su Ping stopped arguing with it and later said, I accept the quest. Considering that the host has delayed in accepting the quest, its difficulty has been increased by 5 times. The host must hatch 5 pets in 24 hours. Note number 1. Young mammals can also be incubated. Their maturity must be improved. Note number 2. Pet aptitude and bloodline must be improved by 1 level during the hatching. The quest has been issued, initiating the countdown. Su Ping was again rendered speechless. Fortunately, he had enough resources to complete the quest, even though it was 5 times more difficult than before. Su Ping immediately left the Chaos Spirit Pool and saw Tang Ruyan welcoming the customers. The latter customers greeted Su Ping with awkwardness and glittering eyes after seeing him. In their eyes, Su Ping wasn't just the boss in the store, but also the strongest genius of all Sylvie. Most stores would consider customers as gods that the boss had to serve with care. However, the people present respected Su Ping as a god, fearing they could be kicked out after committing the smallest offense. Su Ping knew that those customers could hardly treat him as a normal person after his identity was exposed. He nodded at them and looked at the long queue outside of the store, for a moment reminiscing how unpopular his store had been when he first started business on that planet. He would have probably failed the quest if he would have accepted it back then. But considering the present moment, this store is now providing incubation services. Does anyone need to hatch their pet eggs? Asked Su Ping. He didn't raise his voice. However, everybody heard him loud and clear because of the reverberation resulting from the deity aura. All the customers on the street looked at each other in bewilderment. They were there because of Su Ping's effective pet training. Few had the need for that service at the moment. After all, there were special pet hatching centers for that. Those places were like pet hospitals with complete facilities. Furthermore, hatching represented a highly technical challenge. The eggs only needed to be taken care of carefully. The more sophisticated incubation method was to instill the pet with a special energy during the incubation, and then provide nutrition fluid afterwards, to ensure the pet's health and provide a specific elemental stimulus the way its master wanted. Such an incubation was very costly. After a moment of silence, someone shouted among the crowd, "Boss, we have eggs, we have eggs." Everybody looked in that direction, finding an obviously excited purple-haired young man. Su Ping felt relieved. He replied, "Please, over here." The purple-haired young man was at the center of the street. He would have to wait for at least half a month for his turn to arrive. He was so excited after being called up that he directly moved towards him with a purple-haired girl in tow. The crowd made way for them, and they soon found themselves before Su Ping. "Boss, my sister has 2 unhatched eggs. We were planning on taking them to the incubation center after training some pets at your place," said the excited young man. The girl next to him seemed to be the bashful sort. Her cheeks and even her ears turned red when all eyes were on them. She lowered her head anxiously. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He quickly asked, "Why not have them incubate here?" "Of course," replied the elated youngster, "who would go to the incubation center if we can do it here? I would have brought pet eggs of my own if I had any." He immediately urged his sister, "Take out your eggs." The girl was blushing as she anxiously opened her storage and took out 2 gargantuan eggs, each being almost 1 meter tall. The 2 eggs had silver stripes on their surfaces and seemed to be glimmering. They clearly were no ordinary eggs. They are Troy dragon eggs, which carry a star state bloodline. Tusk, how rare. Troy dragons are among the top 100 fastest star state pets. The brother and sister pair can't be ordinary. Exclamations were heard coming from the crowd. Troy dragons weren't as famous as the vast sky thunderous dragons on Rhea. They still were famous star state dragons. The girl may have personally caught such dragons or bought through her own connections. "Boss, go ahead and put them in the incubator. It'll be fine even if something goes wrong," the purple-haired young man quickly offered. The girl glanced at Su Ping with nervous eyes, then quickly lowered her head once she saw that he was looking back at her. "I'll try my best. I don't think anything can go wrong. Its bloodline can even be improved a little bit," said Su Ping with a smile. "Your incubation service improves pet bloodlines." Su Ping's revelation surprised the crowd. The brother and sister duo even more so, as it was their first time hearing about such a thing. It seemed that the marvelous trainer in Su Ping's shop was really capable of doing that. The siblings looked at each other in excitement. Even a minor improvement would still be seen as very precious. A few other customers shouted after hearing that bloodlines could be improved. "Boss Su, I have pet eggs." "Boss Su, so do I." They had been unwilling to leave their eggs in Su Ping's because they thought incubating was the same everywhere, and Su Ping would probably charge more than other service providers. However, they were tempted once they heard about bloodline improvement. Even if they had to pay more money, it would be worth it if their pet was strengthened. Besides, although Su Ping's store was expensive, all the services were surprisingly effective. Su Ping smiled and asked those customers to step up. He accepted all of their pets. Not many people carried pet eggs among the large number of clients on the street. Su Ping collected 7 eggs soon after. Now was the time for the incubating part. Su Ping asked the customers to wait in the lobby. He then went to the Chaos Spirit Pool for incubation by himself. Su Ping then saw an incubation bar on the store menu. "Please place the pet into the incubation bar," the system hinted. Su Ping placed the 7 eggs inside the warehouse of the store. Their data was immediately imported to the store menu, including their categories and bloodline. He picked a green lizard egg to incubate first. It was a venomous fate state lizard filled with germs and lethal poisons, quite the tricky pet to deal with. The incubation procedure appeared on the bar. According to the instructions, Su Ping took out the egg and placed it inside the spirit pool. Green venomous lizard, fate state, incomplete bloodline. Its bloodline may be improved to the star state if its genes are optimized. Materials required: silver-fanged serpents, swamp spiders, cold shell. Energy required for hatching: 10,000. Su Ping was stunned by the system's notifications that many materials are required besides energy. He felt a headache and asked, "Where can I find those materials?" Silver-fanged serpents can be found on the Dark Serpent Planet, the Swamp River, the silver-backed subdragon world. Swamp spiders can be found in. While Su Ping hesitated, the way to acquire those materials popped up in his head. He found that those places were mostly low-level cultivation sites in the system. Do I have to look for materials in the cultivation sites? Good thing I know where to find them. Su Ping was relieved. He would have had to ask many people to help if he had to look for materials on his own. Su Ping also placed the other eggs inside the incubation bar. The materials required to optimize their genes also popped up. Su Ping memorized and listed the cultivation sites that came up repeatedly to avoid going there again and again. Once the information was properly sorted, Su Ping immediately set off to each of the mentioned cultivation sites. Su Ping was already considered to be really strong while in low-level cultivation sites. He could even dominate most of them. However, some of the low-level cultivation sites already had ascendant state masters. Some places were so horrifying that Su Ping would die the moment he set foot in one. It took 3 hours. Su Ping finally gathered all of the materials. 3 hours in the outside world equaled 3 days in the cultivation sites. He returned to the incubation room inside the store and began the process. One by one, the eggs were hatched in the chaos spirit pool. A tiny bit of chaos aura would leak out every time an egg was hatched, which was almost untraceable. Su Ping had placed the chaos path beast egg right next to the pool. It would then shake as if detecting something. Su Ping guessed that the chaos beast egg was ravenous. Very soon, all 7 pet eggs were hatched. The 7 young beasts crouched in the room, their differently colored eyes looking around curiously. All of them kept a distance from the chaos beast egg. Su Ping took out the 7 hatched beasts from the spirit pool. Their masters had waited for a long time in the lobby. "Your eggs have hatched." Su Ping caught a lot of attention when he came out with the pets. Those who were there to train their pets looked at him too. "Here are your Troy dragons." Su Ping took 2 little dragons with silver wings to the brother and sister duo. The siblings were stunned to see the young dragons flapping their wings like sea lion fins. They didn't expect the hatching to be that fast. Their eyes widened upon further inspection, somehow feeling they were different from the young Troy dragons they knew. "B-Boss, are they really our pets?" The purple-haired young man couldn't help but ask. He wasn't even considering that Su Ping could have swapped the pets. After all, the 2 young dragons looked a lot like Troy dragons, even though there were also a lot of differences between them and the standard ones. "Yes, their bloodlines have been strengthened. They'll probably become Star Lords when they grow up," said Su Ping with a smile. Not just the brother and sister pair. The other customers also looked at Su Ping in surprise. Troy dragons were Star State pets. Their bloodlines could hardly be improved without special training. However, such training was extremely costly. And yet, Su Ping claimed that those 2 would become Star Lords once they grew up. "Boss, about that." The purple-haired young man was at a loss, not knowing what to say. Su Ping smiled and said to other customers, "These are your pets. This green venomous lizard should be able to reach the star state after reaching adulthood. Its bloodline was optimized. You'll discover that they're different from their peers in a few months when they grow a little bit." "Whoa!" The 2 little dragons suddenly flapped their wings and soared up while Su Ping talked. One of them even spewed out a small whirlwind. Chapter 1002, Mastering Chaos. Bang! The whirlwind hit the purple-haired young man's shoulder, messing up his hair before it dispersed. He was quite surprised. He wasn't hurt by this, but he realized that the whirlwind was as powerful as an ordinary person's punch. It was worth noticing that the Troy dragon had just been born. It hasn't passed the enlightenment phase yet. yet it's already able to make use of elemental power. The young man gazed at the two dragons, not knowing what to say. He specialized in Troy dragons, which was why he found the results unbelievable. A young pet would gradually grasp its inherited abilities a month after birth, under normal circumstances. That 1 month was known as the enlightenment phase. After that, the pet would become a lot stronger. If it was a dragon with powerful bloodlines, it would be able to knock down an adult or fight tigers and alligators. Squeak! The young dragons shrieked and flapped their wings. They circumvented the humans, curious about everything they saw in the world outside. They're so aggressive, right after being born. They look like Troy dragons, but their wing colors are different. The stripes on their bodies look different too. The others were similarly astonished at the two young dragons. At that moment, the other hatched pets began to move about. The green venomous lizard was spewing out a sticky green fluid on the floor, which emitted an enjoyable scent. However, everybody held their breath as the fragrance carried a lethal poison, which could have killed ordinary people. There was another young pet, which looked like a fiery lion. It was playing with the flames on its feet. Everybody was rendered speechless when they saw the pets, as they looked different from how they expected them to be. However, judging from their pink skins, it was obvious that they were newly hatched pets. Nevertheless, nobody had ever heard of pets showing such abilities the moment they were hatched. Don't the green venomous lizards develop poisonous fluid only after a month from birth? The master of that was confused as he observed the little pet. Su Ping feared that the pets could run loose, noticing their active behavior. He asked their masters to pick them up and said, "They've just hatched and have yet to be taught. They're still beasts in nature. You must teach them properly to prevent them from hurting people." The owners picked up their respective pets and observed them carefully. They quickly accepted Su Ping's request. None of them doubted Su Ping's words after having seen the pets' performances. The little ones were much more active and aggressive as they should have been, indicating that their quality had to be above average, even if they weren't as good as Su Ping claimed. Each customer thanked Su Ping as they picked their pets. Su Ping waved his hand with a smile. He then returned to the Chaos Spirit Pool for incubation after seeing everybody off. He accomplished the hatching quest after having hatched the 7 pet eggs. A new incubation menu had been added to his store menu. He only needed to lay a pet egg there. Then it would be incubated. The materials required to hatch the egg would be exchanged for energy. He didn't have to search for them in cultivation sites anymore. I wonder how much energy is needed to hatch the Chaos Path beast. Su Ping was rather anxious and excited. He then started the incubation process for the last 2 of the 7 eggs on the hatching menu. He had specially postponed the incubation of those 2. One of them was in the Fate state and the other in the Star state. Their costs were 500,000 and 1,200,000 energy points respectively. The latter was twice as expensive as the former. According to the description on the hatching menu, the energy required for hatching depended on the aptitudes and bloodlines of the pets being incubated. He wondered what level the Chaos Path beast was on. Su Ping then moved the Chaos Beast egg to the pool and selected the incubation option. This pet egg carries a Heavenly Path state bloodline. The requirements for hatching are rigorous, and the hatching will cost 180 hours and 1 billion energy points. "Do you want to hatch it?" asked the system. Su Ping was gobsmacked by the notification. The hatching costs 1 billion energy points. He knew that the amount was definitely enough to develop an adult ascendant pet using the Chaos Spirit Pool. But of course, he would have to upgrade the pool to LV7 in order to do that. This doesn't involve any training. The hatching alone costs a lot of energy. It's terrifying. Su Ping was too excited to think. He chose to hatch the egg right then. Immediately after, 90% of the energy in his store was redirected for this process. 1 billion energy points virtually amounted to all his revenue for 3 years. And yet, for it to be spent that quickly. Su Ping wasn't regretful, though. In fact, he felt excited, as the heavenly path state was definitely beyond the celestial state. Once the pet reached adulthood, it would become a monster that even the celestials could only look up to. As expected of a creature born from chaos, its natural growth is much more effective than the hard training of many species. Su Ping was swept by mixed feelings. Once the energy was deducted, the bottom of the chaos spirit pool emitted a dazzling light. Su Ping then detected a mysterious and magnificent vibe. It was none other than the chaos aura he had sensed when they encountered the chaos perception dragon. I wonder where the chaos spirit pool is connected to. It is definitely emanating chaos aura. No wonder it doesn't need any material except energy. Chaos aura is the most primitive energy for the evolution of all creatures. It can turn into anything. Su Ping looked down at the chaos spirit pool, but was unable to see its lower end. The egg was showing some movement, as the chaos aura was infused bit by bit into the chaos beast egg. According to the system's countdown, the hatching still required 180 hours more, which was more than a week's worth. If only I could absorb the chaos aura and decompose it. Su Ping looked at the dispersing chaos aura with glowing eyes. Only then did he realize its value. The most precious part of his store was probably the chaos spirit pool. His combat ability would soar by dozens, if not hundreds of times, if he could absorb the chaos aura. Were the creatures in the primordial age full of chaos aura? Divine power is 10 times as effective as astral power, while deity aura is 8 times as powerful. Chaos aura is thousands of times better. The primordial age had surely been a horrifying time, dominated by unimaginable creatures. Su Ping looked at the chaos spirit pool and slowly approached, hopping to absorb some of the leaking chaos aura. Much to his surprise, his mental power was unable to draw it toward himself. He tried cultivating the chaos aura based on his technique, but that didn't work either. The chaos aura seemed to be fixated to the chaos spirit pool and flowed in the same route. It wasn't disrupted in the slightest. It can't be absorbed. The power is too advanced for my body to accommodate yet. It's just like a spoon full of holes, unable to hold water. Su Ping extended a hand toward the chaos aura, but was completely unable to touch it. They seemed to be in different dimensions. Su Ping felt regret, but had no choice except to give up. He sat cross-legged next to the chaos spirit pool. Since he couldn't absorb it, he had to seize the opportunity to grasp the law of chaos. Time flew. Su Ping meditated next to the chaos spirit pool. His mind had been restless, but he soon calmed down. He carefully examined the chaos aura, which carried an amazing power that activated his brain and led him to a strange epiphany. However, what he perceived wasn't chaos, but other laws or battle techniques. Chaos aura seems to contain everything. A few days later, Su Ping's half-closed eyes glittered. He felt he was onto something. A few more days passed, then Su Ping widened his eyes. At the same time, a noise burst out from inside his body, and a desolate illusion appeared behind his back. It was none other than his small world. However, the desolate illusion was becoming real at a high speed. At the same time, it quickly shrank in size and enshrouded Su Ping. The small world covered him like a transparent shield. However, the hellish views on the cover were rather blood-curdling. All elements of chaos, so chaos is hope. It's all things, it's disorder, it's mayhem. Su Ping mumbled to himself, releasing an aura that he then quickly concealed. He didn't know how strong he was, but he knew that his first small world was approaching the limits. He had mastered chaos and time. Next, there was vitality and life. If I apply all 4 supreme laws to the first small world, why bother constructing a second small world? Su Ping thought. He was at a loss. He would have tried to master all the 4 main laws and then break into the ascendant state if he hadn't learned the multiplication technique at the Heaven Path Institute. Or maybe I don't need to fully master all 4 supreme laws to condense the first small world. Rather, I can master them when I condense a second small world. That way, the second small world will be more powerful than the first small world. They would also be independent from each other. Su Ping pondered. In the blink of an eye. A week passed. Su Ping watched the hatching countdown come to an end around noontime of the 8th day. The egg in the chaos spirit pool was glowing brilliantly at the moment. Thanks to the instilled chaos aura, it turned into a glittering sphere, and its patterns were no longer visible. Su Ping stared at the countdown on the hatching menu. He then turned to look at the egg after the last second passed. He saw that its brilliance was gone, and so was the chaos aura from the bottom of the spirit pool. The halo at the edge of the pool had also disappeared. Once again, it looked like a dried well. A cracking noise was clearly heard. Once the egg was revealed again, Su Ping saw how it began to crack. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, until a little beast broke the shell from the inside and extended its white claw outside. The claw wasn't sharp, and it looked cute. The eggshell was broken as it continued with its grabbing motions. The eggshell patterns flashed weirdly. The special power that had protected the egg had been nullified because it had been broken from within. A beast crawled out of the eggshell in a rather clumsy way before Su Ping's eyes. Su Ping blinked. He had seen how the previously hatched pets had kicked and broken out their shells, as if attacking their enemies. They were highly active and perky. So, he expected the little chaos beast entrance to be more awesome than this. Even Ascendants failed to destroy the eggshell. The little one broke it from within, so it must be exhausted, Su Ping thought. The little beast then laid eyes on Su Ping, winking curiously. But then its eyes emitted a strange golden light. It seemed to have noticed something, and then the little one flashed a very cute smile at Su Ping. Yes, it smiled like an obedient kid. The beast looked like an elephant with big ears and a long nose. It was quite fat too. The only difference was that it had horns and scales on its sides. There were also gray flames on its hooves, making it look adorable and awe-inspiring. This is the Chaos Path Beast. Su Ping found that he could sense delight and friendliness from that little smile. Su Ping then sensed that time and space around the beast was shaking. Streams of a strange power were flying into its body from the void. It can influence the surrounding time and space, even though it has just been born. Su Ping was quite shocked. Next, the Chaos Path Beast crawled out of the eggshell. Its ears suddenly became big, and its ear cavities absorbed the broken eggshell like black holes. Then, it began to float in midair and flew towards Su Ping, wobbling as it went. Chapter 1003, Training the Path Beast. Howl. The young beast howled at Su Ping, gazing at Su Ping curiously with its smart eyes. He could see his own reflection in them. After a while, the young beast pointed its short claw at its abdomen, as if saying that it was hungry. Su Ping was surprised by the gesture, as the beast seemed to be very smart for a newborn. Without a word, he simply picked up a pet contract and stuck it to its head. Since he was a Star State warrior, he was able to contract 10 pets, and there were still a lot of openings available. He never tried having as many pets as possible. Pets couldn't play a decisive role in battle in his case, since he could fight opponents beyond his level. However, the fate and position of most battle pet warriors could change once they owned a rare and powerful pet. The young beast didn't resist. Instead, it stared at Su Ping's hand curiously. The contract was soon established, and a subtle connection appeared between them. Su Ping was relieved to see that nothing had gone wrong during the contract process. He had been concerned, worrying that his unusual pet would cause trouble during the contracting, but everything was fine. Kid, you'll be mine from now on. Since you look like a mix of an elephant and a killin, I'll just call you Killin Elephant, said Su Ping with a smile, touching the beast's head. The beast blinked, obviously unable to understand him. However, it saw Su Ping's friendly smile, so it also gave an innocent smile. Su Ping saw it was touching its belly with its front claws. He couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Howl. The beast opened its mouth, showing the teeth inside. It pointed at its belly again to express its hunger. Once seeing that, Su Ping tried to communicate with it via telepathy. He also asked the system about the beast's food, which he didn't know at all. Food was very important in order to train the beast well and have it grow in a healthy way. Although its quality might improve with the things it ate, it was the best creature in all universes. Su Ping didn't think he or any top trainer of the Federation could possibly improve its quality. It was already a perfect life from every perspective. All he needed to do was to satisfy its needs and not disappoint it. After all, it wasn't unusual that a great pet was weaker than its own kind if it wasn't properly trained or fed. All advanced lives are its food, replied the system shortly. All lives, Su Ping was stunned. The beast seemed to have detected something at that moment. It turned around and flew towards the chaos spirit pool where it had been incubated. It crouched at the edge of the pool and looked around curiously. Did it detect chaos aura? Su Ping wasn't too surprised. After all, the Chaos Path beast had been born in chaos and lived off of chaos aura. It was naturally sensitive about chaos aura. He picked up the little beast and said, "Let's go, I'll feed you first." Su Ping opened the door. Su Ping returned to the lobby. The beast in his arms seemed to have detected something and tried to fly away. Su Ping looked in the direction where it was sniffing and saw a customer giving Joanna his pet, which was to be trained. It was a star state dragon with an excellent bloodline. It could grow and become a star lord, and a rather tough one at that. The beast's eyes glittered when it saw the dragon. It would have charged at the dragon were it not for Su Ping holding it back. Su Ping quickly restrained it. He sensed the greediness and craving for food felt from the beast's consciousness. It obviously wanted to eat the dragon. The newborn beast dared to attack a star state dragon. It was truly bold. Although the dragon didn't release any pressure, its natural aura had prevented the customers around and their pets from approaching it. They were rather uncomfortable, and yet the young beast didn't seem to feel anything. Boss Su. The customers in the lobby quickly greeted Su Ping after seeing him. Joanna and the Green Lady looked at him too and saw the young beast in his arms. Both of them were astonished. Was it hatched from the Path Beast's egg? Green Lady's voice echoed in Su Ping's head. She was rarely as shocked. Joanna asked him telepathically too. She was much more anxious than she usually was. Su Ping smiled, not keeping it a secret from them. He too knew how fascinating the Chaos Path Beast was. Once he thought that, when the young beast in his arms grew up, nobody in his universe would be able to defeat it. Su Ping was really conflicted as he lowered his head and looked at the plump creature. It will be invincible the moment it reaches adulthood. Human geniuses cannot compare to it at all. Su Ping felt troubled after that. Howl! The beast extended its elephant nose and let out noises of hunger. It would have darted towards the dragon without Su Ping. The dragon detected the young beast too and immediately sensed its aggressiveness. Anger appeared in the dragon's eyes. However, the anger inside looked at the young beast. It came and went, too active for words. The anger in its eyes was quickly gone. It shivered as if it had seen something horrifying. Su Ping was lost for words upon seeing the dragon trembling. It couldn't have recognized the young beast, but was simply awed by the strange vitality field it carried. It was also possibly because of the power of time and space that the young beast carried, which was hard to grasp even for Star Lord beasts. That's not food, be a good kid. Su Ping extended his hand and soothed the pet. The dragon's master was shocked by what Su Ping said. He was really sensitive about the environment, given his fate state battle pet warrior. The greed and hunger shown by the beast in Su Ping's arms was indicative that it regarded the pet as food. But I paid a fortune for the dragon. Boss? The dragon's master wasn't at all relieved after hearing Su Ping's statement. Instead, he became nervous and asked, "Is it fine for me to put my pet here?" Su Ping waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it will be taken care of and trained well." The man hesitated. He wasn't worried about the training. He feared that something might happen to his pet. Su Ping didn't stay long in the lobby. He entrusted the store to Joanna and then activated a cultivation site in the pet room. I should go to an advanced plane for advanced lives. Might as well go to the Archean divinity and ask more about the world multiplication technique at the Heaven Path Institute, Su Ping thought. He checked his remaining energy. His savings for the past 3 years had mostly been spent on hatching the little beast. He didn't have a lot of energy left, but it was enough for a few trips to the Archean divinity. "You've cost me 1 billion energy points. You must earn them back in the future," said Su Ping to the beast he was carrying in his arms. The young beast looked at Su Ping at a loss. Su Ping ignored it and found the Archean divinity on the list again. He entered it. Once the familiar teleportation was over, Su Ping immediately felt the exuberant divine power around him. He found himself in the middle of golden clouds. There was a lake of divine power in the floating clouds. The lake was actually made of divine power, which was too thick and sticky. "Where am I?" Su Ping observed the environment. He was already used to being teleported to a random, strange area. Underneath the sky was a vast, desolate sea. Shadows of behemoths could be seen in the depths of the sea, which looked like islands slowly moving underwater. He didn't know where he was at all. Su Ping took out the Heaven Path Institute's badge, hoping to teleport himself back with it, but to no avail. Obviously, he wasn't in the same continent where the Heaven Path Institute was located. "Never mind. I'll just die a few more times and resurrect elsewhere." Su Ping flew into the golden clouds and tried to absorb the sticky divine power in the lake. At the moment, the beast in his arms had also detected the lake. It immediately tried to fly towards it. Su Ping released the beast once he saw this. After leaving Su Ping's arms, the beast instantly flew towards the glowing clouds and threw itself at the lake. Its big ears rapidly absorbed the divine power like vortices. It likes absorbing divine power too. It seems that it doesn't have a favorite food. Su Ping didn't stop it. Even if he were to absorb the divine power, he could only store it in his body, which he couldn't use to improve his combat ability. After all, he had grasped a few skills based on divine power. Also, now that he had acquired a top pet like the Chaos Path Beast, his top priority was to develop it into adulthood. Then, he would be able to crush any opponent with his pet, which would be an exhilarating possibility. "You should come out too." Su Ping summoned the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, and the other pets. He wasn't biased. The Chaos Beast was his training focus at the moment, but he didn't think his other pets would be any weaker. His pets would grow together with him. "Partner." The Inferno Dragon flew out, then looked at Su Ping in confusion after seeing the Chaos Beast. Su Ping nodded. "Yes, it's a partner and a new friend that will fight with you from now on." The Inferno Dragon and the little skeleton were happy after such news. A long time passed since they saw a new partner. They immediately gathered around the beast. Once it saw the Inferno Dragon, the little Chaos Beast blinked hungrily and jumped to the dragon's back and bit it hard. However, its new teeth were too soft to bite through the Inferno Dragon's thick skin. "Huh." Such an odd development made Su Ping change his expression. His smile was gone, and he grabbed the Chaos Beast from the place by the lake of divine power before he declared coldly and solemnly, "They'll be your partners in the future. I know you have a noble bloodline and regard other creatures as food, but they are not food. Remember that." The Chaos Beast struggled, but then trembled when it saw Su Ping's cold eyes. It looked at Su Ping and then at the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, and the Inferno Dragon around him. The little creature eventually shifted its eyes back to Su Ping and howled in confusion, as if asking Su Ping what partner meant. Su Ping realized what was on its mind, but didn't answer. Real partners didn't need any definition. It would find the meaning to that question after fighting alongside them. "Me okay," said the Inferno Dragon quickly, since it noticed that Su Ping was angry. Its accent gave Su Ping quite the headache. Su Ping shook his head and looked down at the sea. He then saw a shadow about 500 meters long swimming there. He quickly swooped down and said, "Something's down there. Take it down." Both the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound were observing their new partner curiously. They then took action as soon as they heard Su Ping's order. Their bodies reacted faster to Su Ping's instructions than their brain did. They swooped together with him. Since it had been summoned by Su Ping via the contract, the Chaos Beast followed him, although it was reluctant to leave the lake of divine power. They flew towards the surface of the sea together. Su Ping raised his hand and launched a sword aura into the sea. The sea beast was directly affected. It roared in fury. Ascendant state. Su Ping detected its level, but he wasn't frightened by that. He stopped in the high sky and commanded his pets to move forward as usual. This time, being the new member of the group, the Chaos Beast also participated in the battle under Su Ping's command. The beast had just been born recently. It had strange abilities, and Su Ping didn't regard it as a simple young beast. To his surprise, the little one barely hesitated for a moment after seeing the ascendant beast. Then, it charged as per his instruction. It's not afraid of an ascendant state beast. It's not an idiot, is it? Su Ping was lost for words when he saw the chubby chaos beast throw itself into the sea like a steamed bun. He discovered that the little creature didn't seem to know what fear was. Even if it was a chaos path beast, it was still very little. The beast in the sea was infuriated. Once it noticed the approaching enemies, it let out a roar and triggered a circle with strange ripples, which then caused ripples in the water and in the air. Chapter 1004, Training. Bang, bang, bang. Defense skills immediately covered the little skeleton and the Inferno Dragon as they took the lead. That protection had been cast by the Dark Dragon Hound. However, they collapsed like vulnerable snowflakes the moment they were cast. The Inferno Dragon also felt the danger, so it chose to ignite its soul, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. It became significantly bigger as it protected its partners following closely behind. Bang! Its body shook hard and then it stopped moving. It was already dead. The little skeleton was right behind the dragon corpse. Bloody flames fluttered in its eye sockets. It had vanished and avoided the blast. Then it reappeared in the sea and slashed at the enemy. While standing at the rear, Su Ping was astonished at the Chaos Path Beast's performance. It suddenly emitted a hazy light that obliterated all surrounding rays of light, turning space into a chaotic domain. The blast heading in its direction melted when it touched the domain. What kind of skill was that? Su Ping was shocked by that move, even though he had seen a lot of things. The newborn Chaos Beast was able to resist an Ascendant Beast's attack. Not even the Inferno Dragon had been able to resist the previous blast. Was the little creature already stronger than the Inferno Dragon? Su Ping eventually realized that he was wrong. The hazy domain released by the Chaos Beast had indeed blocked the blast, but it was obviously much slower than the Inferno Dragon's moves. When it jumped into the sea, the beast discovered it and went mad. A black, hemispherical force field unfolded at the bottom of the sea, enshrouding the Chaos Beast. The hazy domain around it was compressed until it stuck to its body, which then cracked and exploded. The little one had a quick death. Seems like I was overthinking. Su Ping realized that the hazy domain probably carried some mysterious effect, which was why it blocked the blast. The black force field, on the other hand, was a Star Lord state method, made of power of laws and divine power. It couldn't hurt the little skeleton in the slightest. The latter had then jumped into the water. The Chaos Beast, on the other hand, was squished at the same time. It was much weaker and softer than the Inferno Dragon anyway, since it was a very strong Star Lord beast. That blast contained ascendant power, but was repelled. The Star Lord attack wasn't resisted. It seemed to have something to do with the specifics of that domain. I'll find out what kind of attacks the domain can resist if I figure out their difference, Su Ping thought. He resurrected both the Chaos Beast and the Inferno Dragon. Su Ping had yet to give them orders when the Inferno Dragon was already attacking again. The Chaos Beast, however, was dazed for a moment. It was only after a few seconds that it recovered its memories. It hesitated after remembering the pain of death. Once he noticed that the Chaos Beast was reluctant, Su Ping immediately used the secret technique to induce killing intent. The Chaos Beast's eyes turned bloodshot once it received the intent boost. It roared and charged at the sea beast. It was reckless to begin with. Any other pet would have fled from such a terrifying enemy, even if bolstered by killing intent. The beast in the sea roared when it noticed the Chaos Beast's return. However, it appeared to be panicking because of the Chaos Beast's resurrection. Is the beast scared of it? Su Ping was surprised. Then he saw the black force field being re-established and wreathing the Chaos Beast. The little beast shrieked and howled. Two vortices were manifested apart from the hazy chaos domain, which twisted darkness as it appeared. This created a very narrow space for the beast, so much so that it was squished again soon after. It was able to endure for 5 seconds. Su Ping was truly interested. The beast was instantly killed at first, but then it made considerable progress the second time. He was increasingly eager to work with the creature. Su Ping continued observing after resurrecting the little one. The sea beast let out a roar which was a mix of fury and fright, as the Chaos Beast was resurrected for a third time. It shook its gargantuan tail, raising a huge tide. Then it descended fast, choosing to flee. Su Ping didn't see this coming at all. The ascendant beast had chosen to flee from a few insignificant challengers. The little skeleton was still giving chase, so Su Ping quickly summoned it back. That pet was quite brutal too. Not only did it dare to attack an ascendant beast, it even dared to chase it when it was fleeing. That creature seemed to have noticed the Chaos Beast's unusual nature, and was scared because of it. A moment earlier, the little skeleton had been attacking non-stop, but the sea beast was simply ignoring it, as it was mainly attacking the Chaos Path Beast. Although the little one had yet to become strong, it had already shown the dominating nature of a top-tier creature. Come back. Su Ping recalled them. He had intended to have his pets train together and help each other so that the Chaos Beast would know what partners meant. However, their target had fled, and he had to find a new one. He allowed the pets to resume absorbing the lake of divine power in the clouds first. Then, he led them forward. The sea was so vast that nothing but water could be seen in any direction, making for a confusing and depressing sight. Divine power was condensed and formed a lake in the clouds, yet nobody collected it. It's probably because the sea is too dangerous, and very few people dare to traverse the sky above it. Su Ping then had the Inferno Dragon release Dragon Aura and attract beasts in the vicinity. Soon after, several attacks coming from the sea were headed their way. They were from a dozen weird fish with sharp fangs. All of them were Star Lords. Perfect. Su Ping was going to order his pets to fight back when he saw an appalling sight. The water underneath them became darker and darker once the shoal of weird fish appeared, which was the surfacing of a giant shadow. Su Ping was then able to see the pointed teeth at the edge of the shadow, which turned out to be a gigantic mouth. Bang! The big mouth rose abruptly and swallowed all the weird fish. The fish also noticed the big mouth's arrival and struggled to flee, but they seemed to be restrained. All of them were swallowed. An enormous head popped up on the surface of the sea. It had a few red eyes. One of them noticed Su Ping and his pets. Splash! The giant creature fell back into the sea, raising tides thousands of meters high. The next moment, Su Ping felt that space around him had solidified. He couldn't move or even bat an eye, even though he had mastered the law of space. His control over space seemed to have been blocked. What kind of method is this? Su Ping was truly shocked. That beast was even stronger than the ascendant beast that had fled. He even suspected it had swum away because it detected that massive newcomer, not because of being wary of the Chaos Beast. This thing is at least 10,000 meters long. How deep must the sea be for such a monster to freely move around? Su Ping had goosebumps all over his body. He knew his first guess was right on the money as he looked at the giant mouth. The lake of divine power up in the clouds had accumulated energy for a very long time, since nobody dared to enter such a dangerous place. Su Ping and his pets soon fell into that mouth, which was smelly and moist. Then he lost consciousness. This time, Su Ping chose a random resurrection. There were too many powerful beasts in the sea. Su Ping intended to find a less challenging place. After all, training would be useless if the place was too dangerous. Time flew. Su Ping wandered in the Archean divinity for 3 days. He randomly resurrected in 100 places, finally finding a desolate land where most beasts were star lords, with the occasional ascendants. The Chaos Beast made the fastest progress during those 3 days. It wasn't just because of the beast's bloodline, but also because it had never been through such life-and-death training. The stimulation and pain of death were quite effective. The Inferno Dragon and the other pets had already grown accustomed to dying. They could also tell cultivation sites from the outside world, and could only dig out their potential through competitiveness, by fighting worthy enemies. It's only been 3 days, and it's already able to fight star-state creatures. Su Ping looked at the Chaos Path Beast, which was almost 8 meters tall, with mixed feelings. It had grown a lot in just 3 days. The beast he used to carry in his arms had turned into a giant, and it hadn't even passed the enlightenment phase yet. The experiences in the past few had indeed been abundant and effective. That much progress attested to the young one's great talent. Su Ping finally understood why some geniuses were called monsters. That little thing was a literal monster. Even the most gifted god would probably be astonished by such an amazing growth speed. Su Ping was also delighted, besides the increase of height and strength, since the Chaos Beast had gradually made peace with his other pets. At least it no longer regarded the Inferno Dragon as food. Su Ping had taught it the meaning of partnership. Su Ping would tell the Chaos Beast stories and moral lessons when they weren't fighting. He didn't care whether or not the beast understood. He had a lot of fun teaching it anyway. Su Ping didn't want it to become a monster that knew nothing but killing. That would merely be a tool, not a pet. I should slow down. Too much killing isn't good either. It's just been born anyway. Su Ping wasn't hasty. He decided to slow down with the training and to take the beast to see the wonderful things in the prosperous world out there, all to make it understand that killing wasn't the only thing that mattered. Next, Su Ping killed himself and chose to resurrect randomly, to continue searching for the continent where the Heaven Path Institute was. He finally returned to the Institute, after spending energy resurrecting a dozen times. Hardly had he returned when his appointed servant found him. A duel? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Had that guy challenged him to a duel? Su Ping wasn't at all fond of the Rain Clan prince, an ever-condescending fellow who didn't even regard him as a living creature. No wonder he didn't pass the 3rd test. He can't have much divine quality. Without hesitation, Su Ping said to the servant, "I'll accept. When will it begin?" "My lord, don't you need more time to consider?" The servant was surprised at Su Ping's boldness, as he had been challenged by the prince of a high-ranked clan. All the princes were experts with unusual talents. Failing the divine quality test didn't mean he was weak. "There's nothing to consider. Such duels can't be declined, can they?" asked Su Ping. "But he's a prince." The servant looked at Su Ping. She didn't want to lose her newly appointed master that quickly. Su Ping smiled and said, "The princes aren't invincible. Besides, even if he is, I will beat him and prove that he isn't." The servant was shocked by his response. She looked at Su Ping's brilliant smile, wondering why a human could be confident enough to claim that he would beat a prince. "Okay, I'll send them your reply." The servant was suddenly too scared to look Su Ping in the eye. Thanks to her godly nature, she had sensed the light coming from the human, which was even more brilliant than the sun. Su Ping nodded. He went to see his mentor after the servant left. He used his badge to send a request to meet him, but then the latter replied that he was training in seclusion. Su Ping had to wait. A couple of days later, the young mentor went to Su Ping's temple and asked, "What would you want to know?" "Sir, I'd like to learn how I can add a second small world," said Su Ping directly. "I have to fully master the 4 supreme laws to perfect the first small world. Once I'm done, what should I use to construct a second small world? Are there other things that can be used to build a small world?" Chapter 1005, Unusual Item. Su Ping listened attentively. "First of all, you need to know the mechanism behind the small worlds, and what is required to build a basic small world." The young mentor explained patiently. To put it simply, when you fully master a law, it can be used to construct the nucleus of your small world, and your other laws will be the foundation of the small world. The power of your small world depends on its foundation. The more laws are melded into it, the more powerful it will be. However, fundamentally speaking, a nucleus is enough to build a small world even without the foundation. It can accommodate extraordinary power of faith. Extraordinary power of faith. Su Ping knew the power of faith, but was confused by this description. The power of faith had never been considered extraordinary in the Federation. Did the young mentor mean a different power, or did he think it was more important? Exactly. If you boost the nucleus of the small world with faith power, you'll be able to harness its power. That's the most basic small world. The young mentor continued. Most geniuses' small worlds have been built with the laws they have fully mastered as foundation. Your small world will be as hard as it can be if you fully master the 4 supreme laws and use them to make the foundation. If you fully master all 4 supreme laws, your small world built upon them will be perfect. In fact, you don't have to try too hard when you condense the first small world. If you do, establishing a second small world will be a lot harder. The young mentor glanced at Su Ping and added, "Take me for example. I have 3 small worlds. The first one is based on many laws, including the 4 supreme ones. The second small world is based on the 4 supreme laws that I've fully mastered. This made my second world harder than the first one. They can enhance each other without swallowing each other. If you fully master the 4 supreme laws in the first small world, you will need to fight greater powers to establish a second small world, so that the 2 small worlds don't melt into each other. Once they do, the special enhancement field between them will cease to be." Su Ping was stunned. He didn't have to fully master the 4 supreme laws in the first small world. "Sir, if so, won't it be easier to condense a second small world if I build the first small world in a shabbier way?" asked Su Ping. The young mentor shook his head and said, "You must have a grasp on the 4 supreme laws in the first small world. If you can't, you won't be able to bear the enhancing power of the second small world." Su Ping was then enlightened. He then asked, "Then, what did you use to construct your third small world?" The young mentor looked at him and said, "I got my third small world by luck. I acquired a special inspiration from the heart of a strange beast, which was as powerful as the 4 supreme laws. I also mastered it even more deeply. That's how I condensed a third small world that was even more powerful." An inspiration. Exactly. You may try to perceive the 4 supreme laws and perfect your first small world first. Then you can fully master the 4 supreme laws and establish a second small world. That's what we all do. All our students can condense 2 small worlds. However, it's challenging to create a third one. You need to search for new inspirations, said the mentor. Su Ping understood. So inspirations were what really mattered. Did that ancestral god attain 7 small worlds by obtaining many inspirations as powerful as the 4 supreme laws? Su Ping was dumbfounded. The 4 supreme laws were well acknowledged as the greatest of them all. It would be rare to find any other laws as good as them. There's another way to establish a small world. The young mentor continued. That is, finding a special treasure. There are certain items in this world that carry special powers. You can use them as the foundation for small worlds if you can find them. As far as I know, each leaf of the Chaos-born Thousand Paths world tree contains a small world. You can establish a small world if you get one of its leaves. The Thousand Paths world tree, Su Ping was stunned. It was a horrifying thought, for each leaf to contain a small world. If so, wouldn't I be able to condense thousands of small worlds if I found the tree? Su Ping couldn't help but ask. The young mentor shook his head. Of course not. As I said, your small worlds must be different from each other to prevent them from fusing. The leaves of that tree are mostly the same. Even if you get 100 of them, only one will work for you. He shook his head with a weird expression as he added, "Why am I telling you this? Not even ancestral gods have been able to find such treasures. I was only making an example. There are many other items with special effects, but you'll need luck to obtain them. Unfortunately, you are a human being. You could rely on your clan's help to establish a third small world, especially if it were a high-ranked clan. He glanced at Su Ping and shook his head. Humans were just a vassal species in the Archean divinity. There were indeed human experts beyond the realm, but none of them dared to break into the Archean divinity. Gods gave humans a place for survival because of those experts. So to speak, do high-ranked clans have such treasures? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He remembered the prince who challenged him and suddenly envied him. Being a prince, the guy was definitely important in his family. It would also be really simple to form 3 small worlds since he had grasped the 4 supreme laws. He would be able to have more small worlds if he had other opportunities, or if he was talented. That's the capital of a major clan. I can't compare to them. Su Ping heaved a sigh and focused on his own cultivation. He had almost finished mastering the 4 supreme laws. He intended to use the fruit of epiphany for the law of destruction. As for the law of vitality, he decided to wait for the 7th astral painting to form. Those laws have been melted into the first small world. It seems that I'll have to look for unusual items to establish a second small world, or to grasp an even rarer law. Su Ping gradually made up a plan. For him, the trip was totally worth it. At least, he was no longer blind. The task was challenging, but now he knew how to accomplish it. Thank you for your enlightenment, sir. Su Ping thanked the young mentor sincerely. The latter had been patiently teaching him, without any sense of discrimination. That's all right. It's quite unusual for such a genius as yourself to emerge among humans. Not many gods are able to condense a small world while in the celestial god state. Keep it up. Maybe the rise of humanity will depend on you, said the young mentor with a smile. Su Ping smiled. He knew that the young mentor was only making fun of him, but he was willing to step up to the plate, even though he wasn't strong enough yet. He bid his mentor goodbye and returned to his temple, as he waited for the duel. Soon after, the beautiful servant returned. She seemed to be delighted as she greeted Su Ping. Mr. Su Ping, the prince who challenged you to a duel was taken to the board of inspection. The duel has to be postponed. Huh? Su Ping was surprised by the turn of events. Did something happen to him? I asked around. An accident happened to a princess of the Rain clan. All the clan is furious. The board of inspection is investigating the matter, said the servant with a smile. While stunned for a moment, Su Ping remembered that 4 nobles of the Rain clan had gone to the institute, and only one of them passed the test. He asked, "What happened to the princess? Which one was she?" The servant looked around and said in a low voice, "The princess died. I heard that something went wrong during her cultivation. It's the princess of the Rain clan who went to the Fighting Heavens Academy." The Fighting Heavens Academy. Su Ping's eyes were cold. Was she the only princess who qualified? He had heard that the competition among the young scions was cruel, but he didn't know that they could kill a princess while inside the Heaven Path Institute. No wonder the other nobles are being investigated. They benefited from the princess' death. However, were they not worried that the ancestral god in their clan would find something out? That is, unless their supporters did something. Su Ping realized that those major clans weren't in harmonious terms. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he simply shook his head and stopped thinking about it, as he had already accomplished his goal. He said goodbye to the servant and told her that he would enter seclusion again. Then, he killed himself when nobody was around. Once he left using a random resurrection, Su Ping wandered the realm with his pets. The Archean divinity was undoubtedly vast. However, unlike the chaotic realm of the undead, most places were inhabited by gods or their vassal species. There were cities everywhere. Therefore, Su Ping didn't find desolate areas suitable for training until after a few consecutive resurrections. Looks like the chaotic realm of the undead is a better place for cultivation. I can fight monsters anytime I want, Su Ping thought. Su Ping left the Archean divinity and returned to his store a few days later. Su Ping had spent those days becoming more familiar with the Archean divinity instead of just fighting. He saw a lot of new things. Such knowledge was sometimes more important than strength. The arrays and skills of the Archean divinity are truly amazing. They're much better astral skills. No wonder the gods have been standing above all the other species since ancient times. Although Su Ping didn't like gods because of their racial bias, Joanna and the young mentor were a clear example that not all gods were the same. Su Ping truly admired the gods when it came to cultivation and secret techniques, since they were much more advanced than those of the Federation. It was already nighttime when Su Ping returned to his store. He simply stood there in the lobby. The store was already closed. It was obvious that a fair amount of customers had been received during the day. Joanna and Green Lady were on the couch, and Tang Ruyan seemed to be fighting in the virtual battlefield. Neither of the two women showed any response to Su Ping's sudden arrival. They glanced at him and then minded their own business. "Kid, why is it that you don't need to go through the heavenly tribulation?" Su Ping summoned the Chaos Beast, which had just passed the enlightenment phase, but had already grown more than 12 meters tall. He had already examined its level. According to the system's identification, he realized that his pet had risen to the void state after only spending a few days in the Archean divinity. However, what puzzled him was that the pet's breakthrough to the ocean state didn't cause any heavenly tribulation. Back in the Archean divinity, it reached the ocean state from the 9th rank in the most natural way. Su Ping didn't see any heavenly tribulation when it reached the void state, either. Is it possible that not even the heavens dare to punish it? The idea popped up in Su Ping's head. Ever since he learned that the heavens were conscious, he started to have more thoughts about the heavenly tribulation, which wasn't entirely natural as he originally thought. Howl! The Chaos Beast nodded at Su Ping, seemingly proud of its own progress. Su Ping glanced at it and sent it to the pet room, straight to a nursing pen. The Chaos Beast had acknowledged Su Ping as its master after those days exploring. It had also bonded with the Dark Dragon Hound, the little skeleton, and the other pets. It has just reached the void state, and yet it's already bold enough to attack Star State beasts and break into Star-Lord's small worlds. What a monster! Su Ping shook his head. He thought that he was talented enough. He had even shocked Celestials when he condensed a small world while still being in the Fate state. However, he was lacking when compared to that little monster. A more devastating fact was, the pet had just been hatched a few days prior. It seems that I have to cultivate harder, or the pet will surpass me very soon. Su Ping had a feeling of crisis. It would be a major disaster if his pet grew up too fast and broke free from his contract. Chapter 1006, Interstellar Garden. Su Ping went to a nursing pen with a lot of spiritual power. He felt that spiritual power wasn't as effective as deity aura, but it was still 3 times as effective as astral power. Spiritual power had some special effects. For example, it could increase one's power of understanding. However, the power would have to be absorbed for a long time. Su Ping took out the fruit of epiphany and swallowed it. Then, he focused his attention on grasping the law of destruction. He intended to fully master the law of destruction with the fruit of epiphany. Then, he could master the law of vitality with the 7th astral painting. Destruction. The aggressive power of the first astral painting is one type of destruction. It destroys and ruins everything. Complete destruction is not another form of rebirth. Destruction is not the transition between life and death, but that found between existence and nothingness. Time flew. Su Ping cultivated inside the nursing pen, completely devoted. The room was fully closed. Nobody could enter without his permission. A lot of thoughts popped up in Su Ping's head thanks to the amazing buff caused by the fruit. There seemed to be a special aura around him, which allowed him to perceive many laws in nature and understand many things that would otherwise escape his attention. Su Ping's cultivation came to an end after a few days passed. His eyes became even darker. They were like the tranquil stars in the night sky. Destruction. Su Ping gathered the spiritual power around him on his fingertip. Then, the gathered spiritual power was consolidated and annihilated into nothingness. Even the conservation of energy had been broken by the law of destruction. The conservation of energy applies everywhere in the universe, but the law of destruction ruins its root. It cannot be found, not even in the ninth space. It's literal destruction. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Su Ping. If anyone fully mastered the law of destruction and then continuously annihilated all energy and matter in the universe, would the entire universe disappear in the end? It's theoretically possible. I can completely destroy a planet within a day, considering my current power. Su Ping's eyes glittered. However, the universe is too big and there are countless planets in every galaxy, not to mention the star zones. However, if anyone is strong enough to destroy one solar system at a time, they could exterminate the universe sooner or later. I'm not the only person who has mastered the law of destruction. However, if anyone does it, they would catch a lot of attention. The celestial state experts wouldn't let them go. Su Ping's awe for cultivators grew even more. His fear also grew as he grasped more and more strength. His own strength was already much more powerful than nuclear weapons. He found it hard to imagine what ancestral gods were capable of. The hole that the Twilight Deity King blocked with his body, the finger that turned into a tower in the Valiant Academy. Whatever they fought might be creatures that tried to do unpardonable things with their power. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was even more determined to rise to higher levels. There had been destructive wars even in the Archean divinity. He didn't want to be as helpless as he had been when he faced the Lord of Deep Caves on the Blue Planet. He withdrew the destructive power on his fingertip, then left the nursing pen. It was night time. Su Ping saw Joanna and Green Lady in the lobby. They told him that he had stayed in seclusion for 5 days. The gala the Lulan family mentioned is going to take place soon. I don't know what the Sea of Illusions is. Let me find out. Su Ping's interest was piqued by the Sea of Illusions. There were too many secrets in the universe. Su Ping wanted to know what had happened in the past. He took out his phone, found Lulan Feng's number, and informed him that he was going to pay them a visit. Lulan Feng was thrilled to hear that Su Ping was willing to go there. He accepted Su Ping's request and invited him to take his family's spaceship. Is the spaceship right here on Rhea? Su Ping was surprised. Fearing misunderstandings, Lulan Feng quickly replied, Mr. Su, we certainly have to make sure that your life is comfortable since you agreed to help the Lulan family. This spaceship is for your own use. I can ask the crew to pick you up at your store immediately. Okay, Su Ping asked, is the Sea of Illusions open yet? Not yet. The gala in our estate has yet to start. We'll be able to arrive in time if we leave right now. We'll be able to attend it in time. We can make arrangements if you want to visit the Sea of Illusions afterwards, said Lulan Feng with a smile. Su Ping nodded. Fine, I can go right now. Sure. A spaceship arrived in the sky above the store just a minute later. Su Ping informed Joanna, Green Lady, and Tang Ruyan of his visit to the Lulan family and asked them to take care of the store. They were already used to Su Ping being away and didn't show any reaction. Even Tang Ruyan was also too devoted to training to say anything. She had been making fast progress because of the skills she had learned in the Heaven Path Institute. She knew she had to become stronger in order to keep up with Su Ping. Once he left the store, Su Ping sensed something and looked at the dragon statue by the door. The fat lightning rat was still crouching there. It squinted at him, then lazily moved its eyes away to the street. That guy. Su Ping shook his head. The lightning rat, the first pet he ever trained, had gone to the primordial cultivation sites and should have gained enough intelligence to know that its master, the cute girl named Su Yanying, was already gone and would never come back. However, waiting seemed to have become a habit. I'll find you a new master, Su Ping said. He had always had special feelings for the naughty, dirty little creature. After all, it was the first pet he had ever trained. The lightning rat glanced at him after hearing what Su Ping said, then gazed at the street again. There were many customers waiting in line outside the store, but none was the one it had been waiting for. Su Ping shook his head, then greeted customers who were still waiting at night. After that, he flashed toward the spaceship in the sky. The spaceship's hatch was then opened. Two middle-aged Star Lords with the semblance of guards flanked the entrance. They respectfully said to Su Ping, "Mr. Su, this way please." Once entering the spaceship, Su Ping asked, "How long will the trip to the Lulens take?" "Around 4 days." "Got it." Su Ping then asked, "Is there a training room in the spaceship?" "Yes." The two men were about to introduce the top amenities found inside so he could enjoy himself, but they smartly avoided the subject since he had directly asked for a place to cultivate. They were also admiring Su Ping's diligence. Su Ping dismissed them once they reached the room. He then entered the training room and took out materials from his storage. "The enhancement of the astral array isn't as good as my master's, but not too bad." Su Ping sat cross-legged and cultivated on the top level of the training room. Abundantly nutritious tonics were absorbed and transformed into astral power. The astral power was then absorbed by the vortexes deep inside his astral oceans and transformed into deity aura. While absorbing and cultivating, Su Ping redistributed the deity aura and condensed stars in his body. He was planning to condense the 7th astral painting faster. It's becoming more difficult to complete the astral paintings. The 6th astral painting is about time, the 7th is about vitality, the 8th is about the world, but the 9th is unknown. My combat ability will probably have a qualitative change by the time I condense all the 9 astral paintings. Time flew quickly. Su Ping absorbed many rare medicines during this time. His cultivation advanced at a quick speed thanks to the enhancement of the astral array. Normal cultivators could have advanced from the star state to the Star Lord state after having that many medicines. And yet Su Ping had only condensed 2 stars. "I've only condensed 2 stars in 4 days. The 7th astral painting requires more than 50 of them. The resources I need are truly terrifying." Su Ping gave a slight head shake. It would be impossible for normal cultivators to practice the technique even if they had it. Seeing him exit the training room, a Star Lord by the door quickly said, "Mr. Su, we're arriving at the Allen Star Gate." "The Allen Star Gate." "It's a stargate that the Lulen family set up at the edge of our solar system. Beyond the stargate is our interstellar garden. The entire planetary system belongs to us," said the middle-aged man, showing respect and a sense of pride. Being one of the biggest families in the universe, the Lulens had directly and indirectly ended up controlling a much bigger land. However, that interstellar garden completely belonged to the family. All of its residents were family members. Yes, the Lulens already had enough population to occupy a planetary system. They had achieved it without even counting the family branches. The Lulen family had a long history and a huge population. The Lulen planetary system was their home. Su Ping remained silent. He looked at the splendid gate outside of the spaceship, which was completely made of energy. There was a teleportation vortex at the center of the gate. The gate had equally massive space stations on both sides. The most eye-catching point of all was the stone foundation underneath the gate that suppressed 3 dragons. Each of them was thousands of meters long, indicating that they were most likely ascendant state beasts. The 3 dragons were already dead, but their bodies were absolutely intact. They looked like statues. "How splendid," Su Ping nodded. Once hearing that, the middle-aged man put on a smile. "You're being too kind, Mr. Su. This cannot possibly compare to the celestial court." Su Ping merely glanced at him, not saying a word. The middle-aged man suddenly realized that he had misspoken. He shouldn't have tried to make comparisons. The Lulens didn't have a celestial expert, even though they did have celestial state friends. That was their reason for needing to befriend as many celestials as possible. It would definitely be insensible to infuriate any of them. Even though they had a tremendous number of ascendants, their numbers would sharply decline if they ever made an enemy out of a celestial. The middle-aged man was pale-faced. He peeped at Su Ping and was secretly relieved to find that Su Ping didn't seem to be offended. Soon after, the spaceship sailed through the Stargate. Beyond the gate was a splendid universe with countless stars. The spaceship jumped continuously and reached the most splendid part. There were altogether 7 planets in the system. 6 of them surrounded the last one. Above the 7 planets was a sun. The spaceship flew to the biggest planet at the center. There was another spaceship outside the planet. It decelerated behind many other spaceships waiting to land on the planet. Then Su Ping's spaceship flew right next to the spaceship's queue. "Mr. Su, this way, please." The spaceship passed through the special channel. Its door was opened and all the crew members approached Su Ping. The Star Lord at the lead said to Su Ping respectfully, "This spaceship cannot land on the planet. Please forgive us. I've sent word of your arrival. Someone will come to pick you up." Su Ping nodded. All of them left the spaceship. Soon, a small aircraft that looked like a boat reached them, and a familiar man walked out. He was none other than Lulen Feng. Lulen Feng was excited to see Su Ping and offered his greeting. "Mr. Su, I hope the journey wasn't too exhausting." Seeing how warm and courteous he was, Su Ping once again experienced the charm that came with being a genius. He nodded. "Thank you for picking me up." "Mr. Su, you must be tired. I'll take you to your residence first," said Lulen Feng with a smile. Su Ping was lost for words. That spaceship was too well equipped to make him feel the least bit tired. He asked, "When will the gala you mentioned start? How long do I have to wait before I can enter the Sea of Illusions?" Well, obviously, Lulen Feng didn't expect Su Ping to be that blunt, but he soon recovered and smiled. "Probably 2 weeks. A lot of amazing things will happen. You won't get bored, Mr. Su." 2 weeks, Su Ping thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you have any places for training?" Chapter 1007, Lulen Lin. Lulen Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, he put on a smile. He realized that Su Ping was willing to visit mainly because of the Sea of Illusions. The tycoon liked Su Ping, who was talented and hardworking. As long as Su Ping didn't end up stuck in the threshold of the ascendant state, the Lulen family would have a heavenly lord friend sooner or later. "Yes, our training Holy Land will forever be open to you for free, Mr. Su," said Lulen Feng with a smile. Su Ping nodded. "Let's talk along the way." Lulen Feng invited Su Ping to board the aircraft, before he continued with a smile. "In fact, our family used this occasion to invite a lot of geniuses so they could communicate and practice with the juniors of our family. You're probably familiar with 3 of them. They were your competitors during the Universe Geniuses contest." "Oh." Su Ping sat down in the aircraft together with Lulen Feng. He had a lot of mixed feelings at the mention of the contest. Only a few years had passed, yet he felt that it had taken place a long time before. It is 6 Lives Buddha who masters the laws of time and space, the lady named Lillian, and Dragon Shepherd, who uses a full lineup of dragons, said Lulen Feng with a smile. They've all advanced into the star state over the years. I believe you'll have a lot of subjects to discuss. It's them. Su Ping was slightly surprised, as they were from powerful organizations from different star zones. The fact that all of them had been invited was a telltale of the family's clout. Besides them, some geniuses listed on the local Divine Lord rank will also come. They're very curious about you, as they heard that you couldn't leave the Celestial Court without challenging the Divine Lord rank, said Lulen Feng, with admiration for the young legend next to him. He had condensed a small world while he was still at the Fate state, to later reach the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank when he was a mere star state warrior. He was ahead of his peers the whole time. If he advanced into the ascendant state, even the ancient heavenly lords would probably be interested in him. It's indeed a splendid occasion. Su Ping realized that a lot of important figures had surely been invited to the gala. Besides his peers, many ascendants were surely invited. The aircraft then flew past the planet's seas and landed on a giant city in one of the continents. That planet was as large as a star. Its continents covered an area hundreds of times as big as the blue planet's surface. The Lulen's core members lived there. Their businesses and influence were spread throughout the universe. Once the aircraft landed, Lulan Feng took Su Ping to a helical building inside the city. "Mr. Su, I hope this place isn't too demeaning for you. Here's your access card." Lulan Feng gave Su Ping a metallic card and said, "Just as a measure to prevent outsiders from sneaking in, entering and exiting the city requires identity confirmation. I hope you can forgive us, Mr. Su." Su Ping nodded and accepted the card. "This place is good enough. Let's check the training place first." Lulan Feng smiled bitterly. He had arranged many people to serve Su Ping in the building, including top stars and models. However, the latter had ignored his gifts before he could give them away. "Okay," Lulan Feng didn't insist. He immediately took Su Ping away from the city. "There are altogether 7 continents on this planet. Our training holy land is one of them. It's been set up and optimized by a lot of celestial experts. All those who cultivate there are the most talented descendants from our family. It will be their honor to meet you," said Lulan Feng. He had also planned to introduce the juniors of his family to Su Ping. After all, the young genius was their peer, and they would have more things in common. The ties with Su Ping and the Lulans would become stronger if any of them befriended him. The juniors would also benefit from it at a personal level. Su Ping knew what was on Lulan Feng's mind, but chose to accommodate. After all, he had accepted a lot of materials from him. He could manage the trivial things as long as they didn't affect him. The aircraft soon reached the central area of the continent. There was a vast and prosperous city there, with buildings made in different architectural styles and all kinds of business streets. On the east side, closer to the core region, there was an area with splendid mountains. Many men were flying to and fro. There was also a purple cloud above the biggest mountain at the center. It was spraying a substantial amount of astral power all the time. "That is a treasure that a heavenly lord gave up," Lulan Feng introduced it to Su Ping. "It was made by ancient deities, which was collected from some ruins. It may look like a cloud, but it's actually a deity craft. It can decompose astral crystals into pure energy so that it's easier to absorb them." A deity artifact. Su Ping looked at the glow. He had already seen the deity's items in Luofu. Unlike the futuristic items from the Federation, all the deity's treasures looked marvelous. They were like drops of water, clouds, or stones. Such items were refined in different ways, unlike those used in the Federation. "Mr. Su, you may cultivate on the main peak. I'll make arrangements for you later," said Lulan Feng with a smile. The aircraft reached the main peak where the purple cloud was hanging. Lulan Feng invited Su Ping to step out. The two of them then flew to a spacious square on top of the main peak. There were a lot of people at the square, and a few arenas for pet fights. "All of them are geniuses of our clan," said Lulan Feng. Some members of the Lulan family had participated in the Universe Geniuses contest too, but none made it to the top 10. Some did reach the top 100, but they were eclipsed by geniuses such as Su Ping. Still, they became famous within their family and received a lot of resources. Su Ping nodded, then followed Lulan Feng to land on the square. He saw rays falling from the glowing purple cloud all the time. Some landed on his body and increased his astral power, while others leaked into the astral array on the ground, making it even more powerful. From the sky to the ground, the entire mountain was a precious land for cultivation. It was as effective as Su Ping's training room in the Celestial Court. "It's the director." "Huh, the man next to him looks so familiar." Many people at the square noticed their arrival. Very soon, someone recognized Su Ping and exclaimed, "Ah, damn it! Seriously, isn't he the monster who became the champion of the Universe Geniuses contest?" "What? It's him, the super genius who condensed a small world while in the Fate state." Lulan Feng smiled upon hearing the consecutive exclamations. Although battles in the Divine Sea mysterious realm were never publicized, the Lulans managed to gain the recordings of those battles. That was why the geniuses of the family became very familiar with the fighting in those conditions. Lulan Feng suddenly saw a person and then waved at her with a smile. "Princess Lin." While standing in the crowd, the girl in the white dress was stunned. She also noticed Su Ping. The exclamations allowed her to learn he was the unparalleled genius who had won the universal contest and condensed a small world while in the Fate state. She was somewhat puzzled after noticing that Lu Len Feng had called out to her, but she walked to him anyway. Uncle Feng. Lin, this is Mr. Su Ping, Lu Len Feng introduced with a smile. Mr. Su, she is Lu Len Lin, descendant of one of our heavenly lords. She is very gifted and is currently listed 29th on the Divine Lord rank. She might become a heavenly lord too if she reaches the ascendant state. Slightly impressed, Su Ping nodded at the girl. Lu Len Lin detected that Su Ping was in the star state. However, she didn't underestimate him at all. She nodded at Su Ping and said, "Hello. I've heard a lot about you and the miracles you've worked. I look forward to fighting you in the Star Lord state." Lu Len Feng was slightly dazed. He hurriedly winked at Lin. The young woman was confused by his expression. Did she misspeak? Lu Len Feng didn't know what to say. He had long heard that Princess Lin was a manly girl, and that was very true. He smiled bitterly. He had summoned Lin because the family wanted to marry her off to Su Ping so that he would become attached to the family. Even if Su Ping couldn't reach the ascendant state, he had shown enough potential to be the strongest Star Lord. Considering that estimation, it wouldn't be too humiliating to marry Lu Len Lin to him. Well, you are peers. You must have a lot of things in common besides training. You can get together and chat often whenever you have the time. Lu Len Feng coughed and dropped a hint. Su Ping was even more surprised to hear that she was his peer. He asked, "How old are you?" Lu Len Lin said in a straightforward manner, "I'm only 128 years old. What about you?" "Me, I'm only 30. Su Ping didn't know how to count his own age. After all, time flowed at a different speed inside cultivation sites, but all in all, he couldn't be older than 30. Furthermore, he only began cultivating until he was 18. The girl, on the other hand, must have trained since she was inside the womb. "It seems that we're not really peers. You're old enough to be my grandma," said Su Ping. Lu Len Lin obviously didn't expect Su Ping to be that young. She then snorted gloomily and said, "If you want to call me grandma, I'll gladly accept it." Lu Len Feng. What was that all about? Damn it, I was expecting them to talk about art and life. Why did they have to discuss age? He glanced at Su Ping, wondering if he even knew how to talk to girls. How could he call her grandma on their first meeting? Cultivators on their level could easily live tens of thousands of years. 100-year gap wasn't relevant. However, Lu Len Feng didn't expect Su Ping to be as young, either. Then he remembered that the young man had merely been a Fate State warrior earlier, so he found it understandable. Fate State warriors were mostly in their 20s. Lu Len Lin was only 16 when she reached the Fate State and 18 when she reached the Star State. Her level didn't stop soaring until she became a Star Lord. After all, the Ascendant State was just a step above her. She might be stuck there for the rest of her life. Lu Len Feng coughed and said, "Lin, Mr. Su is a guest of our family. You can talk about other things." Lu Len Lin was surprised. "He is. Aren't all our guests in the Ascendant State? He's only a Star State warrior, right?" Lu Len Feng coughed even harder. "Mr. Su is an unparalleled genius, one that will surely reach the Ascendant State. He may even become a heavenly lord. I don't think it'll take too long for this to happen." Su Ping said humbly, "You flatter me." Lu Len Lin realized that their family was considering this as an early investment. She couldn't help but observe the young man carefully and was rather astonished by his young age and position again. She asked, "You're in the Star State. You must have built a small world. Do you want to practice with me? I'll go easy on you." Cough, cough. Lu Len Feng coughed so hard that he could barely stand straight. "Well, Princess Lin, I'll get someone for you if you want to practice, but Mr. Su isn't the best choice." "He isn't," Lu Len Lin was puzzled. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on him." Lu Len Feng felt his blood start to freeze. He could only confess with a bitter smile, "Princess Lin, Mr. Su's master tested him recently. He wasn't allowed to leave the celestial court unless he was able to fight against the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. He left the celestial court a while back, which is why he's here. Lulen Lin was stunned. She was direct but not stupid. The top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. She gazed at Su Ping and said, "You're able to fight against the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. How is that possible? You're barely in the star state, aren't you? And you've only become one recently. Why did condense a small world, but still?" She found it hard to believe that a star state warrior had surpassed her. Suddenly, she remembered something. She asked, "Did you fight my avatar when you challenged the Divine Lord rank?" Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so." "Why not? I've been on the Divine Lord rank for a long time." "Maybe I skipped you during the challenges," said Su Ping. After all, he had skipped 10 people at a time. Lulen Lin happened to be the 29th. He had challenged the 20th after defeating the 30th, ignoring everybody in between. Chapter 1008, Third of the Divine Lord rank. "You skipped me. Why?" asked Lulen Lin in confusion. "Why?" Stunned, Su Ping shook his head and said, "There's no reason why. I happened to defeat the one below you, so I skipped you." Lulen Lin was lost for words. She finally understood what Su Ping said. The man didn't challenge the people on the Divine Lord rank one by one, but skipped many. How arrogant of him. You just became a Star Lord. Even if you condensed a small world, it's still rather unbelievable that you actually made it to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. Lulen Lin looked at Su Ping suspiciously, knowing what kind of monsters were on the section of the list. Some were previous champions of the Universe Geniuses contest. They hadn't stepped into the ascendant state, yet because they had yet to grasp their own path. She found it hard to believe that previous champions of the universe had been beaten by Su Ping, who had just reached the star state. After all, those guys were geniuses who had defeated Star Lords while in the star state. They had spent a long time in the Star Lord level, yet they were beaten by Su Ping, who was a realm lower than them. It didn't make sense. "It's not that hard." Su Ping, for one, didn't find it too unbelievable. After all, he had trained in the cultivation sites and possessed powerful techniques offered by the system. In particular, after having seen and experienced the might of the princes and princesses among the gods, he knew that the Star Lords on the Divine Lord rank still had a lot of room for improvement. Cough, cough. Lulen Feng was coughing so hard that his lungs were almost dry. He said, "Let's talk about something else other than training. Princess Lin, this is the first time that Mr. Su has come here. Show him around. Mr. Su, ask her if you have any questions." Lulen Feng was puzzled. "Uncle Feng, are you sick?" Su Ping was also surprised. "Do ascendants get sick too?" Lulen Feng's lips twitched. He looked around and soon saw a young man in the crowd. He immediately waved at him. "Hi, come here." Hai was a young man with a pale face and white hair, which was different from everybody else's. He slightly frowned after hearing that, but approached anyway. He observed the talented young man who shocked the entire universe a few years back, only to find that he was no different from the other participants he had seen. "Mr. Su, he is Hai, one of the most distinguished juniors in the Lulen family. He is proud to have a top demonic constitution named Skeleton Demon. You're on the same level. I wonder if you could teach him something when you're free," said Lulen Feng. The Skeleton Demon Constitution. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. That constitution was only second to the 10 divine constitutions. It was said that it could store all the laws he perceived in his bones. Once the bones were filled with laws, he could unleash an unbelievable power. He could also control other people's bones, which made him a potentially great assassin. "I don't think I can teach him anything. I'm too busy with my own training in any case," said Su Ping. Lulen Feng smiled and said, "You can work it out between you two. There's something else that I must attend to. See you." He then returned to his aircraft and left the peak. The young man named Hai said indifferently, "Director Feng always minds other people's business. Don't feel offended. I too have to go and train. Goodbye." Su Ping nodded. Lulen Lin, however, stopped him and said, "Hai, what's with that attitude? Uncle Feng was doing you a favor. This guy must have some useful tricks to reach the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. You can learn from him about the way to achieve that in the star state. Huh, speaking of which, how did you achieve that? She suddenly looked at Su Ping curiously. Hai looked rather helpless. He was obviously used to Princess Lin's whimsical behavior. Well, Su Ping didn't know how to answer that question. He couldn't say that he simply smashed all his enemies down, could he? Forget it, it must be one of your secrets. I shouldn't have asked that. She thought she had seen reluctance from Su Ping's hesitation. Su Ping felt rather helpless. Hai glanced at Su Ping and said, "If you did challenge the Divine Lord rank while in the star state, Lord Shen Huang must have given you a lot of power of faith that allowed you to crush them. That's the only possibility." My master did give me a lot of faith power, yes. Su Ping nodded and admitted the fact. With understanding in his eyes, Hai cupped his hands at Su Ping and said, "I'm off to continue my cultivation." Su Ping was indeed a super genius, but he considered himself not far off. Besides, people in his position didn't have to curry anyone's favor. As soon as he worked out a unique path, he could later reach the ascendant state and become a heavenly lord too. Sure. Su Ping nodded and said to Lin, "I too have to cultivate." Okay. Lin felt somewhat helpless as she saw Hai leave. He said to Su Ping, "Cultivate well then. I'll have someone spare a seat for you." She then waved her hand, asking a few young men to spare a hole where astral power was gushing from. Su Ping realized that Lin and Hai were among the renowned in the crowd. That was probably why Lin Feng had made the introductions. Shedding all random thoughts, Su Ping approached the hole and was about to cultivate when he heard a delighted voice. "Brother Su, you're here too." Su Ping raised his head with evident surprise. He saw a bald man flash over, appearing a few meters in front of him. He was none other than Six Lives Buddha, who had almost won the Universe Geniuses contest. Su Ping didn't expect to meet him there. He said with a weird feeling of familiarity, "I didn't know you were here." "The Lulens invited me. I heard that they had also invited you, so I dropped by to see you." The Six Lives Buddha looked at Lin, who was next to Su Ping, and said to the latter, "I heard that your master gave you a hard test where you had to fight the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank, just to allow you to leave the Celestial Court. Is that true?" "Yes." Su Ping nodded. He didn't know that the monk had been paying attention to him too. "Did you complete the test?" asked the Six Lives Buddha, his eyes wide. Su Ping replied with a smile, "It took me years to do that." The monk didn't know what to say. "You must have grown a lot since the Universe Geniuses contest. I thought the gap between us would be shortened, but it is even wider than before." Su Ping saw that the monk had grown mature when compared to years back. He asked, "What about you? You didn't challenge the Divine Lord rank." "I did. I'm now only around the 80th, said the monk with a bitter smile. He would reveal this to others just to show off. However, he was truly feeling sorry for himself at the moment. He felt devastated by Su Ping's achievements. "That's not bad," Su Ping comforted him. Six Lives Buddha smiled in frustration. Then he thought that they were both growing rapidly, and that the bottleneck to reach the ascendant state was still ahead of them. He still had a chance to catch up, and even surpass Su Ping before they came into contact with that obstacle. "I heard that Luo Wang has been crazy too, and that he's as strong as the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but I believe it's true." Six Lives Buddha heaved a sigh with mixed feelings. "You two are truly monsters. I couldn't have defeated you." Su Ping said with a smile, "One victory or one failure doesn't mean much. Let's spar again when we both reach the ascendant state." Six Lives Buddha said with excitement in his glittering eyes, "Everyone says that we'll become heavenly lords the moment we reach the ascendant state. Let's share some pointer by then." "Do count me in if you're going to practice," said a gentle yet firm female voice, interrupting them. Both of them raised their heads, only to see a cute girl flying over. It was none other than Lillian, who had performed remarkably in the contest. Behind Lillian was an arrogant-looking young man. He was Dragon Shepherd. The latter had heard a lot about Su Ping too, and wore a complicated expression as he looked at him. He had been crushed in the contest, and didn't even have a chance to fight Su Ping. It was truly uncomfortable after seeing that the champion from back then was still brilliant, and was able to stand head-to-head with the monsters on the Divine Lord rank. The gap between them was being widened. He had always been the person who left others far behind, yet he was experiencing the opposite at the moment. "Okay," said the monk and laughed. Su Ping smiled too. They had competed in the past, and now they met again like old friends. "Alas, Luo Wang has been training in seclusion and was unable to join us. I would love to find out which of you is stronger." 6 Lives Buddha glanced at Su Ping with competitiveness in his eyes. "Luo Wang isn't simple either. I heard that he's been admitted as a disciple of a celestial expert," said the dragon shepherd in a low voice. Most of his arrogance had been lost after the fiasco in the contest, and was willing to make friends with a genius such as Su Ping for the sake of himself and his family. Su Ping smiled but didn't comment on it. "It seems that the winners of the last contest are worthy contenders," said Lin. Then she glanced at the monk and added, "I heard that you're good at the laws of time and space. What do you say? Care to practice with me? I'll go easy on you." 6 Lives Buddha was stunned by the proposal. He quickly shook his hands and said, "Princess Lin, you're among the top 30 on the Divine Lord rank. It wouldn't be the least bit challenging for you to fight me." "It's just for fun. Why are you so anxious?" snapped Lin. The monk smiled bitterly. "It's fun for you, but a pointless beating for me." Lin glanced at him and then at Su Ping. She remembered what Lulin Feng had said, so she held back on what she wanted to say. To be honest, she really wanted to practice with Su Ping, but then she remembered the wide gap between them, so she chose not to in the end. "He's only a Star State warrior, and he can already fight against the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. Is it really true?" Tusk, he personally admitted it. He couldn't have lied, could he? "Indeed, he's the disciple of a celestial state expert. I don't think he'd lie for vanity points." The other descendants of the Lulin family looked at him with astonished eyes. He was already beyond their imagination. He had worked out another miracle, just like when he condensed a small world while still being in the fate state. "Were you the participants of the recent Universe Geniuses contest?" said a casual, yet cold voice at that moment. Like a freezing wind in autumn, it made the air become refreshing and cool. Everybody turned around and saw 3 men walking toward them. They concealed their auras, but their gait made it seem as if they were the center of the world, absorbing the energy around them. "It's Yi Ling." They invited him too. How awesome. Yi Ling. Indeed, he was the champion of the Universe Geniuses contest a few decades back. He's now already a Star Lord. In fact, he reached the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank the moment he became a Star Lord. I think he's ranked 3rd right now. "That's the Yi Ling, 3rd on the Divine Lord rank." A lot of exclamations burst out. All the Lulin geniuses were shocked. They were indeed talented, but none of them could compare with such a powerhouse. After all, he was the 3rd most powerful in an entire star zone. He was one of the best Star Lords, even in the scope of the entire universe. It meant that almost no one could kill them, except for ascendant experts. "I heard that there's a genius who condensed a small world in the fate state. Is it you?" The purple-robed Yi Ling immediately found Su Ping and singled him out. He could feel the weird aura the young man emanated, giving off an uncanny pressure. He was especially interested in such a genius, one who had stood out in the Universe Geniuses contest. Su Ping learned of the young man's identity after hearing all the whispers around him. He nodded and said, "Hello. I just heard that you challenged the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank while still being in the Star State." Yi Ling looked at Su Ping with great interest. "Are you interested in practicing with me?" "Well," everybody exclaimed. This came as a shock to all the Lulin geniuses, not expecting Yi Ling to be willing to spar with Su Ping. Although surprised, Su Ping glanced at him and shook his head. "No, I'm not." "You're not?" Yi Ling was dazed by the answer, not expecting that someone as renowned as Su Ping would decline a challenge extended in public. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't use all my strength. How about this? I'll just use one hand. Show me how you challenge the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank with your lower realm." There was nothing but silence. Everybody looked at Su Ping. There had been no mockery or condescension on his face when he spoke. However, there was exceptional confidence in his casual words. It was nothing personal, only the aura of a top genius which had been developed over a long period of time. However, Su Ping was also a top genius in his own right. It was unlikely that he would take such an offer lightly. It was then that Lulen Lin suddenly interjected with a frown. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Su is a friend of the Lulen family. You're a star lord and a champion from a competition years in the past, while Mr. Su has just reached the star state. A spar between you two wouldn't be fair, would it?" Hai, who had turned around and left earlier, watched in cold silence among the crowd. Chapter 1009, Suppression. "Like I said, I'll only use one hand. Or do you think I'd still be too strong for you?" asked Yi Ling casually. Lulen Lin said bluntly, "What's the point of such practice? You won't gain anything from it. Besides, it wouldn't be fair for him. You would only demean yourself whether you win or lose. Might as well wait until he reaches your level." Su Ping looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting her to defend him and argue with the third-place holder of the Divine Lord rank. That man's ranking was much higher than hers. Yi Ling glanced at Lulen Lin with glittering eyes. He realized something and said coldly, "You're talking as if I were bullying him. Fine. I'll just let you go for Princess Lin's sake. Such a disgrace. You won the Universe Geniuses contest, yet you hide behind a woman. I am very disappointed." The young geniuses of the Lulen family showed slight changes in their expressions as they looked at Su Ping. With a weird expression of his own, Su Ping asked, "You're merely third place in the Divine Lord rank. Are you even qualified to be disappointed?" Silence. The entire square fell silent. Everyone had their eyes trained on Su Ping, stunned. They didn't expect him to be as aggressive. Six Lives Buddha and Lillian also glanced at Su Ping. However, they didn't think he was being too cocky. Seeing Su Ping being looked down upon made them feel frustrated too. After all, Su Ping was the champion of their batch. They were elated to see Su Ping fight back. They didn't believe that Yi Ling could bully Su Ping in public. It was important to recall that Su Ping was a celestial expert's disciple. Even if Yi Ling really wanted to attack him, the Lulens would probably step in to prevent it. A surprised Lulen Lin looked at Su Ping, who was still wearing a weird expression. She didn't see any anger on Su Ping's face, and he seemed to mean what he said. "What did you just say?" Yi Ling quickly turned gloomy. He obviously didn't expect that Su Ping would be bold enough to say that. "Are you so old that your ears aren't working properly anymore? Do you need me to repeat what I said?" Su Ping snapped. "As far as I know, the Universe Geniuses contest is held every couple of 100 years, right? You participated in it before, so you must be at least 1,000 years old, and yet you're still acting like a child. You haven't reached the ascendant state in 1,000 years either. You're planning on waiting for 10,000 years. Everybody looked at Su Ping in disbelief. Most top geniuses weren't as talkative as Su Ping, who was blunt and straightforward to a fault. If not reaching the ascendant state in 1,000 years was something to be ashamed of, all the cultivators in the universe would have to cry, as many had been stuck right before the ascendant state threshold for tens of thousands of years. Yi Ling said with a contorted expression, "Ignorant. I know you just participated in the contest and you're still young. Do you think it's as easy to reach the ascendant state as it is to become a star lord? Some reached the star state at 20, became a star lord at 30, but failed to reach the ascendant state even at 30,000 years of age." "Will you be one of them?" asked Su Ping. Yes. Yi Ling was completely infuriated. He said with cold eyes, "Are you trying to get killed?" Su Ping looked at him as if he were an idiot before he raised his finger and said, "Firstly, don't talk as if you could kill me. Secondly, would you even dare to kill me?" Yi Ling fell silent. The whole square fell silent. All the Lulans had trouble breathing. They felt that the air had solidified. Yiling gazed at Su Ping, and the fury in his eyes was replaced by coldness, which gradually receded. What Su Ping said had calmed him down. It was pointless to continue arguing, and he couldn't kill him in public. After all, the fury of a celestial expert was overwhelming, even for his master. However, not being able to kill Su Ping didn't mean that he couldn't teach him a lesson, making him realize that he shouldn't just tease anyone. Yiling suddenly raised his hand and roared, "On your knees." There was a boom. A strange law was released, and a brilliant small world was manifested around himself. The small world looked like a splendid royal palace, ablaze with light. Laws were flying in the sky like chains. The power of faith was spreading out of the small world, just about to suppress Su Ping like a force field. Oh no! 6 Lives Buddha realized what was going on, and his face had a distraught expression. Lillian's face also changed, as she showed unveiled anger. She didn't expect that the man would dare to attack Su Ping and humiliate him in public. The overwhelming pressure fell upon Su Ping like a gigantic invisible hand. Right when everybody thought that Su Ping would fall on his knees as declared, Su Ping simply stood there, unmoving as if nothing had happened. Everybody was stunned yet again. They were completely confused. Yiling made use of his world, yet nothing really happened. Before they came back to their senses, Su Ping had unhurriedly raised his hand and pressed it down. He then said coldly, "On your knees." After a boom, the air quaked violently and the surrounding time and space solidified. A horrifying aura was spread out, giving off an intimidating pressure. The illusion of a dead and desolate small world surfaced behind Su Ping's back at the same time. Several laws began to emerge and hover, their power as mighty as dragons. The terrifying power gushed out of his small world and enshrouded the square. On the opposite side, Yiling's demeanor had a quick change. He trembled hard as if the entire sky were falling down. An irresistible force fell down over his head. The ground underneath his feet quickly started to crack. His feet sank into the slab of stone, but then he shook as the pressure rapidly increased, almost falling to his knees. He managed to support himself with astral power, right when his hands had almost hit the ground. Then, he raised his head with disbelief on his eyes. Su Ping looked at him indifferently, then slowly put his hand down to dismiss his small world. The pressure around the man was instantly eased. Su Ping had challenged all the top 10 warriors when he tried his hand on the Divine Lord rank, although he didn't secure a higher ranking. He remembered that only the Star Lord at the top had fully mastered all the 4 supreme laws and reached the limits of his small world. Since the latter didn't have the world multiplication technique, that was the best a Star Lord could theoretically achieve in the scope of the Federation. Aside from the best Star Lord, those below him were far weaker. Take Yiling, for example. He hadn't even perceived the 4 supreme laws yet, let alone fully mastering them. The whole square was silent after Su Ping relaxed his hand. Everybody looked at Su Ping, appalled as if he were a ghost. They couldn't believe what they had just seen, thinking it had been an illusion. Nothing happened when Yiling attacked. Conversely, he was subdued by Su Ping's attack. What just happened? Was it a hallucination? How is it possible? Was it because Yiling was careless and unprepared? Didn't that man just advance to the star state? Yiling is 3rd on the Divine Lord rank. All the top 10 rankers are monsters. He's definitely strong. All the descendants of the Lulan family were screaming in their hearts, unable to believe what had just happened. Yiling's face was grim and cold, but there was no anger. He coldly stared at Su Ping like a wild wolf. The 2 people that were accompanying him were also stunned. "There's still a long road ahead of you," said Su Ping with a peaceful expression. There wasn't any emotion in his words. He was only stating a fact. To reach the limits of a small world was only the first step. Based on the world multiplication technique, the difficulty to add a new small world would be doubled. Su Ping felt that there was still a lot he needed to accomplish when he thought of the ancestral god who had managed to establish 7 small worlds. Standing next to Su Ping, Both Six Lives Buddha and Lillian snapped out of their shock. Their eyelids twitched when they heard what Su Ping had said. They wondered what kind of monster the guy next to them was. He had confronted Yi Ling, the third-place holder of the Divine Lord rank, without suffering a loss. He was even about to defeat the man. Are we crazy, or is the world crazy? Chapter 10:10. The Lulan Family's Appreciation. It seems that the contest's most recent champion isn't half bad. A cold-eyed Yi Ling opened his mouth in an unhurried manner. If I'm not mistaken, the energy you just released was the ancient deity aura, was it not? There's also divine power in your body. You have indeed received a lot from your master. It's not that I've received a lot, it's just that your strength is too little, said Su Ping calmly. Even though the guy attributed his strength to his master's gifts, Su Ping wasn't denying the fact. He just never bothered to explain to strangers. All the people present gave stunned looks at Su Ping, wondering how he could be that arrogant. He said that the third-place holder of the Divine Lord rank is weak. If it were so, what about the other Star Lords? Are they toys? Yi Ling was equally stunned and rendered speechless by Su Ping, but then he realized that he wouldn't defeat that junior with mere words. He snorted and said, "Let's practice then, since you're capable enough. It won't be unfair. Come on." Not interested, Su Ping quickly turned him down. Yi Ling was absolutely unchallenging as a sparring partner. He would rather spend time cultivating. The arrogant senior said with cold eyes, "Are you scared?" If you say so, Su Ping was too lazy to explain. Yi Ling could sense a bone-deep disdain from Su Ping's casual attitude, which made him uncontrollably furious. At first, he simply wanted to spar with Su Ping and have a feel for the rising genius capabilities. Since his level was higher, he would be able to see the direction of Su Ping's cultivation if they practiced, and from that estimate, the young man's level-up speed. After all, the routes taken by geniuses were very similar, if not the same. However, their previous clash had shown that Su Ping wouldn't bend as easily as expected. It also proved that the young man was truly capable of beating the 10th-place holder of the Divine Lord rank while still being a realm lower. In that case, Yi Ling snorted and was about to challenge Su Ping to a duel. He would no longer step back since he had already taken action, and he wasn't scared of Su Ping's identity, either. He would become a heavenly lord that even the celestial experts would love to have as a subordinate. Once he reached the ascendant state, he would then have the protection of a true powerhouse. That was the trump card and confidence of a top genius, which helped them keep their cool, even when facing celestials. Someone chuckled before Yi Ling could extend the challenge. "Hey, everyone, how have you been cultivating? Are you satisfied?" Everybody saw an old man descend and land between Su Ping and Yi Ling. He was an ascendant expert whose hair and beard were purely white. Director Yu, the descendants of the Lulan family, hurriedly paid respects to the old man. Su Ping glanced at the smiling elder who had appeared at a subtly prompt timing. It was obvious that the old man had stepped in to offer aid in diffusing the situation. Su Ping didn't consider Yi Ling as a threat. On the other hand, he sensed the old man's friendliness. He nodded and said, "Greetings. Mr. Su is a friend of our family. It is true that geniuses always distinguish themselves when they're still young. Feel free to seek Lin if you have any questions," said Director Yu. He then turned around and said to Yi Ling, also with a smile, "Mr. Yi, I'm sure your long trip over was tiresome. Take some time to rest and recover." Yi Ling's expression had a slight change, then he snorted. He could sense the old man's bias toward Su Ping. However, he could understand the elder's decision, as Su Ping had finally accepted the Lulan's invitation, which he had declined earlier on. The Lulans had begged him in various ways, so they could somehow make him owe them a favor. That was why he had made an appearance at the gala. "I won't press on this issue now that you're here, Mr. Yu. He's only a Star State warrior. Bullying him wouldn't be any fun. I hope he'll reach the Ascendant State by the time we meet again. I look forward to seeing whether he can reach the Ascendant State in 1,000 years. Ha!" Yi Ling sneered and then left. His followers, a man and a woman, gave Su Ping weird looks, then followed the man as he left. They weren't unknown lackeys. The Lulens noticed that both had attained top positions in the Divine Lord rank. However, they were completely eclipsed when standing next to Yi Ling. Nobody had paid them any mind. "Mr. Su, we can arrange the best seat if you want to cultivate. You're free to cultivate here anytime," said Director Yu and chuckled. The crowd began to whisper after hearing such a statement. "The best seat, doesn't it belong to Ju? Ju is the best genius of our family. Is it really appropriate to give away that seat to an outsider?" I was asking myself the same thing. The Lulen descendants looked at a young man in the crowd who was markedly tall and handsome. He was currently in a stupor, obviously surprised after losing his spot. His surrounding friends were already complaining in low voices, unwilling to see him give his seat away to an outsider. "I'll make other arrangements for Ju. The family is planning to send him to cultivate in the astral plane. Don't worry," said Director Yu as he looked at the group of people. He seemed unhappy, but his anger never showed while he heard the complaints. He hadn't discussed with the family about the decision, but he believed his approval would be supported when reported later on. After all, the recent display of power was too shocking, even for someone like him. The young witnesses didn't see the situation clearly. Not even Yi Ling saw through Su Ping's true might. However, the old man's ample experience as director of that cultivation holy land, he noticed Su Ping's extraordinary talent, including his small world and the plenty of laws it had. He was deeply shocked. He had rarely seen such a perfect small world in all the 100,000 years of his life. At the very least, it was more solid and perfect than Yi Ling's small world. This meant that Su Ping would surely defeat Yi Ling once he became a Star Lord. Furthermore, even if Su Ping were to fight Yi Ling right then and there, he would only lose due to lack of energy. However, such a disadvantage wasn't evident in their previous clash. The deity aura released by Su Ping was 8 times as effective as astral power, and he had accumulated a huge amount of it in his body. Indeed, such external power was exhaustible, but he could use it extravagantly thanks to his status as a disciple of a celestial state expert. He would not lose if their fight was brief. If the news were to spread, Director Yu had no doubt this would silence all the old guys who had been against inviting Su Ping. He condensed a small world in the Fate state and challenged the Divine Lord rank in the Star state. The only obstacle lying ahead for that kid is the breakthrough to the Ascendant state. He will be absolutely unstoppable in the universe once he becomes an Ascendant. It's likely that he'll become one of the best heavenly lords, one that even Celestials would have difficulty to kill. The more Director Yu thought, the more excited he became. The Lulen family didn't have a large stock of such talent. If they had another outstanding heavenly lord, the family would be able to further expand their influence. "Lin, keep Mr. Su company," Director Yu said to Lulen Lin rather thoughtfully. He then flashed and disappeared. Lulen Lin puffed her cheeks while slightly dazed. Chatting was the last thing she liked to do. However, she gave Su Ping an intrigued look as she recalled his recent confrontation against Yi Ling. Is it really possible to do that while in the Star state? If so, wouldn't he be at the top of the Divine Lord rank once he becomes a Star Lord? Her eyes glittered at the thought. Su Ping could only ask Lulen Lin since the old man had left. Well, where is the best seat? All troubles had been resolved. He only wanted to cultivate and condense his stars. While briefly stunned, Lulen Lin pointed with her finger. "It's right there. The best seat is at the core of the mountain. Cultivating there is 10 times as effective as in the outside world." Su Ping's eyes glittered. The exterior was already as effective as his training room in the Celestial Court. What would it feel like if it was 10 times more effective? It was worthy of note that the astral power density in the area was 10 times higher than other places to begin with. It's true that big families have abundant resources, Su Ping remarked in his heart. He estimated that an astronomical number of astral stones were consumed to support the arrays. Only a big faction like the Lulen family could afford the cost without going bankrupt. "The Ascendants won't peep at cultivators during training, right?" asked Su Ping. Stunned and angry, Lulan Lin replied, "What do you take my family for? Why would they do that? Besides, you are a friend of our family, they would. They'll give you enough respect." Su Ping didn't say anything as he moved to the best seat. He could tell that all the family descendants were watching him. They saw this as him stealing someone else's place. However, it was that old man's decision, so Su Ping didn't really care. Everything was fine as long as he had a place to cultivate. Su Ping entered the best seat area, which was a complicated astral array. The rocks around him were arranged in the shape of a lotus flower. Astral dust fell from the sky, gathering into a thick layer of snow on the ground. Hardly had Su Ping stepped in when he felt that astral power was flowing into his body like seawater. His eyes glowed brilliantly. The astral power is indeed dense. "I'll be cultivating here then. Goodbye," said Su Ping to Lulan Lin. She didn't expect him to be the first to say goodbye. It gave her a weird feeling. She then snorted and said, "Goodbye." Chapter 10:11. The Gala begins. Why did she feel the need to snort when she said goodbye? Su Ping was puzzled, but the abundant astral power around him soon made him forget about it. He devoted himself to cultivation. He didn't even detect the unexpected arrival of the ascendant old man. Just to be safe, he set up a barrier to protect himself before cultivating. "You should come out too." Su Ping summoned the Chaos Beast, the Dark Dragon Hound, the Inferno Dragon, and the other pets. He reduced their body sizes so that they could fit inside the astral array. After that, it was all a pleasant experience, practicing away. Outside of the astral array, Lulan Lin stomped in fury, seeing that Su Ping had set up a barrier that barred prying eyes. She didn't know why she was angry, but she could do nothing about it. "Princess Lin," someone greeted her. "Piss off." "Sure thing." The hubbub on the square gradually came to an end. Everyone gradually stopped minding about Su Ping after he stepped into the main cultivation seat and secluded himself. Ju, the previous seat owner, was amongst the crowd. He didn't know what to do. A few young men who had followed Ju for years mumbled and complained on his behalf. "Boss, Director Yu is truly unfair. The guy is not part of our family. Why would he deserve the main seat to cultivate? Would he even try his best if the family has problems?" "Exactly. He's just a guest. He would definitely run away if anything happened." "Keep your voices down," said Ju as he withdrew his gaze and glared at them. "You've followed me for a long time. Don't you already know what you should say and what you shouldn't? Did you not see how he resisted Yi Ling? He's only in the star state right now. Yi Ling will be left far behind when this guy becomes a star lord. Why should we piss off someone like him?" "Well," his followers closed their mouths, though not entirely convinced. Meanwhile, in the central meeting room of that planet, an old man suddenly arrived at a palace outside the meeting room and then passed through the security check. "Chief, please have a look at what happened in the Holy Land." The old man was none other than Director Yu. He waved a hand and displayed the confrontation between Su Ping and Yi Ling. "Huh." In the front of the palace, a majestic and awe-inspiring middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. He remarked after watching the clip, as expected of a Celestial's disciple. "I heard that he was already admitted as a disciple in the Star Zone battle." "Indeed, he can already fight a genius such as Yi Ling, even though he's only in the star state. The gap between them isn't too wide." "Unbelievable," Director Yu remarked. He never thought he would see a star state warrior with that much potential. Su Ping had condensed a small world in the Fate state. That was tantamount to the ceiling of that cultivation realm. Very few people in history had achieved that. The ones who did had either died by accident later on or reached the celestial state. Su Ping was currently breaking the limits yet again, of the star state this time. His future would be unimaginable if he continued growing like this. Some of our people disagreed with the idea of him becoming a guest, but they probably don't have anything to say right now. The Lulan family chief chuckled. "Well done, Director. Hopefully, we'll have a heavenly lord friend in a few years." "Chief, I've given away the best training seat in the Holy Land to him. I think it's a fair deal, considering that he wouldn't visit us too often, said Director Yu respectfully. It's fine. You have my permission. Don't worry about any disagreements, said the family chief with a smile. He knew why Director Yu was there. The Lulan family was too big to be completely united. In any case, he was the decision-maker. He wouldn't let pointless disputes hurt his family interests. All in all, it would be stupid for the dissenters to find trouble with Su Ping, while others were trying to serve him well. Director Yu was relieved to hear that. He turned around and left, as he had to inform the several members of his faction to make friends with Su Ping. The gala was about to take place. All the different factions of the family were busy making preparations. The news of Su Ping and Yi Ling's confrontation had spread rather quickly. After all, both of them were top geniuses and would always receive a lot of attention. The news had even spread beyond the planet, all across the universe. This astral power density is unbelievable. I've been gathering 1 star per day. Inside the astral array, Su Ping was trying his best to condense stars. All the astral power absorbed was automatically transformed into deity aura by the vortices in his astral oceans. His body was gradually turning into that of a deity too. He was already half a deity at the moment. Once the transformation was complete, he would be able to transform astral power into deity aura without the use of vortices. By then, he would have the ability to transmit deity aura to others and help them improve. It's more efficient to condense stars with deity aura. If my body is transformed into that of a god, the efficiency will very likely improve even more. I'll see if I can ask Joanna to let the superior gods help me next time I go to the demigod burial. Su Ping was truly looking forward to it. However, he wasn't in a rush. Deity aura was 8 times as effective as astral power, while divine power was 10-fold. That improvement wouldn't be as significant as the one he was experiencing. I think that gods have the best physical attributes among all species. Only some of the rare beasts can best them. Su Ping was then reminded of his solar bulwark. Unfortunately, although he could transform astral power into golden crow power, he didn't know how to make the best use of it. He had only inherited some secret techniques of the golden crows, but they weren't really comprehensive. That was why Su Ping kept using astral power. I should visit the golden crow's world again someday and learn more, Su Ping thought. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping had condensed 15 stars in that seat. It was necessary to light up 63 stars to condense the 7th astral painting. Adding up the ones condensed earlier, he already had 28 stars. He would have enough of them if he were to cultivate for another month. I almost feel unwilling to leave. Su Ping was truly reluctant. However, someone was calling out to him from outside the astral array. Su Ping could only pause his cultivation, withdraw the dark dragon hound and his other pets. He checked their levels. As expected, the chaos beast had made the most progress. It was already in the fate state, becoming much more intimidating. It was probably able to even beat normal star lords. That was completely unreasonable. The chaos beast didn't have a small world, but the chaos aura emanated by it was enough to easily knock through normal small worlds. That is correct. It could suppress star lords with physical strength alone. You guys need to keep it up. You don't want to fall behind, do you? Su Ping urged his other pets. The other pets gave the young beast angry looks. Even though their training with Su Ping was cruel and harsh, they had grown used to it. That is, until this new competitor showed up. Su Ping saw a lot of people gathered outside the array once he got out, but not many Lulans were present. Lulan Feng, along with Director Yu, were looking at him with smiling faces. Su Ping somehow found their gestures creepy. Mr. Su, sorry to interrupt your cultivation, but our family's gala is about to begin. We're here to take you to the high platform if you would care to join. Lulan Feng chuckled as he addressed Su Ping in a warm way. The latter had already guessed the reason for their visit. He asked, "How long will the gala last? Will we go to the Sea of Illusions afterwards?" Lulan Feng nodded. "That is correct. The gala will last 3 days and friends from various star zones will come. Many of them will want to meet you." I prefer cultivating over meeting them, said Su Ping, shaking his head. He wasn't being particularly condescending. It was just him having more fun cultivating, just like how nerds preferred playing games instead of socializing. Mr. Su, it's never wrong to work hard, but there's a long journey ahead of you. Many of the visitors are ascendants. Your life will be easier if you have more friends when you roam the universe, said Director Yu with a smile. Is my life not easy enough? Su Ping was puzzled. Director Yu found his reply amusing. He said, naturally, normal travel is indeed easy, but there's good stuff to be found inside relics and treasure troves that could benefit you. Those places have been occupied. You do have an extraordinary status, and you are a guest of our family, but not all the owners of those places would be as willing to let you partake in exploring them. He spoke in a rather subtle way, but he believed that Su Ping would understand him. Su Ping shook his head. What the Lulen family offers is enough for my cultivation. My master also gives me training resources. There are many relics and treasure troves, but I don't need all of them. Besides, I can always visit them when I reach the ascendant state. I believe that their owners won't refuse me by then. Director Yu was lost for words again, realizing that Su Ping had a point. He was only trying to persuade Su Ping for his family's sake. It was true that the young man wasn't short of resources, but any of Su Ping's friends could indirectly become connections for their family. Making as many friends as possible was how the Lulen family had thrived over the years. Lulen Feng realized what was on inside Su Ping's mind, so he stopped Director Yu's persuasion. He said with a smile, Mr. Su, let's go to the gala first. Oh right, how do you feel about Princess Lin? Princess Lin, Su Ping was stunned. You mean the grandma who wanted to challenge me? Grandma? Lulen Feng almost choked. He originally intended to ask Su Ping's impression of Lin. If he liked her, he could then propose a marriage between them. However, Su Ping's reply stopped him from uttering what he wanted to say. Director Yu was equally stunned. He glanced at Lulen Feng, unable to believe his ears. Well, Mr. Su, you're very young, but it often takes a long time to jump from the Star Lord realm to the ascendant state. Yi Ling, for instance, whom you encountered earlier, has been stuck there for more than 1,500 years, and he's not an exception. It's not unusual to be stuck for tens of thousands of years. You'd be considered a genius as long as you make a breakthrough before you die. Lulen Feng coughed and said subtly, although Princess Lin is 100 years older than you, that age gap is nothing. Besides, Princess Lin has always been cultivating in the family estate, rarely going out. She's as innocent as a child. Su Ping could only heave a sigh in his heart. Unable to play dumb any longer, he said, she's a nice person. I can make friends with her. Lulen Feng felt relieved. He said with a smile, Princess Lin may throw a tantrum now and then, but she's not a bad person in nature. I believe you'll be good friends. Let's talk about that later. We should head to the gala. Su Ping wanted to veer away from that topic as soon as possible. Lulen Feng nodded and dropped a hint at Director Yu, who took the cue and quickly left after bidding Su Ping farewell. Lulen Feng, on the other hand, took Su Ping to the gala. You're asking me to spend more time with that guy. In a corner of the square, Lulen Lin's eyes widened with disbelief after she heard what Director Yu said. What's that all about? There are lots of people in our family. Can't they keep him company? Director Yu said with a bitter smile, Ms. Lin, guys can only become his brothers. You, on the other hand, are different. You want me to marry him? Her lofty upbringing shone through, as she was no stranger to arranged marriages. She became gloomy as she asked, Have you asked my parents and master about their opinion on the matter? We've already discussed, and everyone thinks that he's a great partner for you. Director Yu paused for a moment and said, However, we won't force you to do anything. After all, you are also a gifted genius of ours. We simply hope for love to spark between you, but no one will force you if you find each other unsuitable. Relieved, Lulen Lin snorted and said, That's more like it. I won't waste my time on him if that's the case. Just like I said before, I will avoid all distractions until I become a heavenly lord. I admit that the guy you're interested in is excellent, but I'm not the least inferior in comparison. I too will have a chance of becoming a heavenly lord when I reach the ascendant state. Director Yu smiled bitterly, as the girl didn't have enough potential to become a heavenly lord. Even if she did, she wouldn't be as strong as Su Ping. After all, she had gotten to such heights after consuming a lot of resources given by the family. Her potential could already be inferred from this. Their plans to have those two marry was partly because of the potential marriage of equals, if both reached the ascendant state. If there's any chance for it, you should reconsider, Princess Lin. You have to marry someone eventually. You may not find a better catch if you miss this one, Director Yu persuaded her. Lulan Lin raised her eyebrows. She was more or less tempted. To be honest, her feelings toward Su Ping were dead neutral. She only stepped forward to defend him from Yi Ling because Su Ping was one of their guests, and she didn't want him to be affronted. Maybe later, Lulan Lin snorted and left. Director Yu felt helpless. Those two kids were equally tricky to deal with. Su Ping and Lulan Feng had arrived at the gala by then. It was being held in a magnificent city floating in the sky, over the planet's most prosperous area. Hill-like stairs had been raised by special devices. Astral crystals were also falling constantly from a large cloud above them. Dragons and phoenixes were flying around the floating city. Hardly had Su Ping arrived when he detected the ascendant state auras. It was obvious that many honorable guests had been invited. Lulan Feng personally attended to Su Ping and took him into the city. They reached a platform graced by beautiful waitresses. If Su Ping watched TV more often, he would have recognized that most were top stars from a certain planet. "Mr. Su, have some rest here. Whatever you need, just tell them," said Lulan Feng with a smile. Su Ping nodded and sat down. The four beautiful girls peeped at Su Ping curiously, but none dared to look him in the eye. Any friend of the Lulan family was more powerful than the lord of a galaxy. A single hair of such figures was more important than them. However, no matter how they observed Su Ping, they only felt that he was a friendly next-door boy. He wasn't like the intimidating big shots they would usually meet. Someone asked as soon as Su Ping sat down, "Is he Mr. Su?" Chapter 10:12, Popularity. Su Ping looked at the speaker. It was an old man sitting next to him, with hair and eyebrows of a red color. He was leaning against a giant wine gourd that was 3 meters tall. He was looking at Su Ping with a smile and a bottle of purple wine, half drunk. Sensing his non-malicious attitude, Su Ping gave him a slight nod. "That's me. Senior, are you a friend of the Lulan family too? I've long heard of an unparalleled genius emerging in the recent Universe Geniuses contest, who condensed a small world in the Fate state. Your future is nothing but promising." The old man chuckled and continued, "I didn't expect you to be invited by the Lulans. They must have paid a fortune. You're calling me senior, so I'll offer you a bowl of wine as a sign of respect. Come on." He poured wine from the massive gourd into a giant bowl and drank it quickly. Seeing that he had downed the whole wine serving, Su Ping could only pour himself a bowl of wine with a smile. "You're an ascendant state expert. It's only natural to address you as a senior." "Mr. Su, you're too kind. If you don't consider it demeaning, just call me Brother Jiu." The old man wasn't as arrogant as normal ascendants. He said casually, "You'll reach our level soon enough. Considering your talent and potential, maybe I'll have to ask for your help by then." "You're too kind, sir. I'll be the one in need of your help," said Su Ping, not taking the answer as flattery. The old man narrowed his eyes as if observing Su Ping carefully. "Mr. Su, you're obviously very young. The cultivation journey is long and boring, and yet this world is wonderful and lovely. Are you interested in enjoying it?" "Oh, I have a junior who is stunningly beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman in our galaxy. I can arrange for her to become your mistress if you're willing to take her," said the old man with a smile. Dazed for a moment, Su Ping immediately realized that the old man was there to play matchmaker. "Senior, girls affect my training. I won't consider that until I reach the ascendant state," Su Ping said to subtly decline. The old man heaved a sigh. You'll feel different about girls when you reach the ascendant state. You won't be able to enjoy them by then. You'll be able to see through anyone's guise after you condense your divine mark, and your heart will be as tranquil as still water. It'll be practically impossible to become excited by anyone. Su Ping was stunned by this answer. He then asked with a weird expression, Senior, are you saying that men will suffer from erectile dysfunction when they break through to the ascendant state? The beautiful waitresses serving them quickly blinked their eyes since they happened to overhear, feeling that they had heard a shocking secret. Breaking news. All the ascendant state experts are. Cough. The old man almost choked. He looked around and noticed the weirdness in the waitress's eyes. Lost for words, he said, Of course not. What I'm saying is that certain things will feel different when you reach higher levels, compared with your current situation. It's just like the time when you were very weak. You could still feel the heat of the sun, but then the feeling would no longer be there as you grew stronger. Maybe you think it's great, when in fact you've been deprived of that faint sensation of heat. The stronger you are, the more you will lose. You will lose a lot of feelings and emotions. There was depression and regret in the old man's eyes as he talked about it. Strength is obtained by trading many valuable things. You won't be able to feel many things when you become stronger. So, you should get married while you're still young, or at least try to enjoy yourself. Once you reach the ascendant state, you'll only be able to enjoy wine and your reminiscences. Su Ping understood. He thought he had indeed lost certain things, especially his subtle feelings. It was said that all experts were lonely. Maybe loneliness wasn't about the lack of companionship, but the loss of familiar feelings from the past. After a lapse in deep thought, Su Ping asked, So, Senior, will we really suffer from erectile dysfunction when we reach the ascendant state? Huh? The old man spilled the wine in his mouth and glared at Su Ping. What are you talking about? How could that be possible? Even the ocean state guys can take care of such minor physical problems. You think that would be a problem for ascendants? If that's not a problem, let's just wait for the future then. I have to devote myself to cultivation right now, Su Ping quickly replied. Lost for words, the old man thought for a moment and waved his finger, projecting the image of an attractive redhead. He said, What do you say? Are you really not going to consider her? Su Ping glanced at him and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in anyone right now. Su Ping had seen Joanna and Green Lady, who were both extremely beautiful. He had also seen the princesses among gods in the cultivation site and the deity queen in Luofu. All of them were alluring and pretty, basically making him immune to the average beauties. Seeing how the young man wasn't tempted, the old man could only frown and heave a sigh. He then thought even more highly of Su Ping. Since the man could stave off boredom and the temptation of girls, it was hard to imagine what could stop him from growing. Never mind. Devoting yourself to cultivation is not a bad thing. I can only congratulate you in advance for reaching the ascendant state. The old man shook his head and downed another drink. Su Ping also had another drink to join the old fellow. Other ascendants arrived at that moment. All of them seemed to be friends of the Lulands. They went to exchange a few words with the old man, seemingly being very familiar with each other. They immediately surrounded Su Ping when they learned that he was Shen Huang's disciple, planning to set him up with someone. Some even gifted him strange treasures. They had to invest in him early in the game. Considering Su Ping's popularity and potential, none of those experts acted proud before him. They wouldn't have a chance to befriend him once he reached the ascendant state, or even further if he became a heavenly lord. Su Ping didn't expect to be as cherished. He could only look up to ascendants in awe before winning the Universe Geniuses contest, but now they could even become friends. Mr. Su, you're truly talented. Feel free to visit the Roland Galaxy. You won't need to pay a thing while you're there. I'll ask the most beautiful girl in my family to entertain you. Old Bai, do you think Mr. Su is short of money? That's beneath you. It just so happens that I have an invitation to the Forbidden Space Forest. I can give it to you if you're interested, Mr. Su. I requested it for a junior from my family. The Forbidden Space Forest is too dangerous. Although Mr. Su is extraordinarily gifted, and his master must have given him a lot of treasures for his safety, that place is too dangerous even for us if we're careless. You'd better save that invitation for your junior. While youngsters still need life-and-death training, an unparalleled genius such as Mr. Su doesn't. That's true, Mr. Su. What kind of girl do you like? Just tell me. I have an interstellar entertainment corporation. You may find all kinds of cute girls there. Are you interested in stone gambling games, Mr. Su? Many ascendants went to greet and shower Su Ping with flattery. They all tried to make friends with him, as it was highly unlikely that he would have trouble reaching the ascendant state. Such an investment would eventually bring great returns. Su Ping was feeling at the top of the world while being surrounded and flattered by that many people. Most importantly, all those present trying to curry his favor were ascendant big shots. Fortunately, he had seen stronger beings in the cultivation sites and was well aware that he had yet to touch the limits of the Star Lord state. He was an absolute weakling compared to the ancestral god, who had managed to create 7 small worlds. He wasn't the unparalleled genius they thought he was. After the several rounds of compliments, Su Ping gradually calmed down and politely replied to everyone present. Some of the geniuses became famous at an early stage, but then gradually lost their brilliance. Others were distracted by self-indulging, while some became too obsessed with all the bouquets and applause to think about growing stronger. He didn't accept any of the gifts offered. As a matter of fact, he was barely short of anything at this moment. Some gifts were indeed good, but he could ask his master for them. They weren't really significant to him at the moment. All the ascendants started to hesitate and back down after seeing how the young man was unaffected by their praises. Their goal wasn't achieved, but they respected him even more because of it. More friends of the Lulens arrived shortly after. Most were ascendant experts, more than 80 in total. Only 2 of them were Star Lords, while Su Ping was the only Star State warrior. Half of them went to say hello to Su Ping. The others kept their distance and merely glanced at him. After all, not all ascendants were willing to praise a junior. While all the friends of the Lulens gathered, the ascendants from other star zones also made an appearance to congratulate the hosts. The gala began half a day later. Both the dragon and the phoenix roared, turning the entire planet into an exciting sea of splendors. The most dazzling fireworks were blossoming in the sky. Su Ping suddenly remembered the blue planet while enjoying the wonderful scenery. His home planet had been badly ruined after going through a war, and it was in a poor state when he left. His current abilities and position made it easy for him to rebuild the blue planet, to eventually turn it into a Tier 1 planet. Come to think of it, I'm still the Lord of the Blue Planet. It seems that I've been too irresponsible. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He planned to modify the Blue Planet after his visit to the Lulens ended. He could also direct the Blue Planet toward the Celestial Court or a Tier 1 galaxy nearby, so that the planet's inhabitants would have true and closer connections with the Federation. I need to find a good school too, so that the talented people on the planet can attend for free. Su Ping considered the Blue Planet's modification plan in silence. Meanwhile, he also thought of his naughty yet stubborn sister. He intended to ask Elder Yan to find her for him. I'm already capable of providing a comfortable environment for an entire planet without even realizing it. Su Ping looked at the distance, fascinated. The gala became livelier as time went by. Different activities were taking place. A lot of ascendants were merrily interacting with the Lulens. Su Ping even saw a familiar person among them. I was Lulen Lin, who had defended him earlier. She was seated at the edge of the high platform. There was a beautiful woman at the center. She wore a purple robe with sword-patterned sleeves. Astonishingly enough, the maid standing behind her was also an ascendant. The maid was holding a strange sword, which resembled water and clouds. It was enshrouded by brilliance, making it hard to be seen clearly. Is she Heavenly Lord Jian Lan of the Lulen family? Su Ping's eyes glittered after noticing her. The people seated around Heavenly Lord Jian Lan obviously emanated a different aura, When compared to normal ascendants, all of them seemed to be heavenly lords. Their seats were clearly more splendid in comparison to the rest. Su Ping then felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head, only to find Lulen Lin, who was looking back at him. Their eyes locked. Lulen Lin remembered what Director Yu had said, so she snorted and turned her head away. She later peeped at Su Ping from the corner of her eye, only to find that Su Ping had also looked away, causing another snort of hers. Heavenly Lord Jian Lan was talking with other heavenly lords when she heard the snort. She lowered her head and asked with a smile, "Huh, Linner, what's wrong?" Lulen Lin replied in an obedient and polite way, "It's nothing, grandmother." Heavenly Lord Jian Lan's eyebrows moved. Many lines suddenly appeared in her eyes, allowing her to see the events that had happened a few seconds earlier. She looked in the direction where her granddaughter was looking earlier and soon saw a young man. She quickly realized the gist of the situation. "I've been informed that they plan to marry you off to Mr. Su, who came to visit," said the powerful cultivator with a gentle and soothing tone. "Still, your own opinion is what really matters. Don't feel pressured. Nobody can force you if you're not interested in him. Do you understand?" Feeling warm, Lulen Lin quickly said, "Thank you, grandmother, I'm aware of that." Although the guy is very talented, even as talented as Celestials when they were young, the cultivation journey is really long. Many accidents can happen along the way. Besides, not even Celestials can teach how to reach the ascendant state. They can only offer resources to those who already have what it takes to reach the ascendant state, all in order to expedite the process. "So it's your own feelings that matter," said Heavenly Lord Jian Lan softly. "You can try to get to know him better. If he is not decent enough, just forget it." Lulen Lin nodded and said, "Got it." Heavenly Lord Jian Lan smiled and stopped minding about the topic. She then resumed her conversation with the other heavenly lords about important matters. The Lulen Gala was a special event that involved a large number of plans and preparations. Chapter 10:13, Star Lords Battling. The guests were sent to different areas in the gala. Heavenly lords were at one place, ascendants were elsewhere, while other friends of the family like Su Ping had an independent platform of their own. The less important ones, such as the lords of certain galaxies, were entertained in other platforms. The rest of the guests were seated in the crowded auditorium behind the platforms. Su Ping saw 6 Lives Buddha, Lillian and Dragon Shepherd seated among a bunch of Star Lords. They had extraordinary backgrounds, and it wasn't exactly demeaning for them to sit with a group of Star Lords. Su Ping saw Yi Ling, whom he had recently confronted, seated on another platform. He was merely a Star Lord, but the Lulen family was already treating him like an ascendant. The guests around him didn't complain about this. After all, Yi Ling was indeed a genius who had a good chance to rise and break through. It wasn't demeaning for them to be seated together with him. Exclamations were then heard, coming from the exterior. A group of people flew over and entered the meeting place. They arrived at the Lulen's main platform. Their leader was wearing white clothes. He looked as graceful and unworldly as a deity. Many ascendants recognized him and immediately stood up. The old man with red eyebrows next to Su Ping exclaimed, "It's Heavenly Lord Yilan. He's here too." "Yilan?" asked Su Ping curiously. The old man glanced at Su Ping and said, "He held the top position in the Divine Lord rank of the Crimson Shadow Star Zone 500 years ago. He secluded himself for a long time, until he reached the Ascendant state. He had killed 10 Ascendant beasts in the Crimson Shadow Star Zone. He's the newest Heavenly Lord in the last hundreds of years." The newest Heavenly Lord. Su Ping didn't expect that the Lulens would invite the newest risen Heavenly Lord. It did seem influential. The other guests of the Lulen family were similarly astonished. The ascendants seated close to Heavenly Lord Yilan could not help but rise to their feet. After all, even though they were of ascendant level, Heavenly Lords were very close to the celestial state. Soon, the leader of the Lulen family invited Heavenly Lord Yilan to sit down and talk. As the gala went on, the top stars invited to warm up the atmosphere went about their performances. while some of the rare pets roaming about to build up the atmosphere were still around. Many of them enjoyed the shows and thought that the trip was worth it. Su Ping had nothing to do, so he ate ravenously. The food on the table was not only delicious, it was filled with exuberant energy. It would have worked as a great tonic for ordinary people. While eating and digesting, he asked the beautiful waitresses to eat with him. Those waitresses were considered stars in different galaxies. They were actually battle pet warriors, but none of them were above the ocean state. They hesitated to accept Su Ping's invitation, but a few samplings of the food left them enamored and sparkly-eyed. All the food on the table was finished, and Su Ping had new dishes served. The food was free of charge anyway. While eating and drinking, he then heard noises from a platform down below. He looked for the source of the sound, only to see a few young men in strange clothes looking around on the platform. Many people close to Six Lives Buddha were infuriated. Some even stood in anger. "What's going on?" Su Ping was surprised. Those young men were just Star Lords. They dare to cause trouble here. They're kids from the Blood Charm Star Zone. They're being arrogant, challenging other Star Lords. The old man glanced at the high pile of empty plates on Su Ping's table, visibly shocked. "I've always heard that the people of that star zone are bloodthirsty. It seems to be true. Is nobody going to stop this folly?" Su Ping looked at the Lulan family found on the main platform. The old man with red eyebrows shook his head. The family leader has purposefully invited lots of geniuses because he wants them to show their abilities, and because he wants his juniors to beat them in front of the honorable guests of other star zones. However, those youngsters seem to be very strong. I don't think many can beat them. Su Ping understood, so everything had been planned out. He immediately dropped the idea of intervening. He ate and watched, ready to see the expertise of other Star Lords from the Divine Lord rank. "Why, is nobody here courageous enough to fight me?" The blood-robed young man in the middle looked around and flashed a smile full of disdain. "Humph, let me teach you the importance of respect." A man suddenly jumped onto the platform. He was a brawny Star Lord who wore a piece of special armor. He spoke the common tongue of the universe with a strong accent. One of the Lulan's ascendants enclosed the platform with his power after the brawny man entered the arena. On the platform, the bloody-robed young man's companions backed off and stood still. A battle immediately began. The brawny fellow and the bloody-robed young man unleashed their small worlds and fought. Their respective attacks with faith power roared like dragons. All their pets were of the rare kind, Star Lord beasts that caused the platform to shake constantly. The venue would have been destroyed if the battlefield hadn't been enclosed. The Divine Lord rank geniuses don't seem to have ascendant state pets. Su Ping watched in silence. He had realized the same issue when he challenged the Divine Lord rank. Even the top ranker was only using a Star Lord pet. Theoretically speaking, a Star Lord could sign a contract with ascendant pets. Is it because the gap between the two levels is so huge that the pet might go out of control even if contracted? Su Ping guessed, but he didn't think it was the real reason. After all, pets could be ferocious, but it wasn't hard for those top geniuses to raise loyal pets. They had enough resources and connections to ask for the help of extraordinary trainers. Furthermore, ascendant pets were very smart. They could have asked the big shots behind them to help intimidate the pets. Most pets would very likely be subdued. Su Ping thought for a moment and directly asked the old man next to him, "You don't know why?" The old man felt surprised. The solemnity in Su Ping's face made him realize that the young man wasn't messing with him. He replied in a weird manner, "The reason is simple. Ascendant pets have already condensed divine marks. Your minds would be connected if you establish a contract with one of them. The closer you are, the more influential they'll be. Their divine marks will affect their masters, which is a critical condition for Star Lords, since it'll prevent them from rising to the astral seal. The more talented a Star Lord is, the less likely they'll contract an ascendant state pet. If they're too greatly influenced by another path, it would be hard for them to free themselves. Such pets would be a source of constant interference. You must not contract ascendant pets unless you've already become an ascendant, otherwise you will never be able to reach that level. Su Ping didn't expect the reason to be that. He asked curiously, is there no way to block the influence? None has been found as of yet. The old man shook his head. After all, the ascendant state continues to be a mysterious level. The Federation hasn't been able to fully analyze it with the current technology. As for the Star State and even the Star Lords, the Federation has already attained a lot of research finds, having even created many artificial Star Lord creatures. However, the Ascendant State is different. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and looked down. He suddenly thought of something and asked, then, if a Star Lord has no chance to rise to the Ascendant State and contracts an Ascendant State pet, wouldn't he be even more dangerous than the geniuses on the Divine Lord rank? That's true, the old man nodded. Therefore, the Star Lord state is rather complicated. Don't easily offend Star Lords who seem unremarkable, or you might get yourself accidentally killed. However, such Star Lords are rare, because it's hard for a Star Lord to tame Ascendant State pets to begin with. Such pets are usually gifted by the seniors backing them, but just consider how ferocious and smart the Ascendant beasts are. Even while suppressed, they would always look for an opportunity to slay their masters and escape. Who can find them? Even heavenly lords might find it hard to track down an ascendant beast when the creature doesn't want to be found. Su Ping was enlightened. So to speak, he had to be vigilant before mediocre Star Lords. Some may be carrying a nuclear bomb if they somehow manage to obtain an ascendant state pet. However, I have the prime sky mirror. Not just the ascendant state pets, I'd have a chance to escape and wait for my master's help even if I run into human ascendants. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had been carrying the prime sky mirror since he acquired it in the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and had also tested its power in the cultivation sites. It had allowed him to travel in different spaces, and could even make a copy himself to deflect damage. The battle ended while Su Ping chatted with the old man. The young man in the bloody robe won, albeit by a narrow margin. The one who lost, according to hearsay among the audience, seemed to be famous on the Divine Lord rank. Still, he was defeated in the end. Who's next? The bloody-robed young man looked around on the platform, his clothes stained with his own blood and his opponent's. He couldn't have looked more arrogant. I am. An angry female voice came from the bottom of the platform. Then, a girl with an alluring body figure dashed over and landed on the arena. She was covered in tight armor, but that wasn't enough to eclipse her sexiness. Bad choice, the bloody-robed young man sneered. I don't beat women unless they offend me. You'd better reconsider. Let me see how strong the fifth-place holder of the Divine Lord rank from the Blood Charm Star Zone is. The angry woman snorted and attacked. I think she is Shizio Feng, the fourth-place holder of the Divine Lord rank from the Flying Cloud Star Zone. One of them is fourth place of the Divine Lord rank, while the other is in fifth place. Tusk, I bet the one with the bigger boobs will win. Do you want to get killed? She would skin you alive if she heard that. All kinds of whispers abounded. Many people were cheering for Shizio Feng. They had obviously been infuriated by the bloody-robed young man's provocation. The pair were fighting fiercely in the arena as the cheering went on. The power they demonstrated eventually silenced them all, as their strength was indeed shocking to behold. They were just Star Lords, but they were much stronger than Lords of planetary systems. Up above, the ascendants of many star zones and the Lulen family were watching too. After all, if the top geniuses on the respective Divine Lord ranks reached the ascendant state, they would also be tricky rivals. He's so strong. Lulen Lin watched in a daze. The two people fought using different styles, both equally horrifying. Their small worlds were indestructible, and their power of faith was as immeasurable as a deep ocean. Their constitutions and secret techniques were also quite intimidating. Burn the sky, Shizio Feng roared. Her small world instantly turned into countless flames, like an enormous burning sphere. She pushed her small world toward her opponent like a meteor. The bloody-robed young man, however, moved like a ghost. His small world was appearing and disappearing too. He suddenly split up and showed up behind Shizuo Feng's back, attacking her unpredictably. A phoenix cry burst out behind Shizuo Feng's back. Her pet had dashed out and charged at the bloody-robed young man. What a smart pet! The secret techniques of the Blood Charm Star Zone are all about assassination. They're so unpredictable. Many ascendants nodded as they watched. Someone exclaimed all of a sudden, as a hint of black color appeared in Shizuo Feng's burning small world. Then the black color pierced through her small world like a sharp thorn. The burning meteor fell apart, wounding Shizuo Feng. Meanwhile, the bloody-robed young man leaped out of the flames. A black and intimidating dagger was stuck right next to Shizuo Feng's forehead. The battle was over, and the victor was obvious. The audience was completely silent. Then everyone exclaimed loudly. None of them expected that the seemingly unstoppable Shizuo Feng would be defeated that quickly. Everyone was astonished to see the burn marks on the bloody-robed young man's body. When did he sneak into Shizuo Feng's small world? Did he purposefully launch a clone to attack her from the back? The fifth place of the Flying Cloud Star Zone is just so-so. The bloody-robed young man withdrew his dagger and flashed a cold and disdainful smile. Shizuo Feng's face was pale. She was angrily looking at her opponent while breathing heavily, but there was nothing she could say. The audience had nothing to say about the young man's attitude after such an outcome. While his arrogance was annoying, he was truly worthy of such arrogance. Chapter 1014, Challenger. Who's next? The young man wearing the bloody-colored robe looked around. He ended up covered in blood, but he looked even more ferocious than before. The audience was silent. The ascendant experts on the high platform were peacefully watching the scene unfold. They weren't really affected by the young man's arrogance. After all, they had been the same when they were young. All the top geniuses were proud. A person had every right to be proud as long as there was the ability to back it up. Seeing no response, the young man in the bloody robe chuckled. It seems that I'll have to accept the egg. I thank the Lulan family for your generosity. Whispers burst out after he said that. The bleak candle dragon's egg was a prize that the Lulans had offered to attract fighters from the Divine Lord rank. It was the egg of a precious Ascendant State dragon. There weren't many Ascendant State pets. Many Ascendants had a dozen pet spaces, but only a few of them had more than 5 Ascendant pets. To have all the spots filled with such beasts, Ascendants would have to be members of super forces, such as the Lulan family. Otherwise, they could only manage it after becoming heavenly lords. Most Ascendant beasts were very hard to catch. Also, they were very smart and would run off if they couldn't win. Even if they were accidentally caught, they would even kill themselves at times. Those beasts preferred to go down together with their enemies than to be enslaved as pets. This was a clear example of the wild beast's ferocity. Therefore, high-level pets were cherished dearly. Few adult beasts with Ascendant State bloodlines were available on the market. Beast eggs or younglings often sold quickly. For the Lulans to offer the egg of an Ascendant State dragon as prize for the junior competition was a strong indicator of their abundant resources. "Don't you think you're too weak to claim the bleak candle dragon's egg?" said a golden-robed young man on the high platform. He was dressed in a casual style, with an obedient white cat in his arms. However, upon closer look, one would notice that the white cat was unlike the normal kind. Its eyes reflected purple light, and there were 2 black spots on its forehead, making it seem as if it had 4 eyes. Its tail was as agile as a snake, too. "Oh!" The young man in the bloody robe raised his head aggressively. "Do you want to try me?" "I never take advantage of others," said the casual golden-robed young man as he petted his cat. "I'll give you time to heal yourself and properly open your eyes after you recover." "Right. Here are some medications. They should be enough to heal you in half an hour." He then dropped a golden vial at the bloody-robed young man. Brutality flashed in the bloody-robed young man's eyes. He snapped his finger and bounced the vial back before he said, "Fine. Let's see what you're capable of in half an hour from now." After that, he left the arena to treat his wounds. The vial flew back to the golden-robed young man. He took it back with a smile, not taking offense from this. He's Xuanyuan Long from the Sword Skull Star Zone. Is he? He isn't very famous in our star zone, but he was the most talented genius 500 years ago over there. He even rose to second place on their Divine Lord rank once. He later fell to third place, but everyone knows that the top three on any Divine Lord rank are monsters. Tusk, the Lulan family managed to invite such a genius. What a great lineup of guests. He is nothing. Even Heavenly Lord Yi Lan made an appearance. All the Divine Lord-ranking geniuses of the 12 star zones combined are no match for Heavenly Lord Yi Lan, even if he only uses one hand. That's true. He's already a Heavenly Lord anyway. The Lulans are becoming more influential. The corporation that did business with us earlier seems to be run by one of their members. We should keep in touch with them. Many people had made the trip over to that planet because of the gala. All of them were celebrities in their respective star zones. They could experience the Lulan's influence firsthand at the moment. Some of the geniuses listed on the Divine Lord ranks in several star zones are here. If only we could hold a universal contest for Star Lords someday. That way the strongest Star Lord would come to light. On the high platform, the old man with red eyebrows smiled and drank without a care, unworried that such a contest would cause trouble. Unfortunately, such a contest will never take place. All the kids are trying their best to reach the ascendant state. When they do, they may even become heavenly lords. So they won't be interested in that contest. Even we would have a hard time persuading them, another guest remarked. We were all proud and confident too, back when we were on the Divine Lord rank. I understand how they feel. You were on the Divine Lord rank. I, on the other hand, only rose higher because of luck. Give me a break. You're the one who will most likely become a heavenly lord from among all of us. Those rankings aren't everything. Some geniuses are not interested in competing with others. It's too demeaning. That's called keeping a low profile. All the guests were talking and laughing. Other participants fought after the bloody-robed young man got off the stage. Some were in the star state while others were star lords. However, all of them seemed to know that winning the bleak candle dragon's egg was too far-fetched. That was why they didn't fight as fiercely. Many members of the Lulan family went to the stage to spar, showing unusual talent. Su Ping saw Hai among them. He happened to know the guy's opponent, Dragon Shepherd. Dragon Shepherd had collected a lot of dragons over the years. Given the pressure inflicted by a full dragon lineup, Hai unleashed the power of his skeleton demon constitution, turning into a giant skeleton demon and throwing laws like chains. Still, he lost in the end. Nevertheless, his performance received the attention of many ascendant experts and even heavenly lords. Some heavenly lords were discussing on the high platform. One of them summoned Hai and asked him something after the match was over. Hai sat down next to the heavenly lord soon after. It was likely that he had been taken in as a disciple. On the other hand, Dragon Shepherd had astonished the audience, but he was basically the same as he had been during the Universe Geniuses contest, even though he was better at controlling pets. After all, it was barely possible to make drastic progress in just a couple of years. Besides, there was probably a heavenly lord behind the Dragon Shepherd already, so none of the ascendants issued invitations. Soon, two others that Su Ping was familiar with went to the stage. 6 lives Buddha and Lillian. Su Ping was eating and drinking. He watched their battle with great interest. To Su Ping's surprise, just like 6 lives Buddha, Lillian had condensed a small world too. Their battle was rather fierce, but it was still under control. They didn't go all out. However, they still shocked all the audience. After all, they could already fight Star Lords with their Star State cultivation. The gap between the Star State and the Star Lord State was almost too wide to cross, but some exceptional geniuses were capable of such a feat. Undoubtedly, both players on stage were such geniuses. Obviously, everybody has been growing fast. I need to be faster, Su Ping thought. Mr. Su, both of them were your competitors during the Universe Geniuses contest, right? Someone asked Su Ping at that moment. Su Ping nodded and replied, "We became friends after the contest." "You did?" Some people were surprised, not expecting friendship to sprout among such fierce competitors. "Years back, you condensed a small world in the Fate state and shocked the entire universe. Right now, your friends have also condensed small worlds in the Star state, which is equally remarkable. There are indeed more and more geniuses in our universe," someone remarked. "Mr. Su, you must be a lot stronger than in the past. Why don't you go and have some fun over there?" said someone with a smile. "That's true. I heard that Mr. Su was capable of challenging the Divine Lord rank, whereas normal Star Lords would be crushed if they tried," said a female gently with glittering eyes. "So to speak, wouldn't Mr. Su have the strength to go head-to-head with Xunyuan Long in a couple of years?" asked a surprised guest. "Of course, it's only a matter of time, considering Mr. Su's growing speed." Tusk. Those guests looked at Su Ping with gentler eyes. Their conversation was partly aimed at flattering him, but all of them knew that Su Ping could really grow that fast. After all, geniuses such as Xunyuan Long would often stagnate in the Star Lord's level for thousands of years before they reached the ascendant state. That time was long enough for Su Ping to become a top Star Lord and compete with them. It was worthy of note that people like Xunyuan Long had claimed the positions of many geniuses on the Divine Lord rank when they rose to prominence. It wouldn't be long for Su Ping to nab a place on the Divine Lord rank by the time he touched the limits of the Star Lord state. Su Ping felt somewhat helpless while being watched by that many people. He didn't care about his public image, but it had become hard for him to only eat and drink like a glutton when a lot of people were shooting appreciative glances his way. Su Ping decided to chit-chat with them. "Has any of the Divine Lord rank's top scorers of any star zone made the trip over?" "Top Divine Lord rankers." A guest raised his head and looked around. He soon withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "I don't think so. However, the guy who ranks second in the Dragon Eagle Star Zone is here. He almost escaped my attention. It seems that the Bleak Candle Dragon's egg will be his." "Oh." The other guests looked in that direction and soon found him. "It's hard to say. The Divine Lord rank of the Dragon Eagle Star Zone isn't that impressive. It's no better than the Golden Star Zones." A guest shook his head. "I would have entered the contest had I known that the Lulens would be this generous. The Bleak Candle Dragon can be extra loyal and intimate if you raise it up starting from its egg form. Only such loyal pets are trustworthy in dangerous moments. You can't rely on pets you tamed once they've grown." "That's not true. Only if you trust your pets will they trust you back. Grown pets can be quite loyal if properly tended to and trained." Those guests immediately started to discuss pet loyalty. Su Ping was at a loss, seeing how they had apparently forgotten about him. But then, he enjoyed the newfound peace to eat and drink again. He was no longer interested in the battles, since none of the top rankers were present. He was interested in witnessing what high-ranking geniuses from the other star zones were capable of, but there wasn't an opportunity for it. Soon the old man with red eyebrows next to Su Ping said, "Brother Su, someone is challenging you." "Is that so?" Su Ping raised his head. He first thought of Yi Ling, who had a conflict with him earlier, but then he found that it was a Star State stranger. This came as a surprise for him. The Star State young man stared at him and declared, "I heard that Brother Su Ping is also here, Lord Supreme's disciple and the champion of the last Universe Geniuses contest. I wonder if you can enlighten me." "Lord Supreme's disciple." "Su Ping, that's a familiar name. Ah, isn't he the genius who condensed a small world in the Fate state?" "He's here too. Where is he?" Everyone exclaimed after such a revelation. Some even stood up and looked around to find him. They followed the young challenger's gaze and pinpointed Su Ping on the high platform. Shock painted their faces when they saw him, seated among the most honored guests of the Lulens. Su Ping was dazed, immediately realizing that he had become the center of attention. The four maids next to him also became nervous. Even though they were famous stars and no strangers to public attention, The guests who were attending the gala were celebrities in their respective galaxies. The pressure caused by their gazes would almost make the attendance collapse. "Who are you?" asked Su Ping in confusion. The young man said with a smile, "I'm from the Jiaju galaxy. I've also participated in the Universe Geniuses contest. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to the end. However, one failure is nothing. Now that we're both in the star state, I would like to practice with you and measure the gap between myself and the champion of the universe." Su Ping shook his head. "Don't focus your eyes on someone else. A cultivator should try to improve himself. The gap between us doesn't mean a thing. We cultivate hard because we have to surpass ourselves. That's the only way to reach the top." The young man was stunned by that answer, but then he wore a cold smile and said, "Brother Su Ping, are you unwilling to fight me because it'll ruin your reputation? Or is it because it'll ruin the image of a super genius that you've built up?" "What?" Su Ping was dazed. He then noticed the malicious intent by looking the young man in the eye. However, that man was only in the star state. How could he be bold enough to challenge him? Was he acting under orders? Su Ping raised his head and looked around. He saw that some ascendant experts of the Lulan family were frowning, as if angered by the young man's actions. Some of the guests looked at him with a friendly smile, while others seemed to be looking forward to the drama. Su Ping couldn't tell which of them was targeting him from their expressions. He thought for a moment, then suddenly understood what his master once said. Some enemies were invisible, because a lot of people might be accidentally offended by him just because he was strong. That was the reason why even celestial state experts had an endless number of enemies. However, they would only remember the enemies that posed a true threat to them. Higher trees catch more wind. It seems that I have to be one of those trees. Su Ping looked down at the young man with glittering eyes. His face turned grim as he said, "It's not that I don't fight people on my level because I'm afraid to ruin my reputation. It is because it will devastate you. If you want to challenge me, try to defeat my partner first." Once he said that, a shadow appeared next to him and stepped out of the summoning space. Chapter 10:15, Fighting Will. "Go, don't kill him," Su Ping said softly. Whoosh! The little skeleton received Su Ping's instruction the moment it appeared. The little fellow instantly charged at the young man in the battlefield. Huh! The young man was stunned, given that Su Ping had merely asked his pet to fight him. Then his face and neck turned red as he trembled in fury. He was the genius of a galaxy. He may not be as talented as Su Ping, but how could he be defeated by a pet? "You!" The little skeleton reached him before he could say anything. Ignoring all the rules, it simply launched a sharp, dark saber aura able to cut time and space apart. The young man's pupils constricted. He went and summoned his own pets right then. 6 Star Lord pets appeared next to him. 4 of them were dragons, and the other 2 were also rare pets. They felt pressure and became vigilant the moment they appeared. 2 of the dragons released several defense skills in front of the young man. 2 small worlds were established at the same time to hide the young man. No one would be able to find him unless his 2 pets were defeated. "Don't think you're the only person who owns Star Lord pets. Those who solely rely on their pets are nothing," roared the furious young man. Su Ping remained casually seated on the high platform. On the battlefield, the little skeleton's saber aura was blocked. The little one looked at the 6 Star Lord pets. Their intimidating aura spurred its own battle status. It was enshrouded in black mist, and its white bones were barely visible, like a demon from the abyss. Hiss, hiss. All of a sudden, the rays of light around its body were gone, as if swallowed by something. Then, a dark semicircle appeared, showing the contours of scary creatures that were letting out blood-curdling roars. "A small world. That skeleton is only in the star state, isn't it?" The ascendant experts on the high platform were shocked. It was understandable to find some human geniuses able to condense a small world in the star state, but could pets do that too? Mingling in the crowd, 6 Lives Buddha and Lillian looked at each other with a mix of bewilderment and confusion. Su Ping's star-state skeleton condensed a small world. What the hell was that all about? Roar! Roars burst out of the small world. Following that, a thick shadow dashed out of the dark manifestation, gathering in the little skeleton saber. The weapon immediately unleashed a dark aura that was cutting space apart, as well as all the approaching energy. It was the law of destruction. Su Ping had taught that law to the little skeleton, using the skill he had acquired from the system. Its small world was actually tapping the limits of the first level. Faith power also surged out of the dark small world. Countless ghosts seemed to be crawling out and devoting their lifelong faith to the little skeleton. Those ghosts had been conquered by the little skeleton in all the previous battles fought in the cultivation sites. The dazzling saber aura glowed and illuminated the entire arena, to then abruptly fall from the sky. Well, in the arena, the young man was already shocked by the aura. His mind was too taken in by it to consider evading. Even the idea to dodge had been abolished. He simply stood there, stunned. A dragon next to him charged forth with a sad roar, while covered with its small world. Bang! Blood burst out, and the cry of a dragon resounded. The gigantic dragon corpse fell. It had been cut in the chest, and its small world was shattered. The body fell heavily in front of the young man. Its blood gushed out like a waterfall and dyed the ground red. The head touched the ground, with the young man reflected in its big eyes. Eventually, it slowly closed its eyes with affection and reluctance. The scene was frozen still in the young man's eyes. Suddenly awakened, he had cold sweat all over his body. Deep grief surged from his heart and soon transformed into fear. He raised his head, only to see the tiny black shadow that looked like the god of death waving its saber again. No, no. The young man felt so cold it was as if he had seen death itself. His eyes were bloodshot as he urged his other pets to attack, but all of them were intimidated by the little skeleton. They were star lords, but all of them had been overtaken by the fear of death caused by the little skeleton's small world. They slowly moved back, going against the young man's commands. This was causing strong headaches due to their contracts, but still, none of them dared to step up. After all, there was a difference between pain and death. Suddenly, someone else flew into the battlefield and landed in front of the young man before he cried out to Su Ping, "Have mercy." Su Ping lowered his head, and the little skeleton paused its actions. However, the black mist around its body was still surging aggressively. Mr. Su, he's just too ignorant. Don't be angry with him. I apologize on his behalf." The middle-aged man had cold sweat running down his forehead. He found that he was under enormous pressure in front of the skeleton too, even though he had been a Star Lord for a long time. "He hasn't surrendered yet. The battle isn't over," said Su Ping indifferently. The middle-aged man quickly turned around and asked the young man to surrender. The young man also realized what was going on and was about to surrender. It was indeed humiliating, but he had gone there prepared to lose against the best genius of the universe. He simply didn't expect that the man could push him so far with nothing but a pet. Right when he was about to open his mouth, a dark shadow moved. The little skeleton in the sky was suddenly gone, to swiftly reappear in front of the young man like a ghost. PFF. Hardly had he said the word when he was interrupted by an excruciating pain. His arms fell in front of him, and the little skeleton stood at a half-meter distance in front of him, staring at him with red light in its eye sockets. The young man held back his pain and roared, "I give up." The red light in the little skeleton's eyes faded away. The bony pet absorbed all the black mist around its body. Then, it slowly drifted back to Su Ping and stepped into the gate of summoning, as if it had never been there. However, there was nothing but silence in the field. Everybody looked at the young man, seated on the high platform, with a weird expression. Thank you for sparing his life, Mr. Su." The middle-aged man's face was pale. He found that he had been completely unable to stop that attack from happening, nor even capture the skeleton's trail. He wouldn't have fared any better if the skeleton had attacked him. Is it really a star-state pet? A monstrous pet for a monstrous master. was that the top resource gifted to Lord Supreme's disciple. Su Ping didn't say anything, simply looking away. The young man whose arms had been lopped off was trying to stop his bleeding, only to find that he couldn't. He was starting to panic and feel dizzy since he was constantly losing blood. The lingering law of destruction on his wounds couldn't be erased. PFF. He controlled his energy and sliced to scrape his own wounds, which finally allowed him to stop the bleeding. He looked at the man on the platform with hate and fear. They were both in the star state, yet the latter had the power to kill him with ease. His 6-star Lord Pets weren't enough to keep himself safe. Was that the ability of the top genius of the universe? He had never been in touch with such a renowned figure. He suddenly regretted doing such a stupid thing for some petty rewards. The young man tried to hold back his grief as he looked at his severed arms and the dragon corpse. He had acquired the pet when he was in the fate state and wasn't expecting it to be killed that day. Some ascendance experts of the Lulan family immediately asked him and his companion to leave once he admitted defeat. Su Ping's performance changed the impression many people had about him. They finally had a sampling of the strength and personality of the top genius of the universe. Others went up to the stage and continued practicing after the young man retreated. The atmosphere became heated again. However, the main topic of conversation was Su Ping's pet. The little guy was merely in the star state. Many star lords and even star state warriors had noticed this. Still, it had already condensed a small world, which was a rather horrifying fact. Only a few top geniuses of the human race could have achieved that, such as 6 Lives Buddha. It came as a shock that the pet had achieved the same. Furthermore, they had never heard about any ascendant state skeleton. It wasn't recorded in the Federation. If it was an unseen rare pet, how rare could it be? Besides, even pets with ascendant bloodline weren't as monstrous while in the star state. Lord Supreme's disciple is truly extraordinary. It must have been trained by a marvelous trainer that he invited, right? Only a marvelous trainer could train such a talented pet. Not everybody has access to such resources. Won't it be able to crush all the Star Lord beasts? He is already able to beat most Star Lords with his pet. If he also takes action, he can easily become the top rank holder of the Divine Lord rank, right? Everybody attributed the strength of the skeleton to Su Ping's master. After all, that was the only plausible explanation. Su Ping wasn't truly bothered by the comments. Although it was a great opportunity for him to advertise for his store, he didn't need to do any marketing, as he already had too many customers waiting outside the establishment. A skeleton. On the platform, Yi Ling, wearing clothes as white as snow, had cold, glittering eyes. He didn't expect Su Ping to have such a great pet. Back in the crowd, Dragon Shepherd had a shocked expression. He felt that his world had been turned upside down. Didn't everybody say that dragons were the strongest pets? How could a skeleton mutant turn into something this horrifying? That skeleton is as strong as 2 or 3 of my dragons combined. Dragon Shepherd's feelings were a mess. He mostly relied on his pets. He felt uncomfortable after seeing their kind surpassed. Why do I feel that we've been dwarfed by his pet? Said the nearby 6 Lives Buddha with raised cheeks. He looked at Su Ping, who had remained cool throughout the fight on the high platform. He had the feeling that the guy was trying to show off. Lillian was silent too. They had been trying to catch up with Su Ping, yet they found that even his pet had almost caught up with them. That was truly a critical hit. After that, more geniuses from the Lulan family and other star zones went to the stage and fought again. Soon, the bloody-robed young man, who had left to take care of his wounds earlier, jumped back into the stage. Xuanyuan Long, a talent from the Sword Skull Star Zone, went to the stage without flinching. A fierce battle soon took place. Everybody was fully invested in observing their fight, including the ascendants on the platform. Those 2 were already considered the best warriors below the ascendant state. It's true that those with higher ranking on the Divine Lord rank are true geniuses. They have already reached the limits of the Star Lord state, remarked someone among the audience. I heard that you hit the ceiling when you fully master the 4 supreme laws. Only such geniuses have the talent to grasp all of them. My talent was lacking, so I only had potential to work on one of them. Luckily, I was able to see its origin and create my own path. If they devote themselves to one path, there's a good chance that they'll rise to the ascendant state. Many people must have told them that. However, geniuses are geniuses because they're different from all the mediocre people. A very talented Star Lord once told me that it would be pointless to rise to the ascendant state if you can't become the strongest person on that level. Talk about arrogant declarations. Only such gifted kids can be that confident. Unfortunately, that kid was killed before he reached the ascendant state. Su Ping listened to their discussions and watched the battle taking place in the arena. The two contenders had a similar amount of energy storage, and their small worlds were very solid. They had similarly mastered 3 supreme laws respectively. They were only slightly weaker than him at the moment. My master taught me the basics to grasp the law of vitality. I still have to rely on my own abilities if I want to fully grasp it. Not even a celestial can impart this to you directly. Su Ping observed in silence. It became increasingly clear to him that the Federation was weaker than the Archean divinity, a place where experts were already forming multiple small worlds. When those godly experts rose to the tier equivalent to the ascendant state, they undoubtedly surpassed ascendant state experts of the Federation and became as strong as heavenly lords. I need to reach the limits as soon as possible and condense a second small world. I'll redefine the meaning of Heavenly Lord when I reach the ascendant state someday. Su Ping thought with glittering eyes. Chapter 10:16 Gift. It didn't take long for the battle on stage to end. Xuanyuan long narrowly defeated the bloody-robed young man. Someone else issued another challenge. It was obvious that they didn't want to give away the bleak candle dragon's egg that easily. The top experts on the Divine Lord ranks from many star zones showed up in the consecutive battles that followed. They showed much more strength than normal Star Lords did, raising a lot of exclamations. The atmosphere heated up as the geniuses on the Divine Lord rank exchanged blows. It was at that moment when Lulan Feng invited Su Ping to the main platform, saying that the master of the family wanted to meet him. Su Ping didn't decline. After all, the Lulan family was among the 7 biggest families. Even the Celestials had to show them some respect. Likewise, Lulan Feng had been overly courteous towards him only because they thought highly of his potential and his master. He followed the man to the main platform. Su Ping felt that the pervading noise had abated considerably when he arrived. It seemed that an invisible law was in place to block some of it. In addition, the air in that place was densely packed with astral power. Powerful auras could be sensed all over the place, as grand as mountains, which belonged to the seated heavenly lords. Many ascendants noticed Su Ping as he made his way over. They focused their attention on the junior. A few heavenly lords who were talking also noticed Su Ping and glanced at him. Heavenly Lord Jian Lan stopped talking to observe the young man. She had already gone through Su Ping's files and knew how talented he was. Her own estimation was that he would be on par with her the moment he became an ascendant. However, the ascendant state was still a major obstacle that couldn't be ignored. The master of the Lulan family was seated at the most honorable position. He was a 6-meter-tall man who carried a graceful and majestic aura. As a matter of fact, the master of the Lulan family was inspired more reverence than emperors did. After all, an emperor could only master one dynasty, while the master of the family controlled countless galaxies and enterprises. Emperors were just like ants in his eyes. Su Ping walked up the stairs and approached the master of the Lulan family. The people seated next to him were heavenly lords, who were giving the young arrival intimidating stares. Normal people would have trembled under such harsh scrutiny, but Su Ping had seen too many horrifying beings in cultivation sites. The chaos perception dragon, for instance. It was a much scarier being than those heavenly lords, even while it was sleeping. "It's an honor to meet you, seniors." Su Ping smiled confidently, without being too arrogant. The master of the Lulan family asked with a smile, "How is your master?" "He's doing great." Mr. Su, it's an honor for the Lulen family to have befriended a young genius such as yourself, said the family master with a smile. Although Lord Supreme undoubtedly showers you with resources, the Lulen family can give you something too. Whatever you need, just tell me. Su Ping shook his head and said, I'm not in want of anything at this moment. Not even pets with ascendant state bloodlines, said a handsome heavenly lord, obviously as a joke. The Lulen master laughed and said, Mr. Su, whichever kind of pet you need, I'll have someone look for it later. I guarantee it'll be no worse than today's prize. Su Ping knew he was talking about the bleak candle dragon's egg and was slightly intrigued. However, he already had enough pets that needed a lot of caring. He wasn't planning on getting more pets at the moment. After all, having too many pets wasn't a definitive indicator of strength. Although the number of pets was important, he had too many things to do at the moment. It was important for him to develop his pets until they became Star Lords. I'm not short of pets right now. Su Ping shook his head. It would be hard to return the favor later on if he were to receive an ascendant pet from the Lulens. The family master showed a weird expression after seeing that Su Ping was unmoved by his offer. The heavenly lords and the other ascendants looked at him with admiration too. Even figures like them would find it hard to refuse an ascendant pet, not to mention one that was better than the bleak candle dragon. It seems that Lord Supreme does favor you. The family master heaved a sigh, choosing not to dwell on the subject any longer. This is the first time we've met. Mr. Su, you've never been to our main estate before. Consider this a gesture of friendliness from my family. He waved his hand after saying that, and 3 glittering balls flew out of the void. The 3 items approached Su Ping and then their brilliance faded away. They were a string of red beads, a green pill, and a mask. Those red dragon divine pearls are ascendant defensive treasures. Every pearl can resist an ascendant state attack. The master of the Lulen family chuckled. The pill is made of astral source tears, which contains a massive amount of astral power. It may come in handy when you try to reach the Star Lord state, Mr. Su. The mask is a secret treasure of ascendant level which can hide your aura. When you travel in the future, Mr. Su, you may use it to change your identity. Most ascendants would be unable to identify you. The ascendant guests gazed at the secret treasures, gifted to Su Ping with glittering eyes. There were very few ascendants, let alone those with such strength. Su Ping could hardly be assassinated while using the last treasure. Although there would virtually be no ascendants stupid enough to aim for Su Ping's life, they wouldn't be able even if they wanted to when Su Ping had such a treasure. The Lulen family has truly invested a huge amount of money on him. Wouldn't it be better to save such a treasure for the geniuses of his family? He's so generous. Is he that confident to forecast that this young man will reach the ascendant state? The Lulens will suffer a huge loss if that kid fails to reach the ascendant state. A lot of ascendant state experts had different thoughts. Su Ping was rather surprised too, not expecting the Lulens' gifts to be as generous. No wonder the family master took the heavenly lord's joke in stride and offered him an ascendant state pet. It was hard for him to decline such sincerity. After a moment of silence, Su Ping eventually accepted the 3 gifts. Thank you, said Su Ping. The master of the Lulen family put on a smile after seeing Su Ping's solemn expression. It was indeed a huge investment, but he believed that the young man was worth it. He was willing to bet on the possibility that Su Ping would reach the ascendant state. Even if he failed, the loss was acceptable. If it did come to pass, those gifts worthy of a heavenly lord's appreciation would definitely be worth it. Su Ping accepted the 3 gifts and straight off wore the string of beads, which would be triggered automatically to defend against ascendant state attacks. There were altogether 9 beads on the string, which meant that they could resist 9 attacks for him. Together with the prime sky mirror, Su Ping believed that he was even safer than before. Normal ascendant experts could hardly ambush him unless they also had strange treasures. Su Ping said goodbye and returned to his platform after some chit-chatting. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You've received great treasures, said the red-eyebrowed elder with a smile. The other guests joined in the rounds of congratulations. Some were only saying it as a polite gesture, but some were truly envious. All of them were friends of the Lulans, but none of them had ever enjoyed such privilege. They'd be lying if they said that they weren't green with envy. However, despite their jealousy, they understood the family's purpose. A young master such as Su Ping was under Lord Supreme's protection, and his future was nothing but promising. None of them would make an enemy out of such a guy, either. I can use this pill right now. Su Ping was silently examining the pill in his storage. It was given to him along with 2 Ascendant State treasures. Although the family master claimed that it only contained abundant astral power, Su Ping was able to tell how awesome it was. When he breathed in the air, Su Ping felt that his astral oceans were surging, and his body felt extremely comfortable. There were too many people present, so he decided not to take it out to examine it further. He intended to wait until the ceremony was over. The sparring matches ended at that moment. Yiling turned out to be the final champion. He was invited to the main platform where he picked up the bleak candle dragon's egg while everybody watched. The egg was almost 10 meters tall. Its surface was golden, with lots of narrow red stripes which made it seem as if it had been burnt. They also looked like the veins of a leaf. Yiling was no longer as pale as before once he picked up the egg. His quick assessment allowed him to detect an almost overflowing vitality inside the egg when he received it. He had gone all out in the following battles so he could get the egg, and even used forbidden skills to win. The battles had made him splurge 10 years' worth of his cultivation. However, the cost was absolutely worth it since he won an Ascendant State egg. Once the sparring was done, some Ascendants stepped up and interpreted their understanding of laws. Such lectures were highly beneficial to all the cultivators who had made the trip over from afar. Time flew, 3 days passed. The gala finally reached a perfect end, and the Sea of Illusions was finally opened. It seems that the Lulan's main purpose for holding this gala is to invite heavenly lords for something. Su Ping had focused most of his attention to the seats on the heavenly lord's side during the festivities. He didn't know what they were talking about, but they seemed to be arguing a lot. None of those powerhouses had paid much attention to the practices and teachings during the gala. Once the event was over, the ascendants of the Lulan family announced that the Sea of Illusions would open in 2 days. Aside from Su Ping, there were many others who had made the trip especially for the Sea of Illusions. Su Ping returned to the Lulan's cultivation holy land and resumed his cultivation. Lulan Lin also went to the cultivation area and was planning to talk to him, but then she became angry since he went straight to cultivating. Having no other choice, she too focused on cultivation. After setting a secluded spot with a barrier, Su Ping took out the pill he was given and immediately felt that the astral power density around him was dozens of times higher. Every ray of light emitted by the pill contained a mountainous astral power. Probably anyone can reach the peak of the realm if this is used to break into the Star Lord state, Su Ping sighed. No matter how untalented a person was, reaching the limits of the Star Lord state as long as a small world was established. Su Ping quickly swallowed the pill. Wasn't he afraid of indigestion? Su Ping didn't feel any kind of pressure. The Chaos Star cultivation was so effective that Su Ping never felt full thus far. No matter how much, he was able to absorb lots of astral power. His cells were able to store an unimaginable amount. Right from the moment the pill entered his mouth, Su Ping immediately felt that dense astral power moved from the surface of the pill to later spread throughout his body. Every layer of the pill was enough to fill him up. However, the 2 astral oceans inside him were constantly swallowing the astral power to transform it into deity aura, which was immediately used to condense stars. Crystal fruits were soon condensed in his body. Su Ping became stronger with each newly condensed star. His pores were constantly absorbing astral power from the astral array inside the Holy Land. Su Ping felt as if he were almost melting in an ocean of astral power. It took some time for the pill to gradually shrink until it was the size of a grain. Su Ping finally felt that the expanding astral power in his body slowed down by then. Su Ping woke up from his cultivating trance, and first thought was the sea of illusions. Shocked, he took out his watch and checked the time. To his relief, precisely 2 days had passed. Fortunately, he didn't miss anything. Once that was out of the way, Su Ping noticed the number of stars in his body and was instantly shocked. He had gained more than 20 stars in 2 days. I only need a few more stars to complete the 7th astral painting. Su Ping was delighted. That pill had increased his cultivation speed dozens of times compared to the Holy Land's normal speed. This also meant that his improvement rate was hundreds of times faster than on a normal planet. I'll cultivate for a few more days after I return from the Sea of Illusions. My small world will reach the ceiling of the first level when I complete the 7th astral painting. Su Ping was excited. He paused his cultivation for a moment. Hardly had Su Ping stepped out when he saw a familiar person close by. Once he saw Su Ping, Lulan Feng quickly stepped up and said, "Mr. Su, you're finally back. The Sea of Illusions has already been opened. Everyone is there. Let's join them." Okay, Su Ping nodded. Chapter 10:17, Stepping into Illusions. Lulan Feng led Su Ping to a high point in the skis of the planet. The place was currently the side with nighttime. Only a faint hint of light could be seen through the reflection of the planet's surface. A giant gate stood in the void. A lot of people had gathered in front of that portal. Many of them were ascendants. This is the gate which leads to the Sea of Illusions that the Lulans control. I've sent you some information about the place via email, including certain rules set by the family. Lulan Feng then said to Su Ping via telepathy, "You must stick to what you believe while you roam inside the Sea of Illusions. Everything that you'll see will be illusions made to keep you there forever." Okay, Su Ping nodded and split some of his mind power to visit the virtual world. He was then able to see an email in his inbox. Su Ping read the message contents while approaching the gate. The ascendants of the Lulan family had mentioned something about the Sea of Illusions back in the gala, but they didn't mention any details. It was a place that existed beyond the 9 layers of the universe, which had been confirmed by the Federation. There were illusory spirits inside the Sea of Illusion, which were special energy creatures that preyed on the emotions of living creatures. Su Ping took his time reading the email. The Lulans had indeed been sincere. There were a lot of interesting incidents documented, which were the basis for many survival rules. You can attract illusory spirits with emotions. Your willpower will be enhanced if you swallow them. Fear is the illusory spirit's favorite. You may use fear as bait to attract and catch them. Illusory spirits transform in various ways. It is impossible to distinguish illusions from reality without strong willpower. The deepest part of the Sea of Illusions is a forbidden place, filled with chaotic storms and strange tones. Flee whenever you hear weird sounds. Su Ping went through all the email's content, silently memorizing its content. This is the egg of an ancient whale that was refined to make a special treasure. It can strengthen your mind if you wear it, reducing the likelihood of you being bewildered. Lulan Feng gave Su Ping a black box and said, "Mr. Su, you must be extra careful. The family has also sent a manager to protect you." Su Ping accepted the black box and felt its coolness. "You're too kind. We're only doing what we should." Lulan Feng smiled. Su Ping didn't decline the Lulan's kindness. He knew that even if he did, they would still send someone to protect him in secret. After all, he was in their territory. Lord Supreme would definitely punish them if anything happened to him. Besides, the Lulan family was betting strongly on his future. The gate opened while they talked, and some people went in. Although the Sea of Illusions is dangerous, the illusory spirits found therein can help you improve your willpower. It's unfortunate that those spirits can only be killed and absorbed while inside. We don't have a way to seal and take them out yet. Lulan Feng sighed. The Lulans would be holding the key to a great fortune if illusory spirits could be sealed. A person then flew over from a distance. Lulan Feng noticed, then quickly led Su Ping toward her and said, Manager Tan. She was an attractive plump woman wearing casual clothes and a watch. There was also an eye-catching gem necklace hanging from her neck. She turned and saw them approach. She glanced at Su Ping and said, "Our family master asked me to protect Mr. Su." Lu Lenfeng nodded with a smile. "So I've been informed." He turned his head and said to Su Ping, "This is Manager Tan who has been tasked with protecting you. She's adept with matters of the mind. In fact, she subdued an ascendant state dragon with mental power alone. She will help you flee if we run into danger." Su Ping felt a vague pressure from the beautiful woman which was much greater than that of normal ascendant experts. He said courteously, "Thank you for your help in advance, Manager Tan. I can only ensure your safety. I won't be able to help you hunt illusory spirits. Don't wander too far off when we're inside," said Manager Tan with a calm tone. Protecting Su Ping had been forced upon her. He had great potential, but her main objective was to become a heavenly lord. Connections and resources weren't important to her. Therefore, she wasn't interested in socializing. She wouldn't have accepted the task if it weren't for the family's direct request. She didn't even take care of the talented juniors of her own family. "Sure." Su Ping nodded. The files shared by Lu Lenfeng mentioned that illusory spirits were energy creatures that would appear inside one's head, which would make them invisible to others. Therefore, hunting them was a personal matter. However, a senior could still detect the mental waves of a junior and infer the situation of his inner battles. Said senior could pull him out of danger in time. "Stay where you are," Manager Tan said. She extended her finger and laid it on Su Ping's forehead. He then felt that something was added to his head, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. "What was that?" Su Ping asked vigilantly. "It's a secret mental skill of mine. One of my thoughts is left in your head. It'll resolve trouble for you if you're in crisis. It'll also help me know where you are. I'll remove it after we leave the Sea of Illusions." "Don't worry," said Manager Tan casually. Su Ping understood, so he kept silent. He would have to go back to the Celestial Court once his trip to the Sea of Illusions ended. He would then ask Elder Yan to check if anyone had left any troublesome bits on him. More people arrived while they spoke. Su Ping saw 6 lives Buddha and Lillian among them, both accompanied by an ascendant state protector. He also saw some people he had seen back in the Lulen's cultivation grounds, Hai and Lin for instance. Both of them were also being protected by ascendant state experts. "This is a peaceful period in the Sea of Illusions. That is why the place is so crowded," said Lu Lenfeng with a smile. "But don't worry. You won't notice them and neither will they. Only people who have made preparations can sense others, like the link between you and Manager Tan. It is also impossible to fight one another while you're inside, unless the dark tide rises and blows your soul out of your body still. If that comes to pass, it is better to run for your life than to fight." Su Ping had read all the relevant information, so he gave a slight nod. The peaceful period inside the Sea of Illusions occurred once every couple of 100 years. However, the specific time was unpredictable, even with the supercomputers of the Federation. At best, they could only make a forecast within 3 months before a new peaceful period arrived. The dangerous period was when the dark tide rose. It was a time with a higher amount of spirits, and all kinds of weird things could happen. Most people had gone inside by then. Manager Tan said, "Let's go." Su Ping nodded. "Good luck," Lu Lenfeng waved at them and smiled. Manager Tan flew forward. Su Ping waved back at Lu Lenfeng and followed his guardian. The two of them reached the gigantic gate. Some were immediately able to recognize Su Ping, but his arrival didn't come as a surprise, as the involvement of a genius like him was expected. Manager Tan greeted the gatekeeper and then led Su Ping inside. Su Ping felt as if he had just gone through a thin membrane after passing through the gate. Such a layer was like a cool and soft film. He had been entirely enshrouded as he stepped in. Su Ping found himself in the middle of a strange universe, instead of the darkness on the other side of the gate. Half of the sky was brilliant with countless glittering stars, while the other half was a dark and desolate domain. Su Ping felt as if gravity were non-existent, and he couldn't propel himself. His only option was to be pulled toward the dazzling stars. Su Ping turned his head around, but he didn't see his protector, Manager Tan. He remembered the information provided by Lulan Feng. The Sea of Illusions was a special cultivation place. It was also known as the Place of Loneliness. Companions were undetectable, even while coming in groups. Only their individual selves could be sensed, aside from the wandering spirits. She must be somewhere close and is able to feel me. This place is not enough of a challenge for ascendance. Su Ping looked at the brilliant stars without a tinge of anxiety. It's said that everybody sees a different sea of illusions. The stars are definitely not real then. Illusions are based on my subconscious mind. Is there such a world inside my head? Wait, such doubts only disturb my mind. I cannot doubt myself here. Su Ping looked around. He tried to imagine plains and lands, but they didn't manifest. He then felt a pulling force and saw a red and golden arc of light in the dark sky. That was the afterglow of a planet being swallowed. A gigantic black hole was spinning towards him, increasing the gravitational pull. There was a slight change in Su Ping's expression. Even an ascendant expert could die upon making contact with a black hole. This must be an illusion. Su Ping stared at the black hole, while he kept telling himself that what he saw wasn't real. However, his body was being rapidly pulled towards the black hole, which grew in size and twisted his eyesight. Sharp and huge fangs were growing inside the black hole. It was an unimaginably massive mouth. Su Ping's pupils became constricted. He quickly launched a sword aura. However, his attack disintegrated only a few hundred meters away. Su Ping felt goosebumps as the dark mouth moved closer. He was certain that it was a powerful spirit. Astral power and laws don't matter here. My mental power is the only thing I can rely on. Black light appeared in Su Ping's eyes. Just as the mouth inched closer, his quivering hairs suddenly froze, and an intense killing intent was released from his heart. He condensed his willpower, making it turn into a dazzling sword that swept over and cut the black hole apart. Su Ping heard a devastating shriek when the black hole exploded, but he roared back and suppressed the noise. Soon the view of the universe was gone, and only a black beast dozens of meters long lay in the void. Its upper half was torn, shedding misty blood. The body was similar to that of a giant whale, but there were sharp and long stings on its forehead, almost beard-like. This is an owl spirit. Su Ping's pupils were like pinpoints when he saw the spirit. According to Lulan Feng's files, it was a Class A spirit that most Star Lords had to avoid. Only ascendants could stand a chance. He had run into an owl spirit right from the get-go. Didn't they say that I wouldn't run into powerful spirits unless I went into the depths of the Sea of Illusions? Still, it was also mentioned that horrifying spirits may be encountered at the outer rim. Am I too lucky? Su Ping solemnly extended his hand and swallowed the spirit, immediately feeling a coolness in his head. His mind was sharpened, and he was calmer than ever. His senses were greatly improved, too. The hazy world before his eyes became a lot clearer. Many of the clouds were gone. He could vaguely see a person ahead of him. Su Ping thought it was Manager Tan, his companion. He walked forward, only to find that the person's back was extremely attractive. He found her clothes familiar. She's not Manager Tan. Weird. Su Ping's eyes flashed. He shouldn't be seeing anyone else. It had to be another illusion. The mysterious person moved forward slowly but surely at that moment. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and watched. The hazy mist gradually dispersed, and the person suddenly stopped to turn around, showing a beautiful face that belonged to Joanna. Su Ping was surprised and confused. Illusions come from the bottom of my heart. Why am I seeing Joanna here? Have I been subconsciously wanting her? No way, I'm not a despicable boss. Chapter 10:18, True or False? Joanna waved her hand at Su Ping, while he mumbled to himself. The hazy mist surrounded him and was about to drown Joanna again. Her face was rather blurry in the mist, but her eyes were extra brilliant. Su Ping was stunned for a moment upon looking at her eyes. He felt that he had been through a similar scene before. Was it in his store? Su Ping suddenly remembered something and looked away. That was merely an illusion. He would only sink further if he started believing them. Instead of moving forward, he moved in the opposite direction. Joanna stood quietly, watching him leave. Joanna was soon buried in the heavy fog. Su Ping continued to move forward, spreading out his senses. He was currently able to sense everything within a 10-meter radius, all thanks to him absorbing the owl spirit. 3 meters was his maximum perception earlier on. Woo-woo. All of a sudden, Su Ping heard the crying wind above him. He looked up, only to see a cluster of hair flying by. The noise seemed to be produced by the hair. Is it a spirit or another illusion? Su Ping narrowed his eyes and observed. After thinking for a moment, he condensed a stone with his thought and threw it. The stone passed right through the hair unimpeded. Su Ping was relieved. Then he saw that the black hair seemed to have noticed him. It then swerved towards him. Su Ping considered it an illusion. However, he felt a chill when the black hair approached. His pupils became pinpoints as he slashed with his sword. A miserable scream burst out. The black hair was cut apart, exposing the wriggling flesh and blood underneath. Meanwhile, Su Ping saw a wound where the black hair had been previously hit. His stone had indeed struck the spirit, yet somehow the latter had misled him into thinking that the stone had passed through. How unpredictable! Su Ping had a grave expression. He was no stranger to such feelings. He had encountered a lot of strange creatures in dangerous cultivation sites. It was thanks to the vigilance developed in those environments that Su Ping had managed to survive thus far. Su Ping quickly attacked and chopped the spirit to pieces. He then attracted the spirit's body and absorbed it. The spirit's remains turned into misty energy that quickly flowed into his body. Soon, Su Ping felt that his senses could reach an extra meter. This spirit isn't as scary as the owl, but it's just as good when it comes to charming. Su Ping moved even more cautiously. He knew that Manager Tan was right next to him and would offer help if he was in danger, but he preferred to survive on his own, without relying on others. He pressed forward through heavy fog, then heard alluring songs every now and then. He didn't see anything in the end when he tried to track the source of those sounds. He would occasionally feel something brushing against his arm, even though he didn't see anything pass by. He would examine his body and find that it was just an illusion. Everything is so real. It's hard to tell spirits from illusions. The only solution is to treat all illusions as spirits. It's an exhausting approach, but it's also the safest. He walked for a good while, and then a beautiful person appeared in the heavy fog again. She was none other than Joanna, whom he had seen earlier. She stood in the mist. Her face was somewhat blurry, but her eyes were bright and clear. She stared and waved at him. This illusion is hardly convincing. Su Ping shook his head. He knew that Joanna couldn't leave the store. It would be impossible for her to show up in that place. He would have been confused for a moment if he would have seen his parents or his naughty sister who kept roaming around. However, Joanna, Tang Ruyan and his other friends were currently locked in his store by the system. They simply couldn't come out. Su Ping turned around and left, completely ignoring her. The illusion waved at him every time, as if she wanted him to follow her somewhere. No matter the reason why Joanna's illusion was there, it would be better to stay clear from it. This time, Su Ping didn't go in the opposite direction. He took a turn to the left. He ran into a couple of spirits on the way and executed them, increasing his perception range to a 16-meter radius. He then saw a gargantuan shadow looming in front of him. Once the mist had finally dispersed, he saw that it was a huge tree with an old man seated at its base. Huh. Su Ping frowned a bit when he recognized the old man who played chess with a toad back in Luofu. The guy seemed to be playing alone at the moment. He's very likely a deity emperor back in Luofu. It would be impossible for him to be here, or his very presence would have shocked the entire Federation. He's in a realm beyond the celestial state. Su Ping's eyes flashed. He then gave a slight head shake as he was ready to leave. The old man stopped playing exactly at that moment. He said to Su Ping, "She's the closest person to you. You should trust her." Huh. This message left him in a daze. He then looked at the elder with suspicious eyes. "You must be the chosen one. We've been waiting for you for a long time." The old man slowly rose and looked at Su Ping with a friendly smile. "What do you mean by the chosen one? By she, were you referring to Joanna?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "It has been looking for a successor in every universe while going under the name of System. You're one of the successors found, the most outstanding at that." The old man stared at Su Ping and said, "Your friend is helping you. She's your employee. You should know that she won't hurt you. You're in a very dangerous position right now." "What?" Su Ping was lost for words. That old man even knew the system, which meant that the illusion came from his heart. After all, the deity emperor on Luofu couldn't have gone there, nor Joanna. It was impossible for him to be aware of the system either, which was his greatest secret. It wasn't Su Ping being overly confident, but he didn't think the deity emperor was capable of detecting the system. After all, the deity emperor was beyond the celestial state, but there were also celestial emperors and ancestral gods in the Archean divinity. The system didn't even consider ancestral gods a big deal. It was unlikely for the system to be perceived by any of them. Su Ping glanced at the old man who helped him condense 2 deity vortexes and transform into a deity. He owed that man a big one. He knew the man was just an illusion, but he didn't act rudely. He shook his head and thought, "Manager Tan is right by my side, yet I cannot perceive her. It means that this place is likely to be a place in my heart, or my subconsciousness, built by the special environment of the Sea of Illusions. So all the illusions and their words are the manifestations of my subconsciousness." "This is the heavens," said the old man, seeing that Su Ping was about to leave, but then his body trembled and became much vaguer when he said heavens. Still, he gazed at Su Ping and asked, "Why don't you try trusting your friends?" "My friends are outside. They're not here," Su Ping replied and left. "Outside," the old man mumbled. He was gradually enshrouded by the fog and becoming part of it, disappearing along with the tree. Su Ping shook his head again as he saw this happen. It was indeed an illusion, very likely concocted by a spirit to lure him over. If this place is the world of my subconsciousness, and the spirits invaded through the Sea of Illusions, I should still be the master of my own subconscious mind. Su Ping thought and imagined a vast plain. Soon after, a vast plain appeared before his eyes, which was a replica of what he had envisioned. "Just as I expected." Su Ping's eyes glittered. He walked towards the plain, but he quickly retreated since he had a bad feeling right when he was about to set foot there. Meanwhile, he saw a human being rushing to the wide terrain. Then, a heavy fog arose and a roar burst out. The fog surged. Soon a roar came from the fog. "I've even slain the heavens before. These lingering thoughts are nothing. Break." The fog roiled intensely. Then, a mountain was flung back while a bloody moon appeared in the sky. A blood-colored eyeball that grew on a hideous, gargantuan head was revealed as the fog dispersed. It was akin to a mountain, thousands of meters tall. Bloody eye, pig torso, and lion claws. Su Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gigantic and intimidating spirit. It's a black swallower, the S-rated spirit documented in the Lulan family's files. It never appears except in the dark tide period. Why is it here? I just came in. This should still be considered the outer rim. Su Ping felt like his head was about to explode. According to the Lulans, even ascendants had to flee from S-rated spirits. He wanted to believe that the monster he saw was an illusion created by his fear, or another spirit. However, the spirit's intimidating aura was so substantial that Su Ping's body stiffened, as if restrained by an invisible rope. He could hardly move. In the meantime, a scream also resounded inside his head. Following that, Su Ping saw the slim shadow of Manager Tan appearing next to him. Her shadow immediately charged at the black swallower, with zero hesitation. "Damn it, it's real." Su Ping couldn't have looked more awful. Manager Tam's inserted thought wouldn't have been invoked if his life wasn't at risk. Run! He made use of the time window bought by Manager Tan, turning around to flee. A scream was heard the moment he turned around. Hardly had Manager Tan's thought reached the black swallower when it was quickly torn apart by the black vortices on its skin. They were too far apart in levels. Even if an ascendant were to take action, they would still be crushed. Su Ping's face was pale, as he hadn't felt the pressure of death in a long time. He had already died 1,000,000 times in cultivation sites, but he relied on resurrections to a point that he no longer feared death. But that was reality. He would truly die permanently this time if he couldn't avoid it. Did a member of the Lulan family set a trap to get me? Or did something happen in the Sea of Illusions? The ones who entered before me would have died by now if they ran into the same creature, and the Lulans should have noticed. Su Ping was so befuddled that his only thought was to run. The black swallower roared and charged at Su Ping, making the surrounding space shake. It was exactly at that moment, when the person who had been pushed into the fog flew out to face the black swallower again. "Run, I'll stop him," said the person as he flew past Su Ping. "You're nothing but a lingering thought, on your knees." Su Ping saw a pair of sharp and bright eyes as they passed each other. They were ablaze with passion and determination. The man charged forth without an ounce of hesitation. All the situation left Su Ping in a momentary daze. Battle noises were heard behind him just a moment later. Both the young man and the black swallower were roaring. Su Ping ran crazily, not daring to look back until he was a long distance away. He saw that the fog was surging. The noises were vaguely heard by then. Is he not an illusion? Su Ping's head was a mess. He felt that he had seen those eyes before, but he was completely certain that he had never met the man, not even when he visited cultivation sites. After all, the man's eyes were too special to be forgotten. If this is a world of my subconscious mind, only those weird spirits should be able to invade it. Is that man an illusion I created? Even so, can illusions fight spirits? Unless everything I've been through is an illusion. This would mean that I've only met one spirit, and I'm still trapped in an illusion created by that thing. However, the illusion was all too real. The improvement of my perception after absorbing the owl spirit feels authentic. Can it also block my senses? The more Su Ping thought about it, the more horrified he was. But he had another question. For all this time, Su Ping believed that his willpower was a cut above that of his peers. If everything before his eyes was an illusion and he had been fooled, then wouldn't everybody else, including Star Lords, fall for it too? All this is unusually dangerous. So not everything is an illusion, I won't be fooled. Those things exist for free. But who was that guy? Su Ping's confusion grew. The Sea of Illusions was a special space that the Federation had yet to fully control or even understand. However, some rules and information about the Sea of Illusions had been ascertained thanks to explorations conducted by countless people. Su Ping's experience seemed to be one of the exceptions to the rules. It was highly unusual for monsters such as the owl spirit and the black swallower to appear at the edge. Chapter 10:19, Illusory World. Su Ping didn't stop. He kept on moving further away. The noises gradually faded into the distance until they couldn't be heard anymore. Su Ping didn't know when Manager Tan would take him away. She must have sensed that her lingering thought had already been triggered. His mind would be freed if she took him out of the Sea of Illusions. Something is wrong about this trip. Did the Lulans not do any reconnaissance work? I heard that the best AI of the Federation has been monitoring the Sea of Illusions. It sends out alarms if anything goes wrong. Su Ping's eyes flashed. He noticed that the color of the fog was off. It was slightly dark, as if contaminated by ink. It was then that the illusion of the tree and the old man reappeared. The old man waved at Su Ping. "My young friend, the tide of filth is coming. Come here." Joanna appeared next to the old man before Su Ping replied. She looked at him quietly, with anxiety in her eyes. Su Ping's expression changed ever so slightly, then walked away without saying anything. "My young friend, are you really that unwilling to trust us?" The elder shouted at Su Ping's back. Su Ping didn't look back, but then a majestic throne appeared in front of him where an awe-inspiring skeleton sat. It looked down at Su Ping proudly. "I didn't want to show up, but you're just too stubborn. Can't you tell what's true and what's not?" Su Ping's pupils were constricted. He was too familiar with the skeleton and the throne. It was the horrifying lord he had encountered in his first trip to the chaotic realm of the undead, just after he acquired the system. The bloody crystal he had the little skeleton consume was stolen from that lord. "Trust us. We won't harm you," said a young man as he appeared next to the skeleton king. He had a less horrifying and more familiar look. It was none other than the young mentor who had taught Su Ping in the Archean Divinities Heaven Path Institute. "If you don't trust them, can't you trust the Heaven Path Institute? You would have already died if we wanted to kill you," said a rather intimidating voice, and a majestic illusion surfaced behind the young man's back, no less fearsome than the horrifying skeleton lord. Su Ping's expression changed. The illusions he had seen in the cultivation sites shouldn't be there, and yet they felt so real. Their auras were giving him goosebumps, as if he were facing them in real life. "Why are there this many people inside my mind? I've only met them once. They should have sent my parents or my sister or even my pets if they wanted to fool me." Su Ping's expression changed. He didn't say anything, simply choosing to take another path. The skeleton king and the hazy figures behind him let out cold voices as Su Ping turned around. Some sounded extremely disappointed, while others shook their heads and sighed. "That's the most outstanding successor, huh? We've waited for billions of years. To think we saw him as our ray of hope. How disappointing." Su Ping didn't look back. He kept on moving forward. The heavy fog around him suddenly surged like a tide, as if pushed by something. Su Ping was caught unprepared. He tried to resist, but the fog crashed into him like a wall. The experience was suffocating, as if he had fallen into a deep sea. He could see nothing but darkness around him. Su Ping heard shrieks and roars that sounded like the cries of certain creatures from the depths of the fog. He struggled to clear the fog around him, but more and more fog gathered. He would occasionally see some hideous and blood-curdling shadows passing by. There were hoarse creaks akin to those made by insects approach from his back. Su Ping condensed a sword with his mental power and slashed in their direction. He seemed to have hit something as a cry burst out. The creature seemed infuriated. The fog surged again, and a gigantic shadow lunged at him. Su Ping saw a scary mouth pushing the fog away and trying to swallow him whole. He hurriedly condensed another mental sword and slashed at the mouth. The mouth was quick to react, crushing the mental sword to pieces. Su Ping's body was about to crash into the mouth, but then his wrist felt cold. A cool and soft hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him aside, saving him from the vicious maw. He then felt that his body was pulled in one direction by the hand's owner. "Is this Manager Tan?" Su Ping felt dazed, as he could sense that the hand belonged to a female. The two of them moved at a very fast speed. The heavy fog buffeted his face as they moved. Su Ping didn't know why Manager Tan was there, nor could he confirm her identity. Still, she had indeed saved him from that monster, so she couldn't have malicious intentions. The fog pressed close from the rear. Su Ping could hear the shrieks of the monster as he was being quickly pulled forward. The shrieks were soon left behind. Su Ping felt that he was moving at an unimaginable speed. Soon after, his savior gradually stopped. The swirling fog gradually slowed down. Su Ping quickly thanked her and asked with uncertainty, "Are you Manager Tan?" The fog in front of Su Ping gradually dispersed after a good while passed, showing the profile of a beautiful woman with blonde hair. She was none other than Joanna. Su Ping was stunned for a moment, but then felt rather creeped out. A warm voice came from somewhere near Joanna's back. "You don't need to be scared." The heavy fog dispersed, revealing figures that had been hidden thus far. They were all blonde gods. The one at the center was a giant woman who wore a luxurious robe, with a train so long it resembled a phoenix tail. The other gods next to her were as small as her hands. Su Ping was even able to see every wrinkle on the old woman's face with clarity. The gods next to the old woman were whispering. Is he the successor? He's so weak, he can't be, can he? Him being weak at the moment is of no relevance. Don't forget him. Su Ping was torn between shock and suspicion. Was he hallucinating, or was it real? Su Ping looked at Joanna and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you exactly?" Joanna gazed at him gently. Su Ping had never seen such an expression on her face before. Was it some sort of desire deep in his heart? But the sensation when his wrist was grabbed felt all too real. Were the illusions from that place so real that they were indistinguishable from the real thing? However, he was sure that Joanna was in his store. She couldn't possibly be there. With that in mind, everything he saw was an illusion. Still, Su Ping couldn't understand why she could touch him. The only explanation was that his senses had also been blocked by the illusion. Some illusions could cause pain or even death. If the brain died in the illusion, it would also die in reality. The brain would think it was dead and would pause all the bodily functions. If this is an illusion, what about all these people I don't know? Why are they in my subconscious mind? Was the battle between the Black Swallower and the mysterious young man real or not? Su Ping became suspicious about everything that had happened. The old man stared at Su Ping gently and said, "Kid, don't be scared, this place is safe. Those spirits won't dare approach. You may return when the waves subside. We'll capture some spirits for you to absorb. All you need to do is to cultivate here." Su Ping watched coldly, still silent. The old woman was quite vivid, yet he took her as an illusion. He didn't believe anything she said. Is this the horror of the sea of illusions? No wonder Celestials also think twice before entering this place. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The Federation had such a huge population that countless people would be sentenced to death in every solar system. If those people were sent as scouts, they would be able to explore any unknown areas. Besides, the Federation had an army and many scientists. It was perplexing to know that the sea of illusions remained unconquered. Concentrate, nothing is real. Su Ping calmed down and his anxiety disappeared. He slowly focused his attention. A few gods appeared in the fog after a good while, carrying 2 spirits. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and thought of a lot of things as he looked at the lifelike gods and Joanna who were standing before him. What was real and what was false? Those false things were producing real feelings. And yet, certain things that were real were as intangible as the moon reflected on the water. Illusions, illusions. Are all of these things part of my imagination? He felt silent upon looking at the bodies of those 2 spirits. If illusions were as real as the reality itself and could bring forth real feelings, then were they illusions? What was the distinction between illusions and reality? Was reality the place for true existences? Then were such existences subjective feelings or objective facts in the universe? If they were subjective feelings, everything he was seeing was real. If they were objective facts in the universe, was the universe real? How could he confirm that the universe was real, based on his subjective feelings or imagination? Su Ping lowered his head and stared at the 2 bodies for a long time. The gods around him were looking at him in silence. A long while later. A long while later. Su Ping didn't know how much time had passed. He kept asking himself questions, gradually tapping into an amazing new concept. Illusions are real too. Reality and illusion are the same. The reflections in the water seem to be illusions, but they do exist in reality. They are only views, but not objects themselves. If there's another world beyond reality, that would be the world of illusions. The reflection of the world. Su Ping understood something all of a sudden. He realized how to condense a second small world. An illusory world. A world based on illusions. Boom! His mind shook right when the epiphany arrived. He then felt that his body was getting hot. The feeling was quite unreal, as if there was a membrane covering his skin. He was sensing those physical changes, but something seemed to be stopping him. Everything is false. Everything is real. In a subtle and gradual transition, his eyes became clearer and sharper. He looked at the two bodies on the ground, then extended his hand. A vortex that looked like a black hole appeared in his palm, which absorbed the spirit bodies and transformed them into a significant amount of energy. He could subtly feel how his senses were truly being improved. Even if all of this is an illusion, so what? I can also resurrect if I die in an illusion. If my body can be fooled into killing itself in an illusion, it can also be fooled into living an eternal life. However, my bodily functions do require real energy. The energy of the illusions can fool my mind, but they can't improve my body in reality. I cannot obtain real energy from this illusory place, so where is the energy coming from? The universe? Or maybe this sea of illusions? While in a trance, Su Ping felt that he was approaching the core truth of the sea of illusions. Maybe the sea of illusions was everywhere in the universe, except that it couldn't be perceived through normal methods. It was like people being unable to capture oxygen until the corresponding equipment was invented, but human beings themselves had been living off of oxygen since the primitive times. Just because something couldn't be seen or detected didn't mean that it didn't exist. Is that power the real energy hidden in the sea of illusions? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He couldn't confirm his speculation without leaving that place. He looked at the gods before him and asked, "Are there more spirits?" The old man put on a big smile and quickly nodded. "Yes, of course. You capture a few more. It doesn't matter if they're big." "Okay," said a few well-hidden gods and left. Their auras surpassed the ascendant state. Su Ping felt that they were similar to his master, or even stronger. "Where's the way out? You must know, right?" Su Ping asked with a smile, as if no longer scared of anything. The old woman said with a smile, "Of course. If you want to leave, we can escort you at any time. It's truly dangerous for you to come to this place with your current level. It is fortunate that we're still in the borderlands and those guys didn't notice you. Otherwise." Those guys. Although he knew she was an illusion, Su Ping still happily chatted with her. "It's best that you don't know their names, or you'll eventually be detected by them. You'll catch their attention even if you just read their names," said the old man in a low voice. Su Ping chuckled, deciding not to ask further. According to what he understood, all of those things existed in his subconscious mind, but he had no idea why that unknown woman and the strange gods were there. Chapter 10:20, The Heaven Killer. The gods who had gone away to hunt returned with a few more spirits soon after. There was an owl spirit, plus a few Class A spirits that Su Ping had only seen on the files the Lulens had offered. Even if they're capable of capturing Class A spirits, there can't be that many of them nearby. According to the Lulen family, it was already extremely lucky for me to encounter any of them. Su Ping shook his head with a smile. That illusion was hardly convincing. However, thanks to the knowledge he had just acquired, he could still transform the illusion into reality as long as he was able to convince himself to believe it. The illusory spirits could be transformed into real nutrition. The source and components of such nutrition were part of the sea of illusion's deepest secrets. Su Ping didn't hesitate to absorb the spirits. The latter turned into misty energy which flowed into his body. Su Ping felt that his mind was even quicker, calmer, and more substantial. The gods before him even looked clearer than before too. "I haven't been freed from my illusion yet. If this is real, I should be able to see through more illusions with the improvement of my willpower, making them become vaguer in my eyes. Is it because I'm still in the illusion? However." Su Ping slowly closed his eyes. His body seemed to be undergoing a certain change. The faces of the gods changed when he closed his eyes. They had previously scorned him when he questioned them. However, they became solemn at the moment. This is his first visit to this place, yet he has already grasped the path of illusions. It seems that we've underestimated this successor. As expected of the Chosen One, he's truly smart. It seems that he can survive in this place without us, as long as he doesn't approach the inland battlefield. All the gods who hunted spirits for Su Ping seemed to be comforted. Su Ping had disappointed them at first, but their impression of him changed. They saw hope again. "We should join the battle," said the old woman at the center with a soft voice. The gods' expressions became grave after they heard her. They looked at Su Ping thoughtfully. No one complained. "We must buy more time and hope for him," said a god in a low voice, staring at Su Ping and clenching his fists. None of the gods disagreed. Su Ping's change had brought them confidence and motivation. "Anna, he's yours," said the old woman softly. Joanna, who was standing in front of Su Ping, was stunned for a moment. She then glanced at Su Ping intently. A moment passed, then she shook her head with a caring expression like none Su Ping had ever seen. She said softly, "He's already capable of defending himself. He doesn't need me. I have to do something for him." The old woman glanced at her and felt her determination. Then she said, "Let's go." All the gods' eyes turned sharp, and they gradually disappeared. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes as they disappeared. Then he saw that none of the gods remained. He heard what they said during their departure. After all, the illusions were based on his subconscious mind. The voices would have still reached him, even if he covered his ears. "My perception range has been increased to a 30-meter radius." Su Ping examined the fog around him. Although it was darker than before, his perception range was 10 times wider. "Even ascendants will have it hard when trying to infiltrate my mind when I leave this place," thought Su Ping. Su Ping felt slightly embarrassed when he looked at the place where the gods used to be and recalled what he said, wondering if he had always been subconsciously fond of other people's adulation. Maybe it's in the nature of every human being. Everybody likes to be praised. Su Ping shook his head. In any case, he was already capable of protecting himself while roaming that place. Since he had just mastered the path of illusions, Su Ping could not only absorb illusory spirits as though they were real, but also transform the things he imagined into real entities. The objects he could transform depended on his willpower. "Disperse," Su Ping suddenly roared. As if following commands, the heavy fog trembled violently. Then, the dark fog gradually dispersed, revealing a blank void in front of Su Ping's eyes. "Spirits love fear. Unfortunately, I can't force myself to fear." However, with a thought, Su Ping had the dark dragon hound appear next to him. However, Su Ping didn't summon the dark dragon hound from his contract space. He merely imagined it. The dark dragon hound next to him could only exist in the sea of illusions. Su Ping could hardly turn what he imagined into real entities while in the real world, unless he could create a world similar to the sea of illusions. Fear. Su Ping imagined how the dark dragon hound would run in panic while exploring the cultivation sites. His pet dog was the first to run whenever they encountered a formidable opponent. However, Su Ping would always force it to confront its fear. Very soon, the dark dragon hound trembled with fear. Su Ping observed the environment. The fog, rather peaceful a moment earlier, suddenly surged. The waves were subtle at first, but then they rose like boiling water soon after. However, the fog quickly settled and became tranquil again after seething for a moment. Before Su Ping started to investigate, a dark ray of light had burst out from the fog from one side, charging at the dark dragon hound like an octopus. Su Ping had already detected the anomaly hiding in the fog. He condensed his willpower into a sword and slashed out. Bang! The spirit was instantly cut into halves. Su Ping's sword made another turn and soon chopped the spirit into pieces. He then raised his hand and absorbed the spirit. It was a Class B spirit according to the Lulan family's files. Su Ping's willpower was improved again after absorbing the spirit. His perception range was expanded by 1 meter. Su Ping didn't stop there. He continued fishing out the spirits with the dark dragon hound's fear. Su Ping was able to move hundreds of kilometers in one instant with the path of illusion. He could imagine and create laws as long as his willpower could support it. He was almost invincible in that place. "Even if I encounter ascendants, they wouldn't be a match for me unless they have mastered the path of illusion too." Su Ping was feeling quite confident at the moment. More and more spirits appeared in the fog, attracted by the dark dragon hound's fear. To Su Ping's surprise, most of them were Class B and some were Class C. As for the weaker Class D spirits, they were as rare as the Class S ones, which gave Su Ping a bad feeling. The only thing he could trust was the information acquired outside of the Sea of Illusions. He trusted the information the Lulens had gathered, which meant that he was already in a relatively deep place of the Sea of Illusions. The strength of the spirits encountered was an indication of where he was. That was probably the only way to confirm one's location in the Sea of Illusions. Inferior spirits are near the edge, but I encountered a big guy the moment I came in. Although I didn't know whether or not that big guy was real, I seemed to be in a deep place right now. Does everybody arrive at a random location after passing through the gate? But the Lulen family didn't mention that. The fog around me has an unusual color. It's supposed to be bright, yet it's black right now. Su Ping remained vigilant of the environment while hunting the spirits, and was ready to retreat if anything went wrong. He had a speculation that he couldn't confirm. The spirits lured by the dark dragon hound's fear were getting stronger and stronger as time passed. Some were even Class A spirits. Su Ping fought the Class A spirits, finding that it wasn't too hard to kill them. He could even tear the spirits apart with the path of illusion from the inside. Su Ping's willpower increased rapidly as he slew more spirits, and his perception range was increased to 70 meters. It was 20 times greater than when Su Ping entered the place. Su Ping felt the situation was rather surreal. However, the path of illusion was directing him. This kept him clear of any self-doubt. I'm improving even faster than when I explore cultivation sites, Su Ping thought. The Sea of Illusions would surely be a top plane like the Archean divinity if it was listed among the system's cultivation sites. After all, it was a place that not even Celestials had explored in full. Those Celestials must have mastered the path of illusions, yet they have still been unable to fully explore the place. It must be unimaginably dangerous. The strongest spirits that the Lulen family has recorded are categorized as Class SSS. However, a piece of information mentions a horrifying being above SSS class would show up once every couple of thousand years, killing anyone it meets whenever it appears. The information about that creature was left by one of the few Celestials who have died in the Sea of Illusions. Su Ping managed to grasp the path of illusion, but he still didn't dare to act carelessly. After all, it was a place where even Celestials could die. It was as dangerous as the ninth space. The black fog surged again while Su Ping continued hunting, planning to increase his perception range to 100 meters. This time, all the black fog surged while moving fast, blowing Su Ping's hair back. Something seemed to be pushing the black fog. It also seemed that something massive was running in his direction and knocking the fog away. What is that? Su Ping changed his expression. He hurriedly made the dark dragon hound stop emitting fear. Meanwhile, he quickly flashed and disappeared from the area, reappearing thousands of meters away. Hardly had Su Ping reappeared when Su Ping heard a voice. "Why are you still here?" It was none other than the mysterious young man who had fought against the Black Swallower earlier on. However, Su Ping didn't see him. He could only hear his voice coming from the fog. It seemed to echo from a far-off place, beyond his perception range. Is it because my willpower has been strengthened? That is why I can't see his illusion anymore and can only hear his voice, Su Ping thought. While he pondered, the mysterious young man said quickly, "Leave now. You'll be discovered if you meddle in the battle." Although he knew that the person was imaginary, Su Ping couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He wanted to know why he had imagined that mysterious young man. The man had a pair of eyes ablaze with passion and determination. Su Ping was sure that he would have never forgotten him had they ever met before. "You may call me Heaven Killer," said the mysterious young man. "We will meet again. You must live on. All of our hope rests on your shoulders." Heaven Killer. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He felt that the name was rather familiar. Judging from his title, It was easy to tell that the man was a horrifying being with a realm beyond the celestial state. After all, none of the celestial experts would dare mention the heavens. "Let's go." The fog surged before Su Ping could say another thing. He then felt that his body was quickly pushed away to a far distance. The push was so real that Su Ping felt appalled. Was the mysterious young man not an illusion? Su Ping soon found that it was the black fog pushing him. He thought that the force had originated from the mysterious young man, but it was more like the inertia produced by the moving fog. It was just like being in the middle of a torrent. One would feel as if someone were doing the pushing. In the middle of the fog, Su Ping felt that his head was stinging. The fog entered his body, turning into countless sharp needles which stung his head, making him want to break out of his shell. The pain was so excruciating that he wanted to run away from it. However, only his thoughts could possibly escape. What a feeling caused by the fog! Su Ping was shocked. That was the black tide, as documented by the Lulin family. A person's consciousness would separate from their soul once hit by the black tide. After that, it would be very hard for it to join back with the soul. Without the protection of the soul, one's consciousness could be swallowed by the black tide at any moment. According to the research done by the Federation, the black tide was the actual energy transformed from all the swallowed consciousnesses. It was highly corruptive. Damn it, this isn't my illusion. Did something happen on the other side of the gate? Su Ping looked rather awful. He couldn't stay there any longer. Even though he had mastered the path of illusion, he wasn't bold enough to wander the sea of illusions during that dangerous period. He was still too weak. Hurry! Send him away. They felt something. Some voices echoed in the fog. They weren't too far from Su Ping, but they were beyond his perception range, and he couldn't see them. Meanwhile, Su Ping felt a lot of forces pushing his body. They felt like giant hands. His body was uncontrollably flying forth at a high speed, as if latched onto a rocket. The thick fog brushing past his body made him feel as if his soul would have left his body. Chapter 10:21 Return. Su Ping tried to open his eyes. There was nothing to see but a sandy fog which stung his eyes. He felt dizzy, and his body seemed to be plummeting fast. Although he didn't have a body, he was feeling colder and colder. Some time passed until he finally saw a gate. Infinite light was coming from a place beyond the gate, which enshrouded his body. Su Ping immediately felt warm and cozy, just like returning to his mother's arms. He relished the sensation, but he quickly forced himself to open his eyes once more and examine the environment. Su Ping found himself lying in space. Familiar people were waiting around him, including Manager Tan and Lulin Feng. In addition, some other ascendant state experts of the Lulin family were also there. All of them showed relief after seeing him wake up. "Great, I didn't think that you would make it back," said Lulin Feng with delight and relief. Su Ping slowly sat up and gradually accustomed himself to his body. Although vigilant, his tone was calm as he asked, "What happened?" "Something happened in the Sea of Illusions," an unknown ascendant of the Lulin family said gloomily. "The dark tide came early and burst out all of a sudden. The ones monitoring inside didn't notice anything. Something seems to have gone wrong deep inside the Sea of Illusions. We retreated in time, but some are still lost there." Su Ping's expression had a slight frown. He had indeed encountered a dark tide before he left, which made him wonder whether he was still immersed in an illusion or if he was back in reality. "I sensed that we weren't there for long. Wasn't that the case?" Su Ping asked Manager Tan. Manager Tan looked much better after seeing that Su Ping was awake. She looked at him, feeling fortunate. "Your perception of time inside the Sea of Illusions is inaccurate. You can hardly discern the flow of time, even if you master its law. You may spend months there, thinking that you just stepped into the gate." Su Ping frowned. It was true that he couldn't feel time or space accurately while exploring the place. Nothing was perceived except his willpower. "Can you tell me what happened after I went in?" asked Su Ping. "Also, how long did I stay inside?" He quietly constructed a sword with the path of illusion while he posed the questions, but the sword didn't appear. The construction failed. Su Ping wasn't at all frustrated. Rather, he felt relief. It seemed that he had truly left the sea of illusions. The law of illusion being ineffective was an indication that he had returned to reality, because it was impossible for him to make use of that mysterious power outside of the sea of illusions. Not yet, at least. Was it possible that its ineffectiveness was an illusion too? That could also be confirmed with the path of illusion. His mind was unassailable when he made use of the path of illusion. Even if it was, his imagination could become real because of the path. Thankfully, nothing happened, so he was back in reality. So to speak, I did encounter a black tide back there. It wasn't an illusion. Su Ping remembered what they said and became wary. Just as we went in, I felt that the thought I left in your consciousness was torn, which meant that you were in grave danger. Unfortunately, my thought was unable to bring your consciousness back, so it must have been erased by the danger you encountered. Manager Tan seemed calm, but she was actually shocked. Her heart felt utterly heavy when the accident happened. In her eyes, the top genius she was responsible for, Lord Supreme's disciple, no less, was likely dead. If her thought failed to protect him, it meant that the danger was devastating for top star lords, not to mention that Su Ping was just a star state ant. Even though Su Ping was much more talented and determined than his peers, how strong could he possibly be? After she took out Su Ping's body, she found that his consciousness wasn't there. It seemed to have been trapped, if not erased, in the sea of illusions. However, none of them dared to give him up that fast. They waited with Su Ping's body. If Su Ping's consciousness didn't return by the time the gate was closed, he would truly be dead. Su Ping would end in a vegetative state, only his body would remain alive. The Lulan family would have to face the fury of his celestial state master. The family wouldn't be punished. After all, Su Ping's death was accidental, but still, they would still suffer some losses. Manager Tan, who was responsible for his safety, might have to take the blame. Your consciousness stayed there for half a month. Manager Tan glanced at Su Ping and said, "The black tide has yet to ebb. We were planning to look for you once the tide retreated, but then you surprisingly returned on your own." The other ascendants of the Lulan family nodded too, while giving Su Ping weird looks. He was only a star state warrior, and yet he had managed to survive for half a month in the sea of illusions while the dark tide was rampant. It was almost a miracle. Evidently, Su Ping must have been very important to Lord Supreme. In their opinion, Su Ping couldn't have survived without the protective treasures Lord Supreme had given him. After all, even ascendants would have to flee from the black tides and could hardly survive them. Half a month. Su Ping didn't realize that he had stayed there that long. He felt that it had only taken him one day to understand the law of illusion and hunt the spirits. I was probably too devoted while perceiving the law of illusion. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He rose and stretched his arms, immediately feeling the difference of his body and mind. His senses were as keen as those of a machine. He could detect every cell inside his body, and his motor abilities were 10 times higher than normal. Besides, the ascendant experts such as Manager Tan became clearer in his eyes. He could even vaguely see their golden auras. It seemed to be some sort of special energy, but it was very feeble, as if everybody was trying to hold it in. My consciousness has indeed been strengthened. Su Ping seemed calm, but he was feeling quite happy. He had almost been killed in the dangerous trip to the Sea of Illusions, but his harvest was tremendous. Not only had his mind been strengthened, he had also grasped the path of illusion and found a direction for his second small world. Su Ping felt puzzled as he remembered how he left the place. They refer to that thing as the dark tide. The illusions I met also call it that way. Was it because my subconsciousness inferred from the Lulan family's files that it was indeed the dark tide? The illusions pushed me away as I was leaving. How could my subconscious mind know which way to go if I didn't know beforehand? Noticing Su Ping's expression, Lulan Feng asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Su Ping glanced at him and shook his head, not intent on disclosing such details. After all, it had to do with his subconsciousness. Also, the Sea of Illusions was too weird. Certain things couldn't be explained. The Lulen's confidential files didn't have detailed descriptions. A lot of people must have entered the place before we did. Have they returned? Asked Su Ping. Manager Tan looked at the distance and said, some returned, but some lost their consciousness there, just like it happened to you. They probably won't be able to come back if special steps aren't taken. Su Ping looked at the distance, only to see a lot of unconscious people lying around the gate. He was among those lying closest to the gate, which may have had something to do with his identity. The ascendants accompanying them were openly showing surprise and delight when Su Ping sat up. Whoosh! Another ascendant quickly flew over, only to be blocked by Lulen Feng and Manager Tan. Su Ping, Mr. Su, do you know what's going on in the Sea of Illusions? The ascendant state expert was rather excited. Su Ping's return was a sign that others could also return. Seeing that many ascendants were looking at him, he calmly said, the dark tide was already rising when I left. Some sort of accident must have happened, as I only came out while riding the blast of the tide. There was an accident in the dark tide. The ascendant state expert was stunned for a moment, looking rather awful. The other ascendants also became gloomy. The dark tide was already dangerous enough as it was. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous if an accident were to occur? The explorations inside the Sea of Illusions had thus far been blocked by the dark tide. Unbelievable things happened when it rose. The most ferocious spirits might also appear. There were spirits ranging from Class S to Class SSS in the dark tide. Even ascendants could meet their end, as none of their realm could withstand the might of Class SSS spirits. Someone said with obvious fury just then, Humph, how did you make it back then? The person talking was an ascendant expert, a mature lady in golden armor and a skirt that showed her long and fair legs. She was indeed beautiful, but she was terribly gloomy at the moment. A Star Lord lay next to her. He seemed to be one of the Divine Lord rankers of a certain star zone. Once he heard the lady questioning him, Su Ping raised his eyebrows and said angrily, you have to rely on yourself in order to come back. Why do you care how I made it back? You. The lady didn't expect that Su Ping would dare oppose her in public. She was an ascendant anyway, and Su Ping was only a star state warrior, even though he had a celestial state master. She could kill him with ease. Lulen Feng stepped up and said calmly, Mrs. Mei Gui, Mr. Su is a friend of my family and Lord Supreme's disciple. It's only natural for him to have a lot of treasures to keep him safe. It couldn't have been easy for him to return. I hope you won't blame other people's misfortune on him. All the ascendants of the Lulen family stared at the woman in silence. Even without saying a thing, it was obvious that they would defend Su Ping if she attacked. Mei Gui looked rather awful. She was only having difficulty holding back her fury because of her utter grief. She looked at Su Ping, who was right at the center made by those experts, and could only gnash her teeth. Lord Supreme's disciple is truly proud. You will surely have no respect for other ascendants when you reach our realm. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, as the woman was already trying to rouse people against him. Before he replied, laughter was heard coming from somewhere far in space. Even if he disrespects the likes of you, so what? You're just a third-tier ascendant cultivator. Do you deserve any respect at all? After those words were uttered, a brilliant streak of light arrived from the dark universe and stopped right next to Su Ping. Once the brilliance was gone, a magnificent person who stood like a long spear was revealed. He was intimidating, and yet he seemed somehow unrestrained. Su Ping said in delight, Brother Yulong. The person who had arrived was none other than Yulong, his seventh senior brother. Yulong turned around and said to Su Ping, laughing, Master predicted that you would encounter disaster in the Sea of Illusions, so he sent me to rescue you. I didn't expect that you would return on your own. Ha, as expected of my little brother. Feeling enlightened, Su Ping said with a smile, I couldn't have survived without masters and your blessings. Yulong looked at Su Ping and smiled. I wasn't fully convinced when Elder Yan said that you were already able to challenge the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank, but it seems that he underestimated you. You've already surpassed your senior brothers. You'll probably claim the top place of the Divine Lord rank in our star zone soon. Su Ping coughed and said, "Senior brother, let's keep a low profile." They weren't talking in whispers. Yu Long's voice was rather loud. His bold statement caused a change of expression in all the ascendants present. They looked at Su Ping in shock. He's already this terrifying when he's only a Star State warrior. It was extremely difficult for those in the Star State to challenge Star Lords. Only geniuses could do that. Wouldn't Su Ping become the best on the Divine Lord rank when he became a Star Lord? Farther away, Mei Gui slightly changed her expression too. She finally realized why the Lulans had offered such privileges to Su Ping, even though he was only in the Star State. As it turned out, the genius potential was beyond her expectation. Condensing a small world in the Fate State and rising to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank while in the Star State were both miracles. Even some of the Celestials had been unable to achieve that back when they were young. She suddenly regretted offending such a talent. "Which star zone are you from? You dared to lay blame for other people's deaths on my junior brother. I'll give you a chance to apologize. If you do, I'll forgive you." Yulong turned his head. The smile he wore when he talked to Su Ping was completely gone. He looked at Mei Gui casually, giving no place for refusal. Chapter 1022, closed for 3,000 years. Everybody was stunned after hearing Yu Long's bold statement. Did he just ask an Ascendant State expert to apologize to a Star State junior? The Ascendants of the Lulan family looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting Yu Long to be so protective of Su Ping. In the distance, Mei Gui was dazed. Her eyes widened with disbelief when she snapped out of it. "What did you say? You want me to apologize to him?" Yu Long said indifferently, "What's the matter? You didn't hear what I said." Mei Gui's expression quickly changed to show fury. She said angrily, "Yu Long, I respect you as a heavenly lord, but this is still beyond outrageous. Even if your master is Lord Supreme, the Federation is still a lawful place. No matter how talented he is, he's just a Star State warrior. Is he even qualified to accept my apology? Why must I apologize to him? Just because he may grow and become another heavenly lord. Who knows what will happen in the future?" With disdain in his eyes, Yu Long said, "Because he has a Tier 7 identity just like you do, and because he is my junior brother. You took advantage of him because of your identity. Now, I'm commanding you with my identity. Are you going to disobey?" "You." Mei Gui looked rather awful as she glanced at Su Ping. For the latter to have a Tier 7 identity came completely out of the blue, as it was a privilege mainly enjoyed by Ascendants. All of a sudden, an Ascendant State middle-aged man flew out. Heavenly Lord Yu Long. He was concealing his aura. No one could tell what was on his mind. Mei Gui never meant to offend Mr. Su. It was just a minor misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive her lack of manners for the sake of the Polaris Palace. Yu Long glanced at him. "Let the master of your palace talk to me. Who might you be?" The middle-aged man slightly changed his expression, then said in a low voice, "I am Tianjai." "So one of the 7 Polaris gods." Yu Long chuckled and then stared at Mei Gui again. "Are you dead set on not apologizing?" Mei Gui's cheeks shivered ever so slightly. She could tell from Yu Long's eyes that he was determined to defend his junior brother. Also, it was obvious that she couldn't back off anymore without losing face. Furthermore, Tianjai had stepped up and offered an excuse, yet Yu Long simply ignored it. "Even if he becomes a heavenly lord in the future, at least I'm not wrong right now. I am an Ascendant." Mei Gui gnashed her teeth. Then she changed her expression, as Yu Long straight off threw a punch at her, unleashing an infinite golden brilliance that shattered the surrounding space. A stream of magnificent divine power leaked from his fist aura, shadowing all the laws in the universe. Mei Gui hurriedly took action. A golden leaf surfaced on her forehead as she activated her divine mark. She waved her hand, and countless flowers began flying in the void like butterflies, all of them trying to hold up the golden fist aura. But the next moment, The golden fist aura pressed down heartlessly, making all the flower butterflies collapse. Mei Gui grunted as the attack connected and she was flung back, ending pale-faced. That punch was a lesson for you. Yulong stood indifferently. Don't try to retaliate. If anything happens to my junior brother, I won't care who's to blame. I'll go straight to you. Divine power was surging inside Mei Gui's body. Her divine mark was shivering and moaning. That punch seemed soft, but her body had almost been squished. She felt both angry and grieved after hearing what Yulong said. The man was too domineering and unreasonable. Was he that fearless and unrestrained as a heavenly lord? The answer was yes. She suddenly realized that it would be impossible for her to retaliate. He was a heavenly lord. Who would dare retaliate against him? As for the kid next to him, he was like the spoiled son of a family. He even escaped from the dark tide in the Sea of Illusions. Who knew how many life-saving treasures Lord Supreme had given him? Mei Gui was so infuriated, she almost gritted her teeth into pieces, but she remained silent. The nearby Tianjai looked rather gloomy too. It was obvious that Yulong had shown zero respect for the Polaris Palace. However, things had already happened, and their own palace lord, although a heavenly lord, he wasn't a lord supreme anyway. Everybody wore an assortment of different expressions as they watched the scene. Yulong's unreasonable attitude was well unknown. Truth be told, very few heavenly lords had a good temper. Even so, it was still surprising for one of them to be as defensive of a junior brother. Did he think that his junior brother would surely rise to the ascendant state and become his equal? Yulong turned around and ignored them. He didn't consider a normal ascendant state cultivator a big deal at all. He would have done the same even if the master of the Polaris Palace were present. After all, heavenly lords feared no one except celestials. Actually, celestials would have a hard time subduing a strong heavenly lord, such as Su Ping's first senior brother. The Lulan family was really close to causing great trouble, said Yulong as he looked at the ascendants of the Lulan family. The Sea of Illusions hasn't been very tranquil as of late, and the universe is going through fetal movements. These are troubled times. Master asked me to inform you that the Sea of Illusions must be closed for 3,000 years. Relay this message to your family leader. I won't be meeting him. All the ascendants of the Lulan family were all stunned. The Sea of Illusions had to be closed. It seemed that something important had happened back there. We will relay the message, said one of the host ascendants. Yulong nodded and then smiled at Su Ping. Junior brother, do you want to return to the celestial court with me, or would you rather stay here? Su Ping looked at Mei Gui in the distance. Given Yulong's threat, she probably wouldn't try anything. Even if she did, he still had plenty of secret treasures to save his life. Thank you, senior brother. I'm planning to return to the celestial court later. Please send my regards to Master if you're going back, said Su Ping with a smile. Yulong chuckled and replied, Okay, but try not to get too wild. The universe hasn't been very peaceful. It's best to avoid certain mysterious realms. Try to break through to the ascendant state sooner so that you'll be able to protect yourself. Su Ping understood what he was implying. He nodded and said, Got it, senior brother. Since you're fine, I'm going back. See you later. Yulong left in a rush. He waved at Su Ping and disappeared into the horizon, leaving a long streak of light. Then he glittered like a star and vanished. Su Ping felt that his senior brother was currently busy with something, seeing how quick the latter had arrived, and then left. All my senior brothers and sisters are running errands for Master. It seems that the universe is truly restless. The pervading pressure abated after Yulong left, making the remaining ascendants feel a bit more at ease. It wasn't until that moment that Mei Gui finally raised her head, giving Su Ping a cold glare. She didn't say anything, simply returning to a place where an unconscious Star Lord floated in the void and continued to wait. Tianjai also glanced at Su Ping, then slightly shook his head. Things had already happened. He didn't want to further infuriate the man. After all, Su Ping and Yulong were backed by a celestial state expert. He was greeted by the ascendants of the Lulan family who were next to Su Ping. Then, Some of them left to relay Yu Long's message to the family leader. Lord Supreme's command was not to be ignored. The news that the Sea of Illusions would be closed for 3,000 years would cause quite the fuss. That was one of the greatest forbidden lands in the universe, one that only the most powerful forces had access to. It was also a practice field for top geniuses. If they strengthened their willpower there, they would be able to go beyond their limits. If the place was to be sealed for 3,000 years, the geniuses to be born during that time would never compare to their predecessors in terms of willpower. The Sea of Illusions will be closed. Something huge seems to have happened in the universe. I've heard some mysterious noises in the deep spaces recently. They sound like whispers from ancient times. I would have gotten lost in them if my pet hadn't dispersed them. Yes, there's been talk that a lot of weird things have been happening. I didn't know they were true. I heard that the Lord Supreme of the Flying Cloud Star Zone has closed multiple mysterious realms too. The Ascendant State cultivators around Su Ping started talking and stopped paying attention to him. The closing of their mysterious realm left them distracted. After all, they barely knew Su Ping, even though he had the potential to become a heavenly lord. On the other hand, the closure of the Sea of Illusions was a big thing. They were reminded of weird things happening in recent times. All of them had a bad feeling about what was going to happen. Su Ping frowned as he heard the whispers around and also felt gloomy. He looked at the nearby gate. There was still nothing but a void beyond it. He waited. Very soon, a few ascendants of the Lulen family returned. One of them was clearly unlike the others. It was one of their heavenly lords. The latter looked around and saw that Su Ping was fine right after arriving. So, he shifted his attention and looked at the descendants of the Lulen family who were laying in space. The expert's face was grim as he saw many of the family's descendants still unconscious. He quietly stared at the gate for a moment, then suddenly extended his hand into the gate. He withdrew it a few seconds later, with a mass of black mist in his hand. The dark tide is reaching the gate. The old man became even grimmer. He looked around at other Ascendant State experts and said solemnly, "We'll be closing the gate in light of Lord Supreme's order and the special circumstances in the Sea of Illusions. The consciousnesses lingering inside the Sea of Illusions will probably not return. Our family will try to make up for your loss. Please understand us." Everybody changed their expressions. An Ascendant cultivator quickly said, "Heavenly Lord Shengshi, there are too many consciousnesses that have yet to return. They'll be doomed if the gate is closed." Indeed, they represent the new blood of the Federation. Some of them are even geniuses listed on the Divine Lord rank who may grow to become heavenly lords in the future. Isn't it too hasty if we close the gate right now? There hasn't been such a genius in my family for 1,000 years. I don't want him to die here. Heavenly Lord Shengshi, can't we wait a bit longer? Many ascendants spoke and begged the old man. The latter was gloomy as he replied at a slow pace. Nobody expected such an accident to happen. None of the detectors showed any reaction. It is truly an unforeseen occurrence. I understand your feelings. However, the dark tide has already approached the gate. You should know how dangerous it is. Many Class A spirits will appear, even some Class S spirits too. If we close the gate, some of the top geniuses of my family will die too, but there's nothing we can do. It's just their fate. We are as grieved as you." All the experts looked awful. Some tried and begged the old man again, but he simply gave the order to close the gate. The old man then turned around and left the group of distraught ascendants, giving one last command to his companions, to bring their juniors' bodies back to the family estate. The space was overwhelmed with grief once the elder left. Su Ping saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. Both Six Lives Buddha and Lillian were watching everything in silence next to the ascendants that came with them. Elsewhere, Lulen Lin was pale-faced and pained, standing next to a middle-aged man. She seemed to be close to the Lulen descendants lying in front of her. "I probably wouldn't have made it back if those illusions hadn't pushed me." Su Ping's eyes glittered. So far, he was unable to confirm how his subconscious mind had found the right gate. Or were the voices and things that pushed him in the mist, not illusions. Su Ping shook his head, unable to figure out a reason. He chose not to linger, so he simply asked Lulan Feng to take him to the Lulan's training holy land. He didn't return to the celestial court with Yu Long, because he wanted to condense the seventh astral painting there. Lulan Feng was stunned after hearing that Su Ping was about to cultivate. He couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't I take you to have a body exam, in case you suffered any unknown injuries back there?" Okay, Su Ping wasn't stubborn. He nodded and accepted the arrangement. He followed Lulan Feng to have his body checked. After going through scans with the best equipment, Su Ping's body produced various abnormal readings. However, such readings weren't abnormal because they were wrong, but because they exceeded the limits of the star state by a large margin. Mental power waves, 36,289 p-points. Well, not only Lulan Feng, the scientists of the Lulan family were also shocked. They stared at the equipment in a daze, only snapping out of it until a long time later. The mental power readings for a normal star state cultivator ranges between 50 and 100 points. Star Lords range between 500 and 1,000 points, and yet his reading is 36 times the maximum of a Star Lord's, said a scientist, stunned. I checked Princess Lin before. She's on the Divine Lord rank, but her mental wave is only slightly over 9,000 points. This is 4 times greater. A female scientist was stupefied. Chapter 1023, The Seventh Astral Painting. Lulan Feng found it hard to believe. Su Ping was only in the star state, and yet his willpower was 4 times as much as Lulan Lin's. It had to be noted that Lulan Lin herself was an extraordinary Star Lord who was on the Divine Lord rank. She was a monster compared to regular Star Lords. She had been polished and strengthened in all aspects, thanks to the family investment of countless rare resources and the improvement of special training techniques, including acquisition of pets, secret techniques, and mental power development. Thanks to all this nurturing and her own great gifts, she was finally able to reach 30th place in the Divine Lord rank. As for the monsters further above her, they either had top constitutions or even more unbelievable talents. But all in all, the gap between them wasn't too far apart. Su Ping, on the other hand, was only a star state warrior, and yet his willpower was 4 times stronger than Lulan Lin's. The most horrifying thing was that Su Ping's willpower was almost reaching the readings of an ascendant. The minimal willpower reading for an ascendant was 50,000 points. Su Ping was already approaching it. No wonder so many Star Lords went missing in the Sea of Illusions, and only he returned. It wasn't just Lord Supreme's treasures. His own potential also had something to do with it. Lulan Feng was shocked and suspicious. He suddenly realized why Yu Long thought so highly of his junior brother. In his current phase, Su Ping's performance was already better than many Celestials' exploits from the times when they were young. "Is there something wrong with the equipment?" asked a scientist, feeling at a loss. He became suspicious of the equipment's performance, even though the whole team knew it had never been wrong. Furthermore, they had been doing regular maintenance. Lulan Feng didn't say anything. His eyes glittered, and he arranged another test run for Su Ping. Soon the reading was out again. It was still around 36,000. Lulan Feng suddenly took action after the test ended, infusing divine power into the equipment. Soon, the priceless equipment exploded. "Something must be wrong with the equipment," said Lulan Feng in a low voice. "Write a report and apply for a new one. Mr. Su, let's go back." All the scientists were taken aback by the explosion. Their faces became pale when they heard what Lulan Feng said, as they would be investigated and held responsible if something was wrong with the equipment. Lulan Feng had already taken Su Ping away from the place moments after. "Mr. Su, this is about your own information. I must keep it a secret for now. I can have them test you again with a new equipment set if you want to publicize it," Lulan Feng said to Su Ping on the way. Su Ping realized that the man destroyed the equipment to prevent others from plotting against him after learning the information. Thanks, Su Ping nodded. I don't need to publicize it. I'm not short of fame as it is. Lulan Feng felt relieved. He nodded and said, very few people are as gifted as you, Mr. Su. Fame is a burden for you right now. I'm sure that your story will become a legend of the Federation when you rise to the ascendant state. Su Ping had been invited to the Lulan family by him, so he sincerely hoped that the young man could grow up safely and rise to the ascendant state sooner. Sure. Su Ping didn't know how to respond to such a compliment, so he didn't say anything. He too wanted to rise to the ascendant state. If he did, he would be able to peer into the secrets of the universe. In particular, after seeing many other worlds, Su Ping was eager to ascertain the Federation's position in the universe, or the top cultivation sites beyond the universe. Soon, they reached the Lulan's holy cultivation land. There were a lot fewer descendants of the Lulan family. The accident in the Sea of Illusions killed a lot of promising talents. It was a huge loss. Su Ping's arrival attracted the attention of many of the Lulan's descendants. They paid a lot of attention to the top genius who had returned from the Sea of Illusions and were quite curious about him. Su Ping went straight to the best seat. He bid goodbye to Lulan Feng and started training in seclusion. Lulan Feng watched Su Ping disappear as the protective barriers were being set. He immediately asked Director Yu to take care of Su Ping. I'm right outside of the mountain. Why do you need me to be so close to him? Director Yu, who had just arrived, was puzzled. Lulan Feng didn't explain. He said, Mr. Su has just returned from the Sea of Illusions and he pissed off some ascendants of other star zones. Also, he has a sensitive identity. We would be to blame if other families send anyone to assassinate him. So, please take care of him and don't wander too far. Director Yu was rather puzzled. Aren't we being overly prudent? Who would dare to kill anyone here? Who would have such a death wish? Lulan Feng slightly shook his head, not bothering to reply. He turned around and left for their headquarters, ready to report the intelligence they had gathered about Su Ping. Only the Lulans were in control of privileged information for the moment. Inside the barriers, Su Ping was completely devoted to cultivation after establishing the barriers. Intense astral power was being concentrated by the astray array underneath his feet. The barriers around him were similarly absorbing astral dust in the sky and transforming it into pure astral power. Su Ping's cultivation would rise while being seated inside the astral array, even if he wasn't cultivating purposefully. One star after the other was being gathered inside Su Ping's body. More and more stars were gathered as time went by. In the blink of an eye, there were already 63 of them. Gather. Su Ping controlled all the stars, making them dance and rearrange according to the seventh astral painting of the Chaos star chart. The stars were sent to the openings in the astral painting, making it glow even more. The astral dust was made of deity aura, which felt distant and unpredictable. It seemed to be half real and half illusory. The last star was fitted in. A brilliant astral painting glittered, and the stars flashed as a whole. There were only 63 stars, and yet they seemed to have illuminated the entire world. The momentary picture struck Su Ping, whose head felt dizzy and chaotic. While he was immersed in such a strange status, he seemed able to see the river of life, the rise and fall of the universe, and the circulation of stars. The 63 stars seemed to have multiplied and turned into billions that dotted the astral painting. Each star contained a strong life aura. They were like planets filled with lives. The lives were glittering. Su Ping was in a trance. None of his actions were deliberate at that point. Still, many vitality laws surged in his head. Those laws gathered and combined with the law of vitality he knew, bringing about an epiphany. Lives take root in hard stones. Lives reincarnate from dry bones. Lives are reversals and adaptations. Su Ping's consciousness was devoted to a strange world where flowers were blossoming on vast meadows and bones were heaped on high mountains. However, the path of vitality circulated among all those things. So, life is not defined from the perspective of humankind. A stone has its own life too. Even if it's shattered into a billion pieces, each piece is still an independent life. It's reproduction and separation. A long while later, Su Ping's consciousness returned to his body. The barriers formed with intense astral power appeared before his eyes. The law of vitality that Shen Huang had taught him was only rudimentary, to be used as a life-saving method. However, Su Ping had almost mastered the law of vitality in full thanks to the seventh astral painting. Astral power separation birth. Su Ping raised his hand, and there was suddenly twice as much astral power inside the barriers. The pure energy was reproducing constantly under the control of the vitality law. Reproduction was only one of the many abstruse features of this law. The astral power remained as effective as before. Therefore, Su Ping's absorption efficiency was doubled. Su Ping continued reproducing astral power with the law of vitality. He only started feeling worn out until there were 4 times as much astral power. So manipulating energy is easy and costless. All I need to do is to master the corresponding law. He was surprised by the law of vitality's power. Not even ascendant state experts could change the energy density in the environment without a cost. They had to do that through astral arrays or their own energy. However, he was reproducing energy with the law without being strongly affected by the process. The only thing of note was that using the law was rather exhausting. He would feel tired if he did it for a long time. Su Ping summoned his small world, which was compressed to a 1-meter radius around himself. The desolate views from that world were minimized. While examining the small world with his mind, Su Ping immediately realized that it was a lot vaster, ready to accommodate much more energy. Is this the limit of my small world? Su Ping tried to concentrate the power of his small world on his arm, instantly seeing that the space before his arm was collapsing. It could not bear the power of his small world. The mere concentration of his power had already shattered the primary space. Su Ping stopped trying, fearing that the energy would leak out and alert the people of the Lulan family. Vitality, destruction, chaos, and time. I've fully mastered the 4 supreme laws and perfected the first small world. Now, I can finally try to condense a second small world. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The small world around him vanished, and he focused his attention on his body. It required new strength to establish a second small world. The first small world was based on the 4 supreme laws. The second small world could be absorbed by the first if it was constructed by normal laws, which would be pointless. While the law of illusion is a law, it is unlike normal laws founded on mental power. Su Ping remembered how he condensed the first small world. Very soon, he concentrated his willpower and tried to establish a new small world with the law of illusion. His deity aura was exhausted at a very fast pace during the world establishment. Meanwhile, Su Ping felt as if his small world was about to be torn apart. This won't do. The 4 supreme laws in my first small world are suppressing the second small world. They'll only neutralize each other in the end. Su Ping gradually slowed down and frowned after lots of effort. He felt it was correct to build a second small world with the law of illusion, but turning the idea into reality was rather hard. The traits related to the law of illusion are enough to build a small world. Unfortunately, my first small world is too solid and is suppressing it. The small world made with the law of illusion is in fact illusory. It shouldn't conflict with the first small world. However, Su Ping closed his eyes and kept trying. All of a sudden, Su Ping vomited a mouthful of blood. His first small world, which had just been perfected, almost trembled and collapsed. Su Ping was too scared to try again. I'm going to try again in the cultivation sites after I return to my store. I should also visit the Heaven Path Institute and see what I can learn. Su Ping abandoned the idea of condensing a second small world in this place. Although he believed that the idea was feasible, there were still a lot of details that he needed to work on. Su Ping concealed his aura and began to heal his wounds. Inside the dark universe, at the edge of a certain galaxy, A spaceship flew closer and eventually stopped on a desolate planet. The Lulan's territory is right ahead of us. They have a lot of scouts and sentries. We'll just wait for him to come out. Inside the spaceship's main cabin, 7 people were seated at a long table. Some were playing with their pets, some were polishing their nails, and others were sitting solemnly. Among them, the young man playing with his pet had dyed his hair in multiple colors. There was also a crystal adornment at the corner of his eye. He's only in the star state, yet the boss sent all 6 of us, and even the seniors on the Divine Lord rank to deal with him. Isn't it too much? Indeed, he's not protected by Ascendant anyway. I should be enough to kill such a kid, said a man who wore a smiling mask in a low voice. You'd better drop that thought, remarked a young man who had only one gigantic eye in the middle of his forehead, which emitted purple light. He belonged to the minority races in the universe. His people were very good at charm skills. They had the highest percentage of assassins among all clans. Although he's only in the star state, he's already capable of challenging the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. He also received the Prime Sky Mirror and an unknown number of treasures from Lord Supreme. He's as good at saving his life as any Ascendant is. The organization appointed Senior Yin Xing to come with us, just to be safe. The one-eyed young man looked at the guy who stood in front of them, while showing his back in their direction. Chapter 10:24, Companions. For someone who was among the top 10 assassins in the past, is this the plan that you've devised? The guy slowly turned around, emitting a cold and dangerous aura, as if he were a viper gazing at the other 6 people in the cabin. His face was quite plain, while his silver eyes reflected the coldness of sharp blades. Senior. The other 6 guys in the cabin changed their expressions. The young man who was playing with his pet held it still, and the beautiful woman who was leaning against the chair gradually sat straight too. With you supervising the operation, Senior, we should be able to deal with any accidents, don't you think? An old man who was only half a meter tall said in a low voice, although that kid is as strong as the top 10 holders of the Divine Lord rank, it's not like we haven't assassinated the like in the past. Wasn't the second place from 2,000 years ago brilliant too? The entire universe knew his name, but we finished him off easily, right? Those kids are extraordinarily gifted, but they're just toddlers who have never seen real cruelty. Indeed, once we join our hands, it won't matter even if he's on the Divine Lord rank. We won't fight him head-on anyway. Besides, he's just a star state kid. Even if he can fight opponents beyond his level, he won't be able to escape from us, said the young man who wore a smiling mask. Hello. The middle-aged man chuckled upon hearing that, but his eyes were colder than ever. I can tell you right now that, should the assassination fail and you're forced to fight him head-on, all 6 of you might not be able to defeat that little monster. Huh. Senior, you must be kidding. Senior, you might not know what we've been through in the Home of Havoc. We would also be high rankers if we could show up in public. None of the 6 looked very happy. Although their protector was an Ascendant, being despised still gave them discomfort. Your files may be outdated. The middle-aged man snorted, not bothering to argue. That little monster has been growing fast. According to the latest intelligence, he should be as strong as the top 3 of the Divine Lord rank right now. He may be second, or even the best. Considering those under the Ascendant state, I don't even think that Star Lords would be able to kill him in solo battles. The Prime Sky Mirror is a treasure he obtained from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. We have a solution for that. However, the treasures Lord Supreme gave him could be just as good. In addition, his willpower is likely to be extraordinary too, which means that your mental contamination won't work on him. Therefore, should the assassination fail and you have to fight head-on, it'll be 4 of you against 1. That little monster hasn't exposed his strongest pet yet. The one he has shown is in the star state, but it's a mutant skeleton as strong as the top 100 warriors of the Divine Lord rank. Such a pet, aside from his other pets, is enough to hold one of you back. How strong do you think his strongest pet may be? Taking that into account, it would be 2 against 1 in a head-on clash. Are you confident of slaying a top-ranking genius with only two of you? The six of them were surprised by Yin Xing's revelation. He's only in the star state, and yet he's as strong as the top three of the Divine Lord rank. How is that possible? It's already a miracle that he made it to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. That's still not his best. Is his mental power as strong as ours? The one-eyed young man slightly changed his expression and said, "Senior, you must be well aware of my clan's pupil Art. Are you sure he can compete with me?" Yin Xing looked at him indifferently. "It comes from the latest intelligence. You'd better drop your arrogance. Has our organization's intelligence ever been wrong? It may be outdated but never wrong." The six assassins looked awful after hearing that. Obviously, they knew how reliable the information gathered by the organization was. It had to be correct. A Star State kid is this monstrous. We've only spent 2,000 years in the home of havoc, yet the world has become this terrifying, mumbled the half-meter-tall old man. "You will be responsible for your assassination. Don't expect me to watch your backs," Yin Xing said indifferently. "Although our organization has investigated and confirmed that Lord Supreme's disciples are busy with their own missions and have no time to guard him, a guest invited and invested on by the Lulen family will surely be secretly protected by their ascendants as he makes his trip back. My mission is to distract any ascendants keeping company. You must know that his master will definitely investigate this area if the assassination succeeds. Therefore, I cannot give you much help. If you want to survive, you must accomplish your assassination plan. If the assassination fails, you will surely fail if forced to head-on clash." The assassins had gloomy looks. It was just until that moment when they realized that the mission wasn't as easy as they thought. No wonder their organization had promised such copious rewards. They thought that the reason for it was because their target was Lord Supreme's disciple, and nobody else would have dared to accept the mission. However, it turned out that the mission was truly challenging in itself. Killing a horrifying monster who had a lot of defensive treasures would barely be possible. "You might not be able to return to the home of havoc if you underestimate him," said Yin Xing coldly. All six of them remained silent, feeling burdened by the news. The atmosphere in the cabin became grim. In the Lulen family territory, at the top of the holy mountain, a man walked out of the cultivation barriers at the center. Outside the barrier, Director Yu was relieved to see Su Ping come out. He had a lot of things to do after the gala. However, Lulen Feng had asked him to stay there and look after Su Ping. The family leader had given him the same instruction before Lulen Feng returned. Come on. The place was the Lulen family's cultivation holy land, which was heavily guarded at all times. Not just flies, even the air was almost filtered out. Do I really have to protect anyone? Director Yu felt baffled, but he didn't dare to disobey. He merely thought that the family was taking Su Ping's safety all too seriously. Not even their own geniuses had ever received such a preferential treatment. Director Yu glanced at Su Ping, only to find that he was still in the star state. He had yet to become a star lord. He was rather surprised by it, so he mumbled in a low voice, "Mr. Su, you're coming out for a bit of rest." He knew how dense the astral power was in that place. Having cultivated there for more than a month, and counting the time Su Ping had spent thus far, he should have become a star lord even by mediocre standards. However, even though there was no breakthrough, the elder felt something strange from the young man. He could hardly see through Su Ping without using ascendant state power. However, observing one of Lord Supreme's disciples in such a way would be rude. "Yes, I'm planning to return home." Su Ping was slightly surprised to see Director Yu, but didn't consider it a big deal. "Return home? You're not going to spend more time here." Director Yu hurriedly tried to stop him. "You haven't traveled much here, right, Mr. Su? There are a lot of places in our territory that I'm sure you'll enjoy." "I appreciate your kindness, Director Yu." Su Ping smiled, yet insisted on leaving. Seeing Su Ping's determination, Director Yu didn't press further, merely informing the family leader of the matter. A few men flew over soon after. Lulan Feng was in the lead. Behind him was a cold-looking young man who had a pair of sophisticated eyes. Next to the young man was a familiar face who seemed young and vigorous. She was other than Lulan Lin. "Mr. Su, you're leaving already." Lulan Feng glanced at Su Ping and was surprised to see that he hadn't broken through. He didn't overthink the matter, though. A genius such as Su Ping could become a star lord anytime he wanted to. He was probably postponing the breakthrough for a good reason. "Sure." Lulan Feng took out a badge that had a strange flower pattern and offered it to Su Ping. "The family leader asked me to see you off. This badge is from the master of the Lulan family. You may record it in your watch. With this, you won't be charged in any of the Lulan family's businesses, and you can issue commands to any of our members under Tier 7. Su Ping recorded it in his pocket watch with Lulan Feng's help. He then activated it and projected the badge to try it out. "Feel free to visit this place anytime you're free, Mr. Su," said Lulan Feng with a smile. Su Ping nodded. "This is Director Zhu, Princess Lin's brother. Your way home is a long journey, Mr. Su. We would feel much more at ease if Director Zhu protects you on the way." Lulan Feng introduced the cold-looking young man. The young man had been observing Su Ping. He gave a slight nod in silence. Su Ping nodded back at him, not refusing the help. He had a lot of life-saving methods, but he would be kept absolutely safe from any danger if an ascendant state cultivator escorted him back to his store. "I heard that you were leaving. It just so happens that I was planning to visit the Celestial Court. I heard that it's quite splendid. I'd like to take a tour there," said Lulan Lin when Su Ping looked at her in confusion, raising her chin. Once enlightened, Su Ping shook his head and said, "I'm not going back to the Celestial Court. I'm going somewhere else." Lulan Lin's face stiffened. Her neck and ears quickly turned red. She turned her head and gnashed her teeth. "I'm tired of cultivating and I want to go out for a tour. Where are you going? Tell me. Maybe I'll be interested." "A rather remote ordinary planet," said Su Ping. "An ordinary planet? Not bad. I've never seen an ordinary planet in my entire life. I wouldn't mind visiting one." Lulan Lin raised her head and looked at Su Ping. "You've never seen an ordinary planet?" Su Ping was astonished by that remark. He looked at Lulan Feng, who nodded solemnly. He then said with sympathy, "I remember seeing some ordinary planets on my way over. Why don't you go visit them?" Lulan Lin stared at Su Ping. After seeing the candor in Su Ping's eyes, she struggled to look away and gnash her teeth. "Why are you talking so much? Are you leaving or not? I go wherever I please. Don't mind my business. I'm just coming along the way. Don't consider yourself a big deal." Su Ping. Why did she suddenly snap in the middle of a conversation? What a weirdo. Su Ping didn't bother her any longer. She was no threat to him anyway. She couldn't beat him even if she wanted to. "Goodbye then. Send my thanks to your family master," said Su Ping. Lulan Feng nodded with a weird expression. "I will. Take care of yourself on the way. Director Zhu, Mr. Su is yours." The young man glanced at Su Ping and nodded. He then waved his hand, establishing a channel through the void. "Let's go." Lulan Lin stomped in fury. "I've heard that all the talented cultivators have some brain problems because they know nothing but cultivation. How very true." As he followed, Su Ping couldn't help but remark, "Don't describe Director Feng like that. He's your senior anyway." The nearby Lulan Feng, who was just about to leave, almost tripped himself over. He looked back at them speechlessly. Lulan Lin rolled her eyes after hearing what Su Ping said, then stepped into the channel without looking back. Su Ping turned his head and waved at Lulan Feng before he entered the channel. "Thank you for your work in advance," said Lulan Feng with a bitter smile. The young man waved his hand and left quickly. The other side of the channel was the sky above the planet, where a shuttle-shaped spaceship was parked. It was silver, which made it look like a sharp dagger. A Star Lord servant in the spaceship invited Su Ping and Lulan Lin to a lounging room. "Where are we going?" asked Director Zhu. Su Ping immediately sent the coordinates of Rhea to him. "Here." "Okay." Director Zhu gave the coordinates to a sexy girl who was flying the spaceship. The girl emitted an alluring vibe. Su Ping looked at her in surprise. Is this senior a human being? Huh? Director Zhu was surprised that Su Ping had recognized her identity. She's my pet and partner. Su Ping nodded. No wonder I felt that her aura was unusual. Are all ascendant pets this smart? Su Ping remembered the ascendant state experts he had seen in the Twilight Deity King's relics. Their pets could transform into human beings too, and were as smart as human beings. My pets should be just as smart when they rise to the ascendant state. It's time I teach them how to transform, so that I can keep them around all the time, Su Ping thought. Chapter 10:25 Practice. Make yourselves at home. Ask them if you have any questions. Director Zhu gave a simple instruction and went to a chamber before he closed the door. Lulan Lin glanced at the nearby Su Ping and snorted. She waved her hand and summoned a gray beast which she then held in her arms. Sweetie, we'll be out for fun today. Don't you always want to come out? Do you like it? The little beast had soft spines all over its body, but they were curved and not pointy in the slightest. Touching them was rather enjoyable. The pet glanced at Su Ping vigilantly, as it had detected a strange yet dangerous aura coming from him. Just ignore him. Lulan Lin snorted and took the pet to the entertainment cabin nearby. Su Ping also ignored her. He asked a Star Lord servant, is there a training room in the spaceship? The Star Lord gave him a weird look. The former was about to reply when he thought of something and shook his head. No. No, Su Ping thought it was rather suspicious. His instincts told him that the man was lying. No, the Star Lord shook his head and said firmly. Su Ping stared at him for a while but gave up on the matter in the end. He went to the entertainment cabin and saw that Lulan Lin had thrown herself to a couch and was feeding her pet some snacks. Su Ping immediately remembered his own pets. He summoned the little skeleton, which raised its head and looked at Su Ping in confusion. He petted its smooth head. The skeleton was completely bald. Its head felt as cool and comfortable as a pebble. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound were too large and would likely affect the spaceship if summoned. Su Ping searched the cabin and found a few bags of meatloaf. He opened them and gave the little skeleton 2 pieces of smoked meat. There was some oil and salt left on the surface of the meat, giving off the fragrance of seasonings. It looked rather delicious. Obviously, the little skeleton had never had such snacks before. It observed the meat for a long time before it finally placed the meat in its mouth and chewed it unhurriedly. Little pieces of meat kept falling from its chin, making Lulan Lin feel lost for words. Do all skeletons eat like that? Lulan Lin couldn't help but ask. Not realizing a thing, Su Ping said, yes. Can the pet really absorb the meat if it eats like that? Why would it want to absorb such junk food? It's just having a taste of the food, said Su Ping casually. Lulan Lin was again lost for words. She asked stubbornly, but how can it taste the food when it doesn't even have a tongue? Just because you can't doesn't mean it can't. Little skeleton, is it delicious? The little skeleton looked at Su Ping as if considering. Then it nodded. You're forcing your own pet. Lulan Lin felt sorry for the skeleton pet. Su Ping picked up the little skeleton and ignored her. He made a grabbing motion and remotely picked up the meat bits. It's garbage food, but it's still dragon meat. Don't waste it. The little skeleton understood and nodded, then threw the remains back into its mouth. This time, black mist began to form in its mouth, which absorbed all the meat without dropping any. This is a famous pet snack, to think you call it garbage food. Lulan Lin felt that Su Ping led an even more luxurious life than her. She snorted and said, your pet could make a fortune as a food streamer. It can eat however much food is thrown at it. Excellent idea. Lulan Lin was only making a casual remark, but this inspired Su Ping. The little skeleton's inability to talk was mainly because it hadn't been in touch with many people. It wasn't a bad idea for it to have some fun while he cultivated. After all, the little skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound deserved a life of their own. They had been either fighting in the cultivation sites or waiting in the contract space. Their life shouldn't be that boring. They should go out on dates and have fun, to enjoy life. Elder Yan is my master's pet. He can teach all of my master's disciples. He's very experienced, so he must have traveled a lot, instead of simply staying in the contract space all the time. Director Zhu's pet can fly the spaceship. She probably knows many other skills too. They're all very independent. They can live well in the human world despite their different bodies and bloodlines. Su Ping thought it would be good to have his pets develop other life skills seemingly left out by the system. However, he had an expert for that regard in his store, Joanna. She knew all sorts of noble skills, such as gardening and making tea or wine. You need to enjoy your lives when you're not cultivating. I'll help you develop hobbies, Su Ping announced in his mind. His words could be delivered directly into his pets' heads. They could hear it even while inside the contract space. Woof, replied a confused voice in the summoning area. Once the little skeleton finished the portion of meatloaf, Su Ping sent it to rest in its own cabin. The little skeleton checked the environment and found no threat. Then, it fell apart, turning into a bone mound and stopped moving. The beast in Lulen Lin's arms was so scared that its spines were rising. It stared at the little skeleton with vigilance, creaking at times as if saying, "I've seen through your disguise." The little skeleton tilted its head, while its eye sockets were empty. It completely ignored the beast. Lulen Lin felt that the little skeleton's aura was stable, yet it looked rather weird. She asked in confusion, "Your pet?" "It's resting." Su Ping felt somewhat helpless after seeing the little skeleton fall to pieces, thinking that the latter would wander about, but it turned out that it preferred staying put and resting. Lulen Lin didn't say anything else. She went on that trip with Su Ping because her family wanted to know her response. However, she barely knew Su Ping, so she didn't want to give a response that easily. So the trip was an opportunity for her to find out more about him. She thought she would have a chance to visit the Celestial Court, but Su Ping wasn't going there this time. She felt slightly regretful. There are virtual combat machines here. Let's have a couple of games, shall we?" Lulen Lin was delighted to find 2 machines in the corner. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He then nodded and said, "Okay." He didn't have anything else to do anyway. It wasn't a bad choice to practice his own secret techniques with someone. The 2 of them entered the virtual combat machines. Lulen Lin said to Su Ping with great interest, "Since you're as strong as the top 10 fighters of the Divine Lord rank, it wouldn't be unfair if we adjust the settings to the star state, right?" "Okay." Su Ping didn't really care. It was possible to set either party's level in the virtual combat environment, so that the 2 parties would fight on equal terms. "Do you need to record your pets?" asked Lulen Lin. "No, thanks. Feel free to record yours," said Su Ping. "Have you no respect for me?" Lulen Lin was slightly angry. She would act petty only a few times, but she would never give up in battle. She didn't record her pets either. Instead, she quickly put on her helmet. "Let's begin." She entered the virtual battlefield with a great fighting spirit. Su Ping closed his eyes too. His consciousness sank, as if he would have entered a glittering channel. Cheers suddenly burst out around him. He found himself in the middle of a vast battlefield, surrounded by a massive simulated audience. "Bring it on." Lulen Lin appeared in front of him in tight clothes, completely unlike the usual graceful princess image she had. She was like a valkyrie about to charge on a battlefield. Su Ping lowered his head and looked at himself. He merely wore casual clothes without any battle gear. There were different sets of armor and weapons he could choose. The fancier equipment listed had to be purchased. Su Ping picked a random sword and simply slashed at Lulen Lin. "You!" She didn't expect Su Ping to attack her without even trying to greet her. She quickly dodged, becoming solemn and cold. She never admitted defeat on the battlefield. She then focused her attention and took a deep breath, considering their practice as a real-life battle. She kept telling herself that failure would mean death. Die. Lulen Lin moved quickly like a phantom, surrounded by the laws of wind that boosted her motions. Su Ping reflexively tried to knock her away with the power of his small world. However, he couldn't sense any of his small worlds. Meanwhile, a notification popped up in his head, which said that he was unable to exert capabilities beyond the star state. So this is how the virtual combat works, Su Ping understood. He dashed and then dodged Lulen Lin's sword with ease. I can only make use of the power of laws. Try this then. He turned around and stood still, staring at Lulen Lin, who was charging at him again. Once she saw that her tentative attack was easily dodged, Lulen Lin unleashed all her strength in the new attack. Her body was filled with sword auras which surfaced around her. Some of them were even invisible. The sword auras were sent toward Su Ping as a storm as she fought. But the next moment, Su Ping suddenly vanished right before her eyes. There was a boom, and all the sword auras collapsed and disappeared. Then, the battlefield in front of Lulen Lin quickly fell apart and turned into data. She found herself back to the entertainment cabin. How did you? Lulen Lin's pupils were like pinpoints. She had felt the pain of death. A sharp blade had cut off her neck just like it would happen in real life. It was quite scary. She breathed heavily and gnashed her teeth as she looked at Su Ping, who had taken off his helmet. How did you do it? With the law of time. Su Ping glanced at her. It was supposed to be a test. I didn't expect that you wouldn't feel a thing. You haven't mastered the law of time. The law of time, Lulen Lin swallowed. It was one of the 4 supreme laws. How could it be mastered that easily? She finally understood why Su Ping was as strong as the top 10 warriors of the Divine Lord rank, even though he was only in the star state. She might not be a match for him if he had mastered the law of time, and his small world was powerful enough. Can we have another match without the law of time? Lulen Lin gritted her teeth, but her face felt hot when she said that. She was a star lord fighting against Su Ping, who was a star state warrior, yet she was asking him to not use his greatest trump card. She wouldn't feel honored even if she won. Okay, Su Ping didn't comment on it, merely accepting her request. Lulen Lin felt dazed for a moment. She glanced at Su Ping, suddenly realizing he wasn't as petty as she had thought. Okay, let's try again. Lulen Lin took a deep breath and unconsciously became gentler. Su Ping nodded. The two of them entered the virtual battlefield again. To be honest, the previous battle had ended too fast. Su Ping hadn't fully enjoyed himself yet and wanted to try more things. She hasn't mastered the law of time. She probably hasn't grasped the laws of destruction, vitality, and chaos either. So, I have to defeat her with other laws, Su Ping thought. Soon, another battle burst out. Su Ping moved with the laws of fire and lightning during their continuous clashes. He attempted to perform the techniques he had created by fusing laws while dodging and fighting back. Bang! All of a sudden, a sword aura that contained a mix of features from 7 laws sliced the virtual battlefield apart. Lulen Lin, who was at the end of the sword aura, shivered and fell, with an obvious crack on her body. Lulen Lin looked at Su Ping and said excitedly, "What move was that? My law-based power failed to resist it. I had fully mastered that law." "Just a trick." Su Ping looked at her weirdly. "Did you really try your best? Why don't you set your realm to the Star Lord state?" "You!" Lulen Lin nearly choked with fury. "What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm too weak?" "No, let's have another match." Lulen Lin gnashed her teeth. Even though she was weaker than Su Ping, she didn't think she would be instantly killed every time. None of her attacks could hit Su Ping at all. Very soon, they reappeared in the virtual battlefield. Lulen Lin angrily turned off the audience special effect and closed the environment. The virtual cheers were rather noisy in her opinion. Looking at Su Ping, who wore a white t-shirt instead of armor and grabbed an unremarkable sword, Lulen Lin felt uncannily angry. Die! Lulen Lin attacked again and performed the ultimate secret skills of the Lulen family. She harnessed many laws smoothly and filled the entire battlefield with them. Dazzling secret techniques were launched too. Su Ping was like a boat floating in the middle of a tsunami, and yet he had been moving along with the waves. Of the secret techniques landed a hit. Half a minute later, a sword aura slashed forth. Inside the cabin, Lulen Lin suddenly raised her hand with an awful expression.